But I think I do this often in workshops. I say, everyone put your hands together and push as hard as you can with your right hand, then grab your left wrist, pull as hard as you can. What you see is this and this. What should be seen is this and this, because I never told them to push back or to pull back, but instinctively we do. So that pushing back is the objection.
Like, how would you say to someone who's maybe thinking, okay, well, maybe I'll be doing this wrong, right? Like, how would you audit your marketing? We're in the new year. There's a lot of people who are maybe looking at what they're doing and what they did last year, or maybe saying, okay, well, this is what worked, but actually maybe this is what didn't work slightly, and maybe I want to adapt things. I mean, like, what do you look for when you work with your clients and yourself, of course, when it comes to like building a systemized marketing system that creates enough demand, so not only can we of course create the demand so we can survive, but also so that, you know, we can not have that pressure situation, so we're then less likely to need to, as you say, objection handle, etc.
But I think where the pressure should be put is on our own processes, not on the person we're talking to. Yeah, it's good to apply pressure to your own process and to say, does this process work? To really be rigorous about it.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to a brand new episode of What's Missing in Marketing Today. Today I'm with Tad Hargrave from the opposite side of the world, which is wonderful. Tad and I have known each other for, I would say, probably about 3 or 4 years, and his approach when it comes to marketing is what I would call a breath of fresh air. So hopefully in this half an hour that we're going to be speaking today, I'll be able to share that with you and hopefully get his intakes on what marketing is going to look like in 2026. But Tad, before we start, what do you think is missing in marketing today?
I think the biggest thing that's missing in marketing is the ethics piece. I think most people would attest to, give lip service to, a kind of shallow version of ethics. Most marketing copy I see says, well, you know, of teachers says, well, learn how to market without being pushy or sleazy. But I find their tactics still sometimes pushy and sleazy. And when I say ethics, I think the big thing that's missing is a real commitment to getting to the truth of if this is a fit, over the commitment to doing whatever it takes to get the sale. And I see in so much marketing, there's a lot of rationalization for the selfishness of, I'm going to just get the sale, rather than I'm going to see if we can get to the truth of if this is a fit or not. And if it's not a fit, you know, we bless and release.
Do you think sometimes I guess what you're like the level of pushing and a lot of your work you talk about, and building off what you were just discussing about ethics, do you think it comes from a level of scarcity? What if I need this person to say yes? I need, you know, whether it's a cash flow concern or whether it's just, you know, I need to validate my own opinion or view for this person to say yes. Do you think that's why people maybe sometimes come across in that way?
It's a good question. Yeah, why do we push? Well, I mean, I think part of it is just, yeah, we're of course we want the sale. We want to make our business work. And I think we've just come to think that that's the best way to get the need met. Let's just say there's a financial need, and we think the best way to get my need met is to push or manipulate. So of course, this is broader than marketing. This happens in romantic relationships, happens in family and friendships, where we think, well, if I want to get my needs met, I can't ask the other person for consent. I'm just going to have to kind of I'm going to have to get what I want. I'm going to have to use some underhanded, shady tactic. But I actually don't think that's the best way, even selfishly, to get what we want. I think the best way to get what we want is to do the ethical approach. It's, yes, do we need sales? Of course we need sales, but it gets tricky when it's, I need not just I need people to buy, but I need this person to buy. As soon as it gets personal and located on this person, I think that is a kind of scarcity trap. We, you know, are under this spell of, if this person doesn't buy, it all falls apart. You know, if this person doesn't say yes to me romantically, then that's the end of everything. And that puts then a lot of pressure on that person, on that situation, on that sale, for them to say yes, rather than thinking, okay, I need people to buy. So how do I create a system? How do I create a structure that results in enough people buying, rather than how do I come up with strategies and scripts and tactics that will get this specific person I'm talking to at any moment to buy?
Do you think it's kind of, in some ways, I mean, like, the thing that jumps to mind to me is the term that would probably be described as objection handling, right? Like this constant pressure of someone's kind of saying no, or they're not ready, or they're not the right fit, or they're not the right fit on price, or whatever it may be, and we need to objection handle that, right? That's kind of, I guess, what's pushed into culture or pushed into sales, or there's a lot of content online talking about that. I mean, what would be your response? Would you say, yeah, that is something you can do, and if so, what maybe is that, or maybe shouldn't we do that, and is there another approach that maybe people are missing?
Well, I mean, it's interesting. The whole handling objections, it's worth taking that into sex and dating and see how it lands and sounds, you know. Somebody wants to date you, you don't want to date them, and they start going into this intellectual assault on you of why you're wrong and it's really a good idea when you're just not feeling it at all. Um, yeah, so there can be too much pushiness, but this is the trouble. I think people obsess about, they think the real skill in sales is overcoming objections, but I think I do this often in workshops. I say, everyone put your hands together and push as hard as you can with your right hand, then grab your left wrist, pull as hard as you can. What you see is this and this. What should be seen is this and this, because I never told them to push back or to pull back, but instinctively we do. So that pushing back is the objection. Yeah. So we push them first. They push back with an objection to keep their autonomy, and then the overcoming the objections is then applying more sneakier sideways pressure to still push them. So it gets us locked in this game that nobody wins. Rather than going for overcoming objections, I would submit the best thing to do is to develop the skill and the capacity to identify and diffuse pressure when it comes up. So if you notice that somebody's feeling pressure, you say, hey, can we just time out? My intention here is to see if this is a fit. And if it's not, I might know somebody else who can be a better fit for you. But I just want to get to the truth of if there's a good match here. No pressure either way, no hard feelings if it doesn't work out. Yeah, we're trying to reduce the pressure so we can have a human conversation, not add pressure so we get caught in a pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think sometimes, especially maybe when it's the reason why I bring back to the cash flow concern is 'cause I think that's the commonality when it comes to when one would want to apply that pressure. But I guess you talk about systems a lot in your work. I mean, how would you potentially, obviously don't give everything away, but I'd be curious to hear, I mean, like, how would you say to someone who's maybe thinking, okay, well, maybe I've been doing this wrong, right? Like, how would you audit your marketing? We're in the new year, there's a lot of people who are maybe looking at what they're doing and what they did last year, or maybe saying, okay, well, this is what worked, but actually maybe this is what didn't work slightly, and maybe I want to adapt things. I mean, like, what do you look for when you work with your clients and yourself, of course, when it comes to like building a systemized marketing system that creates enough demand, so not only can we of course create the demand so we can survive, but also so that, you know, we can not have that pressure situation, so we're then less likely to need to, as you say, objection handle, etc.
It's not that I don't think pressure belongs in marketing, but I think where the pressure should be put is on our own processes, not on the person we're talking to. Yeah. It's good to apply pressure to your own process and to say, does this process work? To really be rigorous about it. It's, you know, you got a table and you're putting pressure on it to see if it is going to buckle, if the legs are strong. That's important to do. But that's where the pressure belongs, internally in our systems, not externally on the person we're talking to. When I'm looking at somebody's marketing and trying to figure out where they're at, is this going to work? There's 7 major things I look at. I call it the 7 fundamentals. The first of the base is just ethics. Are they going for the truth or are they going for the sale? Second, I look at space. Do they actually have enough room in their life? Is the business really a priority, or is it getting last priority? Are they overwhelmed with other things? Sometimes we're just too busy for our business. You know, sick parents, your kid's sick, or you're going through a real hard time. You may not actually have space for your business, and it's good to be honest about that. Third, do they have a clear niche? Fourth, do they have a compelling and clear point of view? Fifth, do they have a good business model and structure, including the internal administrative systems, the kind of inner systems, the inter systems of how do they stay in touch with their clients over time, and also the external systems, meaning the offers that they're going to be putting out. So is their business model solid? Do they have the hubs? Do they have relationships with the right people who can be introducing them to the right people? And then the last level of sharing of, have they identified a path, an approach, a tactic to marketing that they can actually do sustainably over time, that they're good at, that works for them.
No, I completely agree. And I guess, I mean, my next question was going to be around like content creation and why maybe I know you're a massive advocate for signature workshops. And, you know, maybe we can touch on that as well. 'Cause that's obviously how we first worked together and etc. But I think for me, I mean, like for those who are maybe listening who are on the fence about content right now, why does content add to a marketing system to create a level, I guess, of not necessarily urgency, but an additional level of trust? Because that's the main, in my view, that's the main reason why I think you should do content semi consistently, or as consistently as you can do. And then I guess the question that leads on after that is, how does that lead to potentially doing a signature workshop or an in-person event that really deepens that connection with your prospects or clients?
I think one of the most important and under discussed principles in marketing is that of safety, making it safe for people to check us out from a distance to see if they want to approach or not, because we forget that they're in control of whether they're going to come to us or not. And I think so many sales are lost because you can't actually check the person out from a distance. I mean, I remember looking for a therapist. This is probably 10 years ago, easy. And I went to Psychology Today and I looked at the profiles. A lot of them didn't have websites, they didn't have photos. I mean, they had no niche and specialization. If I went to the website, there weren't any or many photos of them. There was no video. I couldn't get any sense of the vibe. I paid $180 for a session with a therapist. And within 3 seconds of being there, it's like, she's not the one. I could tell from her vibe. It just wasn't there. If I'd seen her in a video for 3 seconds, I would have known. So that's a drag, because she could have had somebody in that chair who would have been thrilled with her, who would have been a long-term client. So she's paying the opportunity cost of not filtering me out. So content, to me, is the long game. Content is a way that people can check you out from a distance. Like in my membership, I always ask people, how did you hear about me? How did you come here? And almost everybody says something like, well, I was following you online for years. So that's important to know. You'll have all these people silently following you, just waiting for the right opportunity, the right price, the right offer, the right moment. And if you weren't staying in touch with them in this way, then you weren't going to get the sale, because all that content builds trust. That's number one. But the second thing I'd say is I would really shift the perspective. I mean, I'm being a little pedantic on the linguistics here, but content versus context. That we can get lost in just, well, how do I put out more and more stuff? But it's good to remember, from their eyes, our clients don't actually want content from us. They don't just want more random stuff. Like, more is better in content. What they're desperate for is context as to, why am I struggling? Why am I having a hard time solving this problem? Why can't I get this result no matter what I try? That's what they want to know. They want context on their own trouble. So if your content gives context, that's great. The challenge can be that the short form content can only give a little bit of context. It's hard in 90 seconds to give the whole 30,000-foot view, which is where a signature workshop, a day-long workshop, comes in. So whether it's an hour-long online signature workshop, a 2-3 hour evening thing, day-long something, it's helpful to give people a way to take another step closer and check you out. A little bit of risk. Maybe they give their email, they come to a live workshop to see the big picture of how it all fits together, which is, in my mind, that's the outcome. That's the intention of that. Not that I'm doing the signature workshop to get people to buy. I'm doing the signature workshop to give people enough of a taste so they can figure out on their end if I'm a fit for them or not.
No, I agree. And I think so many people sometimes I guess it comes from the ability to not want to say, hey, actually, I don't think we're the right fit on a sales call. Or when that you're working with someone, maybe it's like, actually, hey, I don't think that either maybe we're too expensive for you, or I think we're maybe a bit too overkill for you, or etc. Or the other way around. You know, we might actually be hey, what you're expecting from us. I don't think we're the best supplier for you, and I think sometimes we don't have the confidence in ourselves, in our offer, in our ability to create demand, to be able to consistently talk about that and say, actually, no, it's okay if I don't win the sale. Or I guess maybe setting up a system so that we're actually fine longer term as well, cash flow wise as well, right? I mean, feel free to add in anything that you wish. But also, I mean, the next question I was going to ask you is: people keep posting, but they don't necessarily grow. Why do you think that is specifically? I mean, what's the cause behind that?
Oh gosh. Okay, so there's a couple things there. Yeah. So one is, um, yeah, of course, there's the pressure. We need a process that's going to generate clients. That's true. We've really got to think through the process, because if you don't have a process that you feel confident can ethically get you clients, you will have to resort to pressure.
Yeah.
If you haven't thought through those fundamentals, if you don't really have your ethics clear, you don't have enough space to think this through strategically, you don't have a clear niche, compelling point of view, good offers that you're reaching out through hubs, if you're not doing any of those things, it just doesn't work very well. So then you still need sales. So then synthetically, steroidally, you have to kind of inject an urgency and scarcity and all these tactics to get people to buy, which they will often resent. You'll get buyer's remorse, you'll get drama, they get disappointment, and it's a bad deal. In terms of this question of why do people post but they don't grow, I think part of it is there's an algorithm, and I don't consider myself any kind of expert on social media or what's useful today. Um, but I think part of it is the format that works is not the format we normally do. So I probably actually wouldn't look to my social media as a great example. The kind of format that I'm doing, just talking to the camera, it's okay. It's stable. Every once in a while, one hits big for some reason, but it's that's an okay way to generate content. But there really is a whole formula to generating the kind of content that goes viral that people have put a lot of thought into, around starting with a hook, ending with something satisfying, the use of visuals, editing, text, all that. There is an art form to it that takes a reel that might have gotten 1,000, 2,000 views to like a million or more. And so if your interest is that, there's that. The second thing is that the posting steadily like that is the long game, and I think it's probably changed. I mean, I know a woman who grew Instagram to 2 million just by writing. I don't know if that's on the table anymore. Maybe. But now there's more AI bots. There's so much AI content that people are fighting through, and that really is just content. That's no context for anybody. That's just sheer
Mm.
distraction, a lot of it. And I think a lot of people are just stepping back from social media in general. So if you want to grow your social media following, part of it is just putting out good content that really gives content that's useful. That's kind of the baseline. Second, I think, is you're formatting it and designing it well enough that it's the kind of format that would be shared. But third, I think a lot of the growth on social media doesn't come necessarily just from posting on social media. You're interviewed on a podcast, then you tell them about your link and people find you from that. You do a speaking event, people start following you from that. You email your list maybe once a year, say, hey, if you're not following me on social media, I'm there. Oh, and I didn't know he was there, and they go and follow you. It's going to come from other ways, and also ads. I mean, sometimes people just do the ads to grow their following. I recommend probably more so focus on growing your email list rather than your social media, because that's the point of the social media anyways, is to drive people to your email list. But I don't know, I'm not a total expert in that, but those are some thoughts.
No, I appreciate that. And I think, I mean, there was going to be two questions that jumped to mind. I'm so glad you mentioned email marketing, because I did want to touch on that briefly. But just quickly, I mean, do you think AI is going to be completely transformative in the respect to how a business markets in 2026?
Well, with AI, generally, you're not going to find me there. Now, I know I can't avoid using it. I am using it. We're using it right now, probably recording this. The meta ads that I place from time to time, I know AI is being used, but it's not a place you're going to find me generally. So I just feel like I got a limited amount to say. But what I will say is this: the more AI content there is, it's not just content, it's emails people are getting that are from AI bots offering them services because they saw them post something on Facebook, text messages they get because they posted something on Facebook and an AI bot found their phone number and started texting them. It's the fact that we can't even trust whether the emails, the texts, the social media posts we're seeing are coming from real human beings anymore. If this person we're seeing is a person or just an AI video, getting harder and harder to tell. So I think what's going to be happening is an immense erosion of trust, and the things that have always been true about marketing are going to become even more important. Uh, do I trust you? Are you a real person? Um, do I trust you have a good point of view? Did you come recommended by somebody who I trust? That kind of thing.
Yeah. I think I think there's a couple of ways you can look at AI in my view, right? I think you could choose to use elements of it, like Riverside has elements of AI in it, Premiere has elements of AI in it, etc. Like there's these workflows that are built throughout the processes. But I mean, I think a lot of the processes as a whole is sometimes like the workflows can be really beneficial. And the other podcast I did today, we were talking about the fact that actually there's been this kind of counterculture around AI, like people pushing back against what is being deemed as AI slop, right, as a whole. And I guess like it's this kind of lazy use of AI, this lazy curation of AI. And I think that if you're going to use AI, it should amplify and work for you, as in amplify what you would already be doing and make you arguably maybe better or more efficient, etc., which means you can maybe do either larger volume or better quality. But the lazier aspects of AI, I think, will eventually get phased out because it isn't going to be accepted by society by the looks of it, from what we can see at the moment. But before we look to wrap up, because I know you've got a dash, but how do people? Firstly, I mean, I guess this is kind of a two-pronged question. Number one, how should people like look to actually build their email list in 2026? And secondly, then what do we do once we have some data that we can then talk to? Should we go in directly for a sale, or is it still going to be that slow and steady burn? Let me add value, let me get you to trust me, and then maybe, in 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, there might be an opportunity for us to work together.
Best ways to grow email lists. I mean, there's probably lots, but the two that come to mind. One, I'd say most important, signature workshops. Get in front of people, talk about what you do. There's multiple ways to do it. It could be, hey, if you come to this workshop, you'll be added to my list, but you can unsubscribe whenever you want. Second, I think that's the riskiest one. Then you could say, hey, you'll be added unless you tick this box, as you're signing up, and then you won't be on my list. And I think the most solid in terms of getting the right people on your list is you say, hey, if you want to join my email list, here's my website, go and you can sign up. And then those people are for real. They really want to be on it. But getting in front of people, talking about what you do, sharing, giving them the chance to sign up for your email list. I think that's the main thing. Also, having something that they might want, a kind of opt in. Now, something they may want may be just a newsletter that's on such a niche topic full of such value, they want to be on that newsletter. That's the best. That's the most important. On top of that, then there could be uh, some sort of offer like a starter kit. Hey, here's something, just as the ethical bribe, as it were, join my email list and you'll get this thing. But of course, a lot of people will join for that and then bounce. But then the starter kit, that kind of context that you give them may bring people back over time. And then, of course, there's just ads, doing ads that drive people. Laura Eastburn is a colleague of mine who I recommend. She does incredible work helping people grow their email list with non-transactional offers. So just like, hey, get on my list because we're gonna talk about these things here. Yeah, so that's how I grow the email list, either ads or signature workshops generally, or podcast interviews. I just think those are more passive, and I don't think they work as well as getting in front of a live crowd. Once they're on your email list, I mean, I think a general thing is, so for me with this ethical marketing starter kit, when people sign up for that, there's immediately what we call the handshake offer, where it's like, hey, you're interested in this, so here's an offer. Normally you pay $140 for this, but it's $50. So save $90 on this one-time offer. And it's, for me, I just picked the issue that I knew most of my clients had, which is how do I articulate what I do? So we give them an offer, and then the rest of people join the email list. There's a series of emails they get, which all have a connection to the membership that I have. And what I'll probably do is get even more sophisticated. And anyone who gets the how do I articulate what I do offer, who buys that, there may be some other follow up series of emails for them, helping them integrate that and use that with another offer, then to the membership, because those are probably hotter leads if they're willing to spend money. But yeah, I think the opt-in sequence that people get, the kind of email onboarding sequence of welcome to my email list, is important to really think through. I don't consider myself a particular expert on that, but I think it's good to consider how can we be building the credibility and trust during that time, give them some value. And then that email opt-in series should certainly be clear about what the next steps are, because people could otherwise be on your list for a while, not even realize you had a membership, not realize you had a mentorship program or a school you run or offers you do. And then occasionally you've got to send a solo email promoting something, not just burying it in newsletters. But the main thing is, how do I make this email list amazing? How do I make a great email newsletter that people actually want to read, that's useful for them? That's the most important thing.
Fab. And for those who've enjoyed the time we've spent together, Tad, where's best for people to reach out? Where's people to check out what you're doing, maybe join your email list, etc.?
Marketingforhippies.com is the best place. Yeah.
Fabulous. And if you were going to talk to yourself maybe 10 years ago or 15 years ago specifically, what advice, if you were going to give advice to that person, would you give?
Get marketing coaches, get some help with your business. Don't try to be a lone wolf about it and make all the mistakes yourself. Get some help, like find somebody who's where you want to be and learn from them so you don't make all the mistakes yourself.
Fabulous. Thank you so much for coming back and joining me. Ladies and gents, if you did enjoy this episode and would like to see more like it, make sure to come back next week for a brand new episode of What's Missing in Marketing Today. YouTube believes you'll enjoy this episode and want to subscribe if you're new, and I'll see you very, very soon. What do you think is missing in marketing today, Connor?
I think aggressive patience is missing from marketing today. A lot of people jump from trend to trend. A lot of people jump from thing to thing. You very rarely see people stick it out and target one format, one platform, one approach for 1 year. That is boring, but boring actions tend to produce sexy results. If video is genuinely failing you, I don't think it's necessarily the fault of the video. It might be the structure around it. So people might enjoy the video, they might land on your profile, might land on your services, ultimately decide possibly it's not for them. There might be a pricing structure, it might not be the correct time for them to invest. So there could be a multitude of reasons, but I would say consistency on camera, deliberately speaking to your ICP over and over and over again. If you're doing that, and you're not seeing sales, then I would say strongly the video is not the problem. That's fine, that's fair enough. So maybe you haven't been as aggressively patient as I mentioned. Are you combining the video with outreach? Are you just launching the video, sitting there waiting and twiddling your thumbs, waiting for it to come back to you? Because if you are, you're wasting your time. So what else are you doing alongside that?
Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new episode of What's Missing in Marketing Today. Today I'm going to be talking to Connor all about video editing, marketing, and of course, video production as a whole, and why it's, I would argue actually at the moment, I'm sure you would agree, Connor, something that you can't not do right now in 2026 and as we move forward into the rest of 26, but of course into 27 as well. But before we get into that and we get into a bit more about your background, what do you think is missing in marketing today, Connor?
I think aggressive patience is missing from marketing today. A lot of people jump from trend to trend. A lot of people jump from thing to thing. You very rarely see people stick it out and target one format, one platform, one approach for 1 year. That is boring, but boring actions tend to produce sexy results. That's my philosophy. And I don't see enough people doing that.
I love that. And I think, I mean, just building off that quickly, I think, especially January, right? It's that, or it can be, I was going to say it is, but it doesn't always necessarily have to be. Is there a question mark? Is there I do the actions, I do the things, I do all the right stuff, I put the videos out, I invest in the editor, I keep things moving forward. But when's the till going to start ringing? When's this work? Is that likely in January? Is that a January thing in your experience, would you say?
I think it's entirely dependent on the industry the person is in and their offer. So I think If video is generally failing you, I don't think it's necessarily the fault of the video. It might be the structure around it. So people might enjoy the video, they might land on your profile, might land on your services, ultimately decide possibly it's not for them. There might be a pricing structure. It might not be the correct time for them to invest. So there could be a multitude of reasons, but I would say consistency on camera, deliberately speaking to your ICP over and over and over again. If you're doing that and you're not seeing sales, then I would say strongly the video is not the problem. So in regards to, so to answer your question, no, I don't think that's a problem, but I do think people are quick to jump on it saying, oh, I'm not getting engagement, I'm not getting leads, I'm not getting this, that, and the other. That's fine, that's fair enough. So maybe you haven't been as aggressively patient as I mentioned. Are you combining the video with outreach? Are you just launching a video, sitting there waiting and twiddling your thumbs, waiting for it to come back to you? Because if you are, you're wasting your time. So what else are you doing alongside that? So if you're not doing anything else alongside that, then your video definitely isn't to blame.
Yeah, and I think sometimes, like, yes, of course, the video is part of that structure, part if it's done correctly, right? It sits in that sales process, sales funnel, or maybe like just top end on marketing as well, depending on, of course, what you're doing. But I think I guess sometimes in the past, we don't always take self accountability 100% to like why things are busy, why things are quiet, why things are maybe not the desired business as a whole that we're looking for. I mean, a lot of the work you do is very remote editing style. Was that a choice that you chose to have that maybe location freedom, or to have the kind of, I guess in some ways, future proofing of, yeah, I don't need to be necessarily going to see my clients on a day-to-day basis? Or like, how did you sort of get into remote editing? Because I think so many people, they look at like maybe what I do, or maybe the production side, and they maybe look at it as a full package. But something I wanted to discuss with you, of course, was actually to get the best of both worlds. I think there's so much more that can be done, and sometimes actually having a different person's perspective when it comes to the editing side can be the reason why the video does, you know, that 1% better or that 2% better, etc. in regards to quality.
Sure. So I personally jumped into remote editing purely because of the fact that in my last place of employment, which was a car dealership, it's the one aspect of my digital marketing job that I thoroughly enjoyed, and I kind of had it as a bit of a an advantage that we were doing that. Every single day we were just churning out video content because I had the freedom with the camera and I had the freedom with the movement. I had the freedom what else goes out. And I thought, this is absolutely powerful. Why the hell aren't people doing this? Then I thought to myself, well, I'm not a videographer. I don't pretend to be, but what I can do, I can make existing footage look incredible. So the reason I moved purely into the editing level, like obviously people need videographers. If that's what you need, that's not a problem. I work very closely with videographers and I respect that they do. But I believe personally that the value comes in what you actually produce in terms of what you're saying and the lessons that you're giving, rather than the quality of the production value itself, rather than the quality of the camera footage itself, so to speak. So it's all well and good just having, like, if you want to hire a videographer, by all means do so, but there's absolutely nothing wrong whatsoever with just taking your phone camera out, hitting record, spewing value over and over and over again, and doing that consistently and churning that out. So when I realized that the consistency side and the editing side realistically, they are actually more important than the videography side, in my opinion. That's when I decided to lean into this. So there are occasions where I do need videography assistance. So when that's the case, obviously I outsource that. I play my strengths. So just personally, I just felt like it was for the audience that I wanted to help and the message that I wanted to spread. I just felt that was just more of a priority.
I think that's an interesting point, man. I think sometimes we look at maybe like what the Stephen Bartlett's of the world are doing, or the insert large name here are doing, and we maybe don't necessarily consider that. I kind of agree and I kind of don't agree with your point in regards to production, right? But the reason why I think it's different is because it is about the perception you want to give over every time, right? Because
I agree.
I think you can have an okay video, and everything we do with video and everything we do in marketing has to be structure led and systems led in respect to, I'm going to add these specific points or these specific bits of value to my ideal consumer, my ideal person, right? And as someone who does phone videos and production videos and well edited videos, etc., like I see them as different. They do different jobs, right? For me, and I think the initial point, if like you're gonna, if maybe someone's listening to this or they are actually in a position where they're like, yeah, that sounds cool, Colton, but I've got a lot to say now and I don't really want to spend the money, or it's all complicated, or etc. I mean, what would you say to those people who are maybe on the fence about, bar like just starting, which is the obvious one, but is there anything else that maybe someone can either self-plan, self-edit, self-produce, that maybe has like very little budget and they want to start getting their teeth into this concept that we call video, right?
Yeah, so the advice I always give to people in terms of how to start things like that, I'm not going to say the typical advice, just get out your phone, just do it left, right, and center. A lot of people just say that, but it's an interesting fact of like people can just easily just start, but it's a case of what do you actually say, essentially. So my favorite place to start, and what I recommend anyone do, is kind of design yourself a frequently asked questions section like you would do for your landing page. And rather than just writing them down and launching them and trying to direct people to them, say each one to camera. Because if these frequently asked questions are coming up and you answer them on camera, they're going to do two very good distinct jobs. So firstly, you can actually direct if anyone lands in your DMs and they give you one of these frequently asked questions. Oh, actually, mate, I made a nice video about that. Here's the link to go and watch that video. Secondly, if your clients or prospects have these questions, 9 times out of 10, your ICP has these questions too. So it's a good place to start in terms of a video strategy. So just write down your your most commonly frequently asked questions, and then get those on camera. So that is, I find, quite a powerful place to start.
No, I completely agree. I mean, then say someone's been doing that then for 3-6 months, right? They've gained some traction, they're getting some confidence, they love what they're doing on their phone, or maybe they've like worked with someone like us, and maybe they've done a few videos, etc. I mean, at what point should someone really look to, I guess there's a two-part question here. A, bring in production, basically what I would call full-time or like consistently, to continue to up that quality, to give that perception of professionalism, to give that perception of, so they actually don't have to think about, is it in focus, is it well lit, does it sound good, etc. But then also, just to bridge onto what you do as well, like at what point do they then bridge onto having either a remote editor or doing something that some would describe as a bit more showy when it comes to their editing style?
Sure. So I think someone potentially should invest in high production when it's a feasible option in terms of a financial option. So me personally, like obviously, if you've grown some momentum in terms of video production, in terms of video posting, and you're enjoying it and it's bringing inquiries, obviously you think, okay, I'm going to invest in this, and I get that. I personally don't see it as 100% necessary. My business would have to absolutely skyrocket overnight, like literally treble my yearly revenue for me to even consider that, because I'm a big believer of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The setup you're seeing me in now, I just literally put my phone in the corner and talk and turn the recording off and edit directly from here. And that brings me leads, that brings me clients, that keeps my business alive. So I'm of the basis of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I'll probably continue to do that up until a point where I upgrade purely because I want to. So to answer your question in terms of upgrading content quality, ask yourself these two questions. Firstly, is what you're doing working? And secondly, is it really necessary? So if it isn't really necessary and what you're doing is working, in my opinion, what's the point? So if something's working, why change it? And secondly, to answer your question about when someone should invest in an editor, I think personally is when the financial aspects come to light, but also to the point where if you've got your recording set up and your recording structure down and you're ready and you understand the value and you think, okay, my time is better spent handing this off to an editor, and then I can reinvest that time into actually generating more leads and more business, then is the right time, essentially. Because editing, if you're not a professional editor, well, even for me, I'm a professional editor and it takes up a lot of time. Editing can absolutely chew through your day. So when you're a founder, when you're an expert, when you're a business owner, realistically offloading that process and then reinvesting that time elsewhere probably will return your investment tenfold over time. Absolutely, I think that will. So the time aspect of it, I think we all know as business owners, time is more valuable than money. So when you offload that and it stops chewing through your day, so in the case of anyone who works with me, for example, you record your footage, give it to me. Within 3 weeks, you've got your highly polished content ready to utilize. You can spend that 3 weeks concentrating on your business and maximizing cash flow or whatever it is that you do. So it's that peace of mind, really. So when you're ready to buy peace of mind, essentially, and you feel like, yeah, I can actually offload this, that's the right time to pull the trigger.
I think I completely agree, and I think as well, like that would be, and it's, I guess in some ways, it's actually down to, as we said at the beginning, kind of around what that business is really
Hmm.
looking to build. So, you know, a lot of the people we work with is professional services. They they want to consistently show up in a manner that would be described and seen as a professional way to consume content, right? Now, not to say they shouldn't necessarily do with the odd phone video or etc. They shouldn't do that, but if they're looking at, say, like a website video or like a
Hmm.
LinkedIn video, for example, I would argue that actually the potential client that's going to look at that, they're looking at, you know, when you get a lawyer involved, when you get an accountant involved, it's normally around stuff that you would count really seriously, and
I agree.
you should increase that level of trust by the fact that what you put out consistently, but also how it feels when it comes across. And I think there's two balances there, which you could do on using a webcam or a phone. Yes, if you were working with a polished editor like yourself, for example, you know, you could polish that up. But then what I would argue is actually, well, is the footage the weak end of that chain at that point to really become that trust engine for you? And that's something that we focus to work with our clients, is like, actually, let's build an entire system that leaves no question marks, right, on
I
the
agree.
professionalism, how you come across, etc. But it's very easy for us to say that about, you know, we're clearly very competent in the respect to how to come across, how to talk to our ISP, or unique selling proposition, or like the person we're trying to talk to, right? That group of people who we're trying to talk to. Where would you say, from your view as an editor, or where is like maybe your job harder as an editor, looking at how people are creating their footage necessarily? So, you know, is it actually it falls apart because of the energy maybe wasn't as good from the presenter, or they didn't do enough pre-production, or maybe they're actually struggling because they've got too many ideas? You know, it's like, what, for those who are listening, I mean, what can they do, I guess, to make, I guess the golden question here is, what can they do to make sure in the prep before a video is filmed, before they create that footage, to make your job easier as an editor, which in turn means, I would argue, you can then spend more time looking at how do you add that 1% on the video rather than having to fix those mistakes as a whole.
Sure, I completely get where you're coming from, and I do get asked this question a lot, especially by my prospects. So there's three areas I always say to people. Realistically, you can check this off in 2 minutes. It's not an issue, but it massively, massively makes my job as an editor much easier, and as a result, allows me to make your content just that little bit better. So, firstly, lighting. A lot of people undervalue this, and like the value of a good light setup can seriously affect your content quality, because obviously with low light, pixelation is seen a bit more easily, and relevancy and relevant to that edit, it does actually make my job a lot easier. So if you don't have a ring light or anything like that, a very easy hack: just simply stand in front of the window. It's that simple. Natural light is very, very good. So make sure you have a decent lighting setup. Secondly, I want you to remove as much friction as possible from the setup. So therefore, it actually makes your life easier. And once you enjoy it and your life is easy, it makes my life easier. So what I mean by removing friction is, I want to walk you through that setup just before you actually pull the trigger. So in the case of me, for example, I have my phone set up in the corner, but I always have my phone plugged into my laptop at all times. So whenever I'm finished the recording, as soon as I press stop, it's automatically synchronized into my laptop, and within 5 minutes, it's already ready and uploaded on my Premiere Pro. So if you can reduce the friction between once you finish recording and then getting that content to me, it's going to reduce your mental load massively, I would say. So in order to actually do that, I tend to walk my clients through the process from start to finish before we actually start. So I make sure they have a G Drive set up. Sometimes I'll make sure they have the G Drive app already immediately set up on their phone. So when they're actually done, I can make sure they synchronize it directly to my file without me even asking for it, essentially. So reducing the friction is one of the easiest things we can do. And thirdly, if we can help it, and this is dependent on where we're actually placing the footage. So I like to work for LinkedIn and YouTube, but what I will actually ask my clients to do, I will actually ask them to record in landscape. Even if we're going for portrait, I will actually ask them to record in landscape, but I'll make sure they position themselves in the middle third and with plenty of scope above their head, because that serves two purposes. One, I can very easily repurpose that portrait if I need to without dropping quality. And secondly, it gives me as much versatility as your editor as possible. Because if you record in landscape with enough scope to actually repurpose the portrait, you only have to record once. It's that simple. Because a landscape video, you can add captions and that goes straight on LinkedIn. That footage then can be cropped for portrait. It can also go on LinkedIn, can go on Instagram, go on YouTube, and the obvious one, that can also go on YouTube itself. So I try and reduce friction in that sense by making sure they have good enough lighting, making sure the process is as easy as possible for them, and making sure that they give me as much versatile content as possible so I can cover all grounds, but just by a single 5, 10, 15-minute recording, essentially. So founders like it when you reduce as much friction as possible. So basically I say to a founder, all I need you to do is get in front of the camera 15 to 20 minutes per month, and I can basically cover all grounds for you. So I'm all about reducing friction, and founders love that.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, and I think that's one of the reasons why you should bring in a quote unquote pro, right? Like I think we know the systems and the ways that we need to create the content that's going to then perpetually perform. I guess the lead up or the reason why someone would then do it would be, is it just that planning stage in the respect to because I've always been a big advocate, especially this year and the kind of the back end into last year, where I'm spending more time in for my own content, but also for clients as well. I'm spending more time in the pre-production window of time than I'm actually spending when it comes to actually like production time. So when I have that production time in a studio, when I have that production time with that client for the day or etc., depending on what we're doing, there's no question marks on how we're going to utilize our time.
Sure.
I think for me, I think that's the key, and I think that's what sometimes people don't focus on as a whole. Like, because then your job as an editor, then my job as a production professional is going to be, let's add that. Let's really tune the language. Let's tweak instead of having to maybe problem solve on the day about, well, we've got this extra time. What can we use it for, etc. I mean, is it? I guess the question then runs on to that. Is it better to have, it's a quality and quantity balance, right? Because some people it's going to say that you should be posting, say, once a week on LinkedIn, for example, or once a week on YouTube, and that should be the best video it possibly could be, right? Others would say, actually, you should post on the daily or multiple times a day to be able to hit or learn from your audience, your ISP, etc., related to what they really care about. So then you can create maybe the more polished videos, etc., or if you've got that kind of rhythm. But I guess the golden question that maybe someone watching this would be asking would be, how would you say someone should tackle their socials if their objective is going to be they want to be visible and they want to actually make it work for their business? Because it's very easy for us to say, well, you should do X and Y, but everyone's going to ask, well, what's the golden answer then? Should I be daily? Should I be weekly? Should I be monthly? What do you think?
I think the sweet spot for video content especially, so we'll take LinkedIn for example, I think 3 times a week at least should be your golden spot. Because of that, I always we offer 12 videos a month as our package, and for that very good reason. But I find three times a week is the sweet spot, because there's always that debate over quality versus quantity. I believe in quality at quantity. So 3 videos a week gives me enough scope to give you enough attention on that video to make it very high quality, but at the same time enough leverage to not overproduce, so to speak. So I've kind of found that sweet spot. So I think 3 times a week should be your preference. And I don't think, because if I see 7 videos a week from you, if I see a video every single day from you that's relatively basic, yes, you might be getting your message across, but you're kind of limiting yourself in the fact that you might not be standing out as much as anyone else you might see on the platform. But at the same time, if you go super, super, super high quality but you're only posting 1 video a week, you're almost limiting yourself in the scope that you can be seen. So balance is key in this area. So that's why, after thorough research and thorough planning, myself and my wife came up with the prospect of 12 videos per month. Like, we do feel like that's a very good balance.
And are they all,
in terms of short form?
Yeah. And are they all directly tied to like this is going to move the journey forward revenue wise, or should someone potentially look at like, hey, I've got this like fun idea, maybe not necessarily working like getting you to edit it necessarily, but they got this quick idea after a meeting on a video, and maybe with those elements, so maybe you got, you know, your 3 videos a week, for example, and then you've got maybe those 2 other slots that you could either fill in with written content, image content, etc. But should people then actually like pull away the mask a little bit and have more raw, gonna quick and dirty, like on my phone content, do you think?
Absolutely. You see it all the time. You see it all the time. So I would never discourage that. But I would always say if you're just doing that, then maybe obviously you might want to upgrade that a little bit. So again, one of the reasons why we offer 12 a month is because 2 reasons. One, so firstly, we kind of don't want to interfere with their current marketing platform. So if I was to go all out and offer people 28 videos a month for argument's sake, then in theory, yeah, they'd have a video going out a day, but that they could realistically post not much else. And I don't really want to interfere with what people are doing. But secondly, it kind of gives them the scope to experiment as well. So if a thought just immediately came to mind and you wanted to actually get that out in a very quick video, obviously you don't want to send that footage to me. You want to get it out immediately. So that would leave you enough scope to do that. So I would never discourage someone from doing that. So yeah, I would actively recommend that if that's what you wanted to do, but I wouldn't lean on that for the structure. That could be a daily habit to get into. So it's, I don't know about you, but it's quite annoying that LinkedIn doesn't have shorts. Sorry, it's quite annoying LinkedIn doesn't have stories, is what I meant to say. So you could realistically get those out. And I experiment with stories all the time on the likes of Instagram, and whatever response I get from that, potentially I could bring forward for a more high quality video. But yeah, to answer your question, I would never discourage anyone from doing that as long as that's not your base, so to speak.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think for me, and something that I've been thinking about for probably like the last 6 months, I would say, but really executed on this month, is having like clear understandings of what each platform requires in regards to its content. And then, like, so for example, I'll use YouTube and LinkedIn, because you used it earlier, as the example. For me, that's where I put my top, I would say, 10% of my content. So in regards to, I know it's hitting the right like marks in regards to what the message is, how it comes across, how I come across, etc. But also like the best quality content I can produce. Like, I'm not looking for volume more this year on LinkedIn. I personally post once a day, but that's because I know how to post produce and use and extract as much as I can, along with them throwing in lives, etc.,
Love it.
to be able to do that, because there is a barrier, but the barrier is more my time than necessarily a constant financial resource spend on it.
Sure.
Because I own all the kit, because I know what I'm doing. And also it then has a byproduct of clients constantly seeing me high production. So then it's a good idea and they feel like I'm the go-to person when it's right for them. But the crux of what I was going to say is, like, when it comes to like short form platforms like TikTok or Instagram, etc., that's when I'll be like really experimental, and where I'll maybe be a bit more aggressive in regards to my posting output as a whole. And like also on YouTube Shorts as well. Like, I'm very particular on my long form stuff, and I want it to be very specific and very targeted and very well cut and very well edited and very polished. But also then on the short form stuff, it's like, actually it's only going to have a shelf life of maybe 12 hours, and it's where I get to experiment with language. I get to experiment with, like, look for those outcropper videos. And even if I first film it on my phone, I'm testing language, I'm testing reaction, I'm testing how well did it do when I did it on my phone. Because then when I come into a studio day, or I look for a performance video, or I look for like a podcast theme, I can then take those themes that I already know work with my audience, and then go, okay, cool, we can now polish those up. So you're not necessarily going to invest time, energy, and resources, and editing time, and so on potentially dead topics. But it leads on to my next question, which was going to be around, like, you talk a lot about shipping content, right? What would you class posting, or someone who's just recording content, and then versus like shipping content? What's the difference between those two for those who maybe don't know?
Okay, that's a very, very interesting question. So I would say that's a very good question, man. If I'm just shipping content, to me, that sounds like there's not too much intent behind it. I'm just showing up for the sake of showing up. Whereas if I'm posting intentionally, like, I don't make a video if it doesn't help my ICP in any way, shape, or form. I have deleted a YouTube channel with about 350 subscribers and about 75 videos on there purely because they don't speak to my ICP anymore. But if I was just shipping content, I would continue to feed that channel left, right, and center. But it doesn't serve me anymore. It's pointless. So I'm starting again completely from scratch with that. But to answer your question, shipping content to me, like it doesn't sound like it's part of a strategy. Whereas if you're posting intentionally, like every single video should realistically serve a purpose, and that purpose as a business owner should be to serve your ICP or to solve a problem for your ICP essentially. So that's what I think the difference is.
No, I agree. I mean, I think some things people get wrong at the beginning is I think they maybe jump into execution too soon, right? And that sounds counterintuitive, right? Because surely, yeah, okay, Colin, but surely I want to put stuff out there so that I can make stuff happen and get some inquiries and get some work going and you know, keep the bills paid and so on, right? But yeah, you should. But the thing which people sometimes don't consider is actually what if what you're saying, yes, it's on brand to you, as in you are the niche in my view, but what if it doesn't respect the prospect's time, the person you're trying to talk to, the person who you're trying to ask for money or a value exchange, which is what we're asking for when we look for money, right? We're looking for a value exchange. Is that potentially adding, inspiring, educating, or etc. when it comes to the content? But I guess the question that comes, and maybe this is about you and your other half's like positioning as a whole, but like when a business is looking at doing marketing as a whole, this is a more general marketing question, and you're looking at maybe positioning, right? Like when you were coming up with your remote offering and you were looking at it, did you do research? How did you go about your positioning? Because I think for me, the more I've been in business and the more I look at what we're doing, the more positioning has come to matter. And actually, that's why I've come to that bit that I talked about earlier with long form stuff, where that's the key, because it's on LinkedIn and because I know it's going to be consumed by a demographic in a certain mood. I need to make sure that content does a job in correspondence to when someone's scrolling at home on TikTok or scrolling on Shorts or scrolling on Instagram. So my positioning will be similar in regards to what I talk about, but it will be positioned in a different way. Just to reiterate the question, I mean, how did you come up with your own positioning? And then maybe after that, how would you recommend people listening to this potentially come up with their own positioning themselves if they're in that process of either tweaking what they're doing or adapting as a whole?
Sure. So my positioning, I wanted to come from a position of what am I taking off your plate and how am I making your life easier, rather than trying to sell how good my video editing is. When I was doing initial research on the market of video editing, a lot of the market, and when I say a lot, I mean like 95% of the market, they try and position themselves as one of the best editors you can work with, and they try and sell editing quality. So trying to sell what you're good at as opposed to trying to sell the problems you can solve for your ICP, it's not really a strong approach. And I wish I'd taken that approach from the very, very beginning, because I did make that mistake at the start. But it's only when I was a solopreneur, but it's only when I went into a full-on business with myself and my wife that we actually changed that positioning. And we focused on how do I make these people's lives easier, as opposed to how do I show people how good I am, so to speak, which I think is the wrong thing to do. So identifying what problem you solve as opposed to what benefit you give. Like it might sound similar, but from my experience, it's not. And that's kind of how I position myself in the video editing niche. So would I call myself an editor? Of course, but my main goal is not to provide you with high quality video editing. Obviously that comes with the package, but my main goal is to alleviate your time, alleviate your stress, and give you another means to actually generate leads, rather than just essentially saying, here's fantastic editing. Here, I'm going to blow your audience away with the quality of these videos. No one cares. Like, no one cares how good of an editor I am. No one cares of the level of the service you produce. They care about themselves, and they care about what problems that you solve. And the issues surrounding that are almost irrelevant, because you should be, any business really solves a problem. You know, you go to a supermarket because you're hungry. Any business solves a problem. You go to B&Q because your bathroom's falling apart. It's a problem that needs solving. So that's essentially what we positioned ourselves as problem solvers. We need to help you alleviate your time back, so you can spend this on something that's going to keep business rolling in, as opposed to you're bogged down into editing your videos. So that's essentially the position that we came from.
What do you think people get wrong about editing?
I think digestibility is an overlooked factor. So I don't judge someone on how good quality their editing is. I judge on how well it delivers the information and how well the video actually does its job on either promoting the individual, promoting the service, or just general positioning on the individual as a whole. So there's nothing wrong with producing content that's just captions and cuts. There's nothing wrong with that. You could probably run a 6 or 7 figure business off that. It's the value and message that you deliver. Like, I can only do so much as your editor. If you're I'm not suggesting anyone I work with or anyone I've ever worked with does this, but if you're talking absolute garbage and you don't deliver any sort of value whatsoever in the business, the best editors in the world couldn't help you. That's the problem. So, but if you focus on delivering a good value message and the video does its job of helping the digestibility of that message, that's a successful edit, in my opinion. So I don't really try and pay attention to all the bells and whistles. Before I press go on any sort of graphic that I add to a video, I think, does this help digest the message? If the answer is yes, I add it. If the answer is no, I let the video play.
Yeah.
And the amount of videos I've returned to a client or a prospect because I say, no, you need to do this again. I'm not actually getting anything of value out of this video. So rather than just accepting that and just saying, no problem, I'll go ahead and edit the video, I actually do make the effort to give that back because I care. I care about my clients. So like the digestibility of the video and the value received in that video, the value proposition of the video, realistically, I would say is the most overlooked aspect. So a video can be well edited, but if it doesn't deliver value, what's the point? It's like having a Ferrari F12 Beretta with no fuel in it. Like, what's the actual point? So that's one of the things that I talk about a lot.
I think for me, there's and I guess the niche that we serve is people who could already go from concept to good in regards to video delivery, how they come across, how they plan it, and of course, like there's elements that we can help with, etc. Like would you package your hook? Like maybe have you thought about doing it this way, etc. Like and working on that structural stuff before you start. But I think for me, the key is like the reason why you bring in a production professional, an editor, or both would be to take it from good to great. Because I think the people who are going to be perceived as thought leaders, perceived as the people who are consistently listened to, they have, and actually I would say the ones who are going to consistently grow regardless of the doom and gloom on what the economy is going to do, arguably, it are the ones who A, show up with conviction, B, show up consistently, and then C, are hitting that great kind of line or that, and that is kind of subjective to an extent, but there is certain metrics which make it great, which I'm sure we'll get into in a second. But like for me, if you're not hitting great and you are hitting good, fantastic, but you should be then questioning, okay, how can you go to great? And if you are hitting great, how do you keep making your great become better and better and better on a 1% way? But for those who are listening, I mean, what structurally could someone look at from a basic level point of view, either that they're going to try and implement themselves or work with someone from a guidance point of view to say, okay, well, what could we look at that would really separate those two camps between someone who's good and someone who's great?
So first and foremost, you need to get your messaging right and you need to get the structure of your content correct. So if anyone asks me, essentially, how do I structure my video? It's really not complicated. So here's what I advise. Identify a problem that's going to be relatable to your ICP. Resonate with the problem, i.e., you're not alone in feeling like this. Here's what I struggle with, or here's what people in your industry are struggling with. Identify how you actually solve that problem, i.e., provide value. So hypothetically, I could say, if you're struggling to generate leads on LinkedIn, you're not alone. Here's what I do to fix that. So I've clearly called out a problem that my ICP is having. I've resonated with that problem, and then I'm very clearly about to go into how I fix the problem. So I would say I do X, Y, Z in an ABC format. You can do this you can do this quite as easily too. And then essentially I would round it off by saying, remember to do XYZ as well. So kind of extra perceived value during the video. And then I always say, depending on the video itself, if it's short form, I don't tend to close with a call to action. I try and let the caption and the comments do that for me. But if it's YouTube, I tend to interrupt myself, or I recommend the clients interrupt themselves promoting the call to action. So we can touch upon that in a minute. But essentially, that's the structure, the basic structure that I would recommend, and it's really not too difficult to follow. But as a result, it works, and that's what I always recommend. But a lot of the time as well, I try and treat my clients with a bit of respect, because most of the people that I work with, they know what video is doing, they know the value of video, and they've actually been doing it for a long time. They just need to offload it. So I try not to get in the way. I only step in when absolutely necessary. So I'm having to do that less and less and less, because I've raised the caliber of the people that I work with. Majority of the people I work with are founders. And like I said, they already know the value and they already know essentially what they're doing, and I don't get in the way. So, but if they ever need assistance, or if anyone listening ever needs assistance, that is essentially the structure that I follow. So identify the problem, resonate with the problem, offer a solution with the problem, and then add extra value at the end, essentially. So that's the basic structure to follow. So if you're looking to proceed or looking to build on that, that's essentially what I would advise.
No, I completely agree. And I think there's kind of two points that I would make here. One would be, like, in most cases, the reason why someone would hire a production professional or an editor is the time save. But that does then come with the question of, okay, well, how does AI fit into this? Because there is, I would argue, there is reasons and potential ways to use AI, and then there is other ways where we maybe shouldn't use AI. I'd be curious on your view. I mean, should we be using AI? Is it something that actually, I guess the worst case scenario, like, is going to take all of our jobs, or actually is it just a part, or is it going to become just part of our workflows?
Oh, I use AI. I'm not shying away from that, and I'll say that without any shame whatsoever. But do I use AI to edit your videos? No. I use AI to help me identify hooks, help me identify structures, help me identify the captions, and help me generate captions. So I use it to amplify my deliverable, but I never lean on it way too much. So am I afraid that video editing will take... sorry, I'll start that again. Am I afraid that AI will completely take over video editing? No. Can you use AI to actually take over your video editing now? Yes, you can. A lot of people lean on Opus. I would never recommend Opus for one simple reason only. It's crap. It's absolutely crap. You can very easily see an Opus video these days, and I get the fact that you're leaning on you're trying to alleviate time by doing so. I completely get that. If you're going to use Opus, I would use it to identify parts of the video that would actually make a good clip, because it does rank them in terms of virality. So I would lean on AI to actually assist with what you're doing. Don't use AI to actually completely take over the deliverable. That's just wrong, because your client could literally do that themselves. They just yeah. So I use AI. Everyone uses AI, but I use it in a constructive manner. I use it one that's structurally coherent with what we actually do at Precision, and I never ever let AI take over the workflow. There is always a set of eyes on your work. AI just helps accelerate and fine tune the process. So am I afraid AI will take over my process? No, to answer the question.
Do you think, I guess, I mean, you say we'll use ops, but there's other clippers, of course, that are available. I mean, when you say it's crap, like, what makes it crap, right?
There's no variety. The cuts are a bit unreliable. There's no... All the subtitles and the caption formats, they all look the same. So yes, you can pump out videos on at mass, at scale, but one of the main reasons to get on video is to actually help people resonate with you and help people trust you and help show your levels of authority. And if you're just leaning on a format that loads of people do to actually do that, you're not showing any individuality whatsoever. That's just so uninspiring, in my opinion. To say it's crap is probably a little bit harsh, but I stand by it. It is. That's just my opinion of it, and I don't say that because I'm threatened by it. I see it as quite lazy. It's not too difficult to actually like it. I understand some people have budgetary restraints and they might not be able to hire an editor just yet, but it's not too difficult to actually self-teach yourself the basics and just get on CapCut or get on Premiere Pro and spend a bit of time and actually producing that until you're at the point where you can offload this. So yeah, that's essentially where I stand.
I think for me, and as someone who uses clippers, who uses editors, I personally have a slightly different view. I get where
Sure.
you come from with it, but like my view is you should be right. It should be and it's kind of what I sort of treat when it comes to the long form LinkedIn conversation I had earlier, which is like your premier, what I call your premier content, your really top of the line, very like the stuff you script, the stuff you put a lot of time and energy into, the stuff that the production is really sways, etc. That should go to an editor. That should have motion graphics on it. That should have really captivating subtitles, etc. But if you have a clip or a set of clips from a podcast that it's maybe something you're testing. Maybe it's maybe you want to find the best clip out of a podcast, or you want to get a starting point if you're doing it, or your editor wants to get a starting point, or both. I think that's where AI can serve. It's not to necessarily replace an editor. I think they do different jobs in the same way. You would use a screwdriver in some respects. You would also use a hammer in other respects, right? I think the premium brands, the ones that are going to, I would argue, attract the attention, which in turn is they attract the right clients for them, for their either unique selling proposition or their ISP, are going to be the ones who use both. Right, because I think if you, and maybe sometimes where the term comes from and where AI slop comes from, or like your very visceral reaction when I talked about clipping and using AI, I think comes from is because it can be leaned into and can be maybe over leveraged in respect to like, oh, I can just replace you with this thing, right? And I think with a mix, I think is the best maybe middle ground. And I think actually either A as a mix or B as a starting point is where the value potentially can be there. I think you need to understand, like, in some ways you need to rank your content. You need to say, because if you're going to be daily on LinkedIn, in the nicest way possible, you probably haven't got the budget, or I personally don't have the budget at the moment, to be doing 7 weekly, like daily videos that are all A star. I would love to, but the reality is going to be like my constraint is time, the same with everyone, cost, the same with everyone to an extent. But for me, I look at it as a kind of the averages, right? So if I'm doing 7 videos, as long as 4 out of those 7 are A or A star, then actually the average can be, then they can be supported by something that's maybe ops clips, or maybe a live stream, or maybe a written post, etc. Right? I think once you start looking at your content and your marketing in tiers, especially on socials, and then optimizing for what the platforms want you to do, then you have more of a larger ecosystem that then allows you to create the best of both worlds, right? And that's why I think it's not, and I'm always a bit hesitant when people say, oh, you should do AI or an editor or etc. I think it should be right, within reason. I think, because as I say, I think some things need that human nuance, need that human shape, and others are just like, it kind of goes into that camp of, I've got this idea, let me just, bang, here you go, right? Like when I have an idea for a new video concept, like something that's been working for me this year is doing phone videos to test the tonality, and then I'll potentially film that as a walk-in video on a mirrorless camera. Okay, cool. So I'm up in the production quality, but then I maybe want to add captions on it quickly so it can be consumed better on those platforms. But I'm still in that testing phase with that terminology. So maybe it would be slightly overkill for me to get an editor in to do a really polished version of it. So that's when like AI can play in, or like those other things. But just to move back, I guess, I think as a whole, if you're not doing something consistently, I don't believe you can gain competency in whatever that is. So if it's presenting, if it's coming across on video, which will be the common ones we're going to discuss today. But how do people actually get consistent? Because it's very easy for us to sit here and say, oh, well, be consistent, as we are consistent, right? But how would you say, for people who are listening to this, how can they actually become consistent?
For me, I would advise you need to remove as much friction as possible. So I'll use myself as an example, and this is what I always advise my clients to do. Where I work is my recording studio, and my recording studio is where I work. So everything is in a permanent position. Light, phone, microphone, everything, it doesn't move. So there's roughly about 5 minutes difference between me turning on the camera and the footage actually being ready for me on my laptop. So if you've entered the habit where you think, oh God, I need to record today, I need to set up my camera, I need to set up everything, I need to clear the table, that makes it much, much less likely that you'll actually do it consistently. So by removing friction, you're able to make it a habit. And once you're able to make it a habit, it actually returns dividends much more easily. So it's very easy to develop that habit when you remove friction. And any habit that any process that you need to get into where it starts with you saying to yourself, oh, for fuck's sake, you're going to find it difficult to get consistent on that. So remove as much friction as possible. That's always what I advise.
I agree. And I think there's like little things like build a habit around creating a phone piece of content, and that's the yardstick you need to start doing. Build a habit of, I've got this idea, I'm going to write it down, I'm going to build this habit around, I'm going to film this idea as I have it, etc. Because I think sometimes we make excuses about why we're not doing the thing, right? Yep. So like, I think it's very common maybe in January, people are maybe concerned about what's going to happen, or like they're trying to create work and like deal with and talk to more prospects. But like for me, I did what I call a SWOT analysis, where I looked at, okay, well, what are my strengths from last year? What are my weaknesses from last year? What need gains or advances on? And then what are my like total pool of resources that I can then allocate to those things, right? That's the job of a SWOT analysis in my view. And for me, the weaknesses was actually, I'm good and I enjoy marketing, right? So that's quite easy for me to do. But the thing that I struggle with more or do less of, that I'm focusing more on this year, is actually that middle section between actually getting the calls in and getting people to maybe convert, or actually reminding people, hey, we can do this and this is how much that would cost. And I guess for me, like, is that partly why someone would maybe outsource to you? You talked about earlier about like saving that time. If they notice that actually they are, and I remember hearing Alex Camusi talk about this multiple times, and I'll just use a quick analogy. You know, he was talking about the fact that you're not disciplined if you enjoy it. So he was talking to a lot of personal trainers around like, oh, I wake up at 5, I do this work, I do this workout, Yeah, but he was like, you fucking enjoy it. Like, stop being a prick, you enjoy it, right? And the crux that what he was pointing out was discipline is showing up when you don't want to do it. But actually, if you're doing the thing that you enjoy, arguably you would have done it anyway. So the real quote unquote discipline, and the thing that I'm leaning into a little bit more now, is I don't really want to do this as this is uncomfortable, and I still need to do it consistently, right? Because that's where the results come from. That's where compounding happens. But just to reiterate the question, I guess, what would you say to people who are struggling with being disciplined with their videos? And is that actually why you would then recommend people then outsource something like you, so they have that time block allocation in regards to funds, so they can then refocus on the bit I mentioned here, which was those calls and that closing?
Right. I think if someone is struggling to be disciplined with videos, I don't think they are the people I want to work with just yet.
Okay.
Because the people I want to work with are already disciplined with it. They know the value of it. They've just sinking way too much time into the editing, and it's becoming a bottleneck. But in order to get disciplined in order to stay disciplined in terms of the video content, I like to, what's the word I'm looking for? It's difficult for me because I bloody love it. But I understand a lot of people might not be in the same position.
Because I think, especially, sorry to cut you off, but I think especially at the beginning, right, people hate it, right? And that's the thing I was going to say. Like, they hate how they sound, they hate how they look, they don't feel confident. Like, it's different when you've been doing it 10 years and it's just second nature to you. But it's not for everyone, especially when they start out. Like, they might have loads to say and they might actually eventually become really good at it, and especially when they add that extra sauce on top with editing and etc. But like, that's why I mentioned, like, sometimes you have to show up and do the thing you don't want to do, because that's the thing that's going to move the needle for your business.
Oh, 100%. Like I said earlier, the most boring actions repeated daily produce the sexiest results. So if producing a video a day to you is absolutely boring, and that's not really something you feel like is going to move the needle, well, newsflash, it really is. Like, if you're consistent with that every day, believe me, that really is. But put it into perspective, obviously we all know who Mr. Beast is. He posted 447 videos before he actually got any sort of traction whatsoever. Admittedly, he actually fell in love with the process, and that's why obviously he's at the insane level where he is today. But that's besides the point. But the daily actions, if video is one of them, and you get over that, just think to yourself, what else can you achieve? You know, if that's something you genuinely hate but know you need to do it, like, case in point, none of us like doing cold outreach. Like, none of us like doing it at all, but it's something we know we have to do, and I'm at peace with it. So I would advise, if you want to get consistent doing that, target the morning. Target before you actually get on with any sort of work. Because if you wait until the evening, trust me, you're burnt out. You're done with the day. You just think, oh, I can't be fucked. I'll do it tomorrow. But I developed that as a bit of a daily habit. So any recording sessions I do, I've made sure that the morning is targeted for that, because I feel like I'm most productive in the morning. And you could be a night owl for all I know. Like, obviously, if it works for you, it works for you. But if recording to you feels like part of the bottleneck work, and it starts to feel like, oh, I don't really want to do this. Have you ever heard the phrase, once you see results, it starts to become an addiction? That's essentially, that's a phrase a lot of people go to the gym say. But once you actually start doing this, like just like you've been to the gym, if you force yourself to go to the gym for 2 weeks straight, you're going to see results. It's the same with video. It is absolutely the same with video. So if you're consistent with it for a couple of weeks or even a month, depending on how long it takes, once you start to see the results, you won't want to stop. Just like when I started doing cold outreach and I forced myself to do it, and I actually started getting some results because I did it for so long and I was so disciplined with it, I thought, I'm not giving this up. You will get bitten by that bug when it comes to video. I guarantee it. So if you just grind it out and force yourself to do it, if you dislike it, but if you force yourself to do it, it will inevitably produce dividends, in my opinion.
No, I agree. And it's interesting that you mentioned cold outreach, because I think so many people, like, I've toed and froed about cold and like outreach as a whole, but there's something that I've tried to do and focus on doing, like for me personally this year as the business, is like consistently fill in that gap that I talked about as well. Because like, I'm naturally good at marketing is never going to be the challenge for me, ever. Creating content isn't going to be the challenge for me. Writing emails isn't going to be the challenge for me. Except it's not going to be the problem that I run into. The thing that I have tried to do is backwards shift my day in the same way to you. So everything that I'm going to find really grr and really horrible and really hard, I'll do first thing, right? Because I then don't have an excuse, because I don't get to do the stuff I enjoy, like this show, until I've done the follow-ups, until I've done the lead gen, until I've done the cold outreach. Because I don't get that, because I remember a long time ago, and I recommend if anyone hasn't, they look up the book called Mind Hacking. It's basically about creating systems in your head where you give yourself rewards, and you only do things, like you do a hard thing, then you give yourself a reward, right? So let's say, for example, you really want to record a video, you want to script a video, you want to, jump on a live stream or whatever it is. If that's something that you count as a reward, or you see as a reward, okay, you only get to do that reward if you do something you absolutely detest. Absolutely don't like the idea of. That might be ringing 3 businesses you don't know. That might be reminding 4 ex-clients that you are still offering something, or you've got something to offer, and you send them some messages, and you call your leads or work your leads, or etc. And I think once you take the averages out of that, actually you're going to show up better in video, because you know all the hard work's done. So your cognitive load is going to be lower because you've done the hard shit already today. So it's like, actually, well, this live stream's a piece of piss then already, isn't it? Or like when something else goes wrong, it's like, well, actually, that's I've done the thing that absolutely terrified me. And again, if that's for video for you, for those who are listening, then start with your videos, right? Like, it has to be the thing which you're going to find that requires you. Oh, I don't want to do this, And I think that's the reason why I would argue that anyone listening who does this will have a more successful year than they had previously. But I guess as a final thought, I mean, has your definition, and this could be quite wooey, but like, has your definition of success changed across the last couple of years?
Absolutely. So when I started, obviously my passion for video was still as strong as it is today. I envision myself having thousands of subscribers, thousands of views, and thousands of comments, and just making thousands and thousands upon YouTube ad revenue. And I thought, and then when I come to this point, that is a thought that everyone has when they start, but it's also the most damaging thought. So if I completely and utterly directed all my attention to that from the start, yes, I might probably get that, but would I have a business? No. Would I have more of a purpose? No. I'm essentially just showing up on camera and not actually doing anything with it. So my definition of success now is the inversion of my video content, let's say. If that starts genuine conversations, that is success. I don't care how many views it gets. I don't care how many levels of likes or comments or shares it gets, as long as it produces something which then I can actually build on. So one thing I've noticed, and this is a huge, huge advantage for starting video content. If anyone listens to this, please take this away. Your video content can become a self-replenishing content loop. So you post a video on XYZ topic, someone comments, you have a little bit of a back and forth in the comments. You take that comment section, that comment thread, that is the basis of your next video. You can even mention it by name. Me and Tony had a bit of a back and forth on this topic. Here's what was said. Here's the summary of it. Here's my opinion. What do you think? Tony himself is probably going to comment. So nice when I remember this, because how often do you get into a comment thread with someone and then they lift that comment thread and post it on a video and mention you and like, oh my God, I'm in their video. Like that's absolutely insane. And I've started doing that. And as a result, it just gets more and more and more engagement. It kind of compounds like that. So the more actions your video actually produces, the more you can actually build on further videos, essentially. So like I said, it becomes a self-replenishing content loop. And then realistically, if you ride that wave for long enough, I don't think you'd ever have to scratch your head and think what to talk about ever again. So I've only just started doing that, but I found that was incredibly powerful. So that is the metric of success for me. What I produce, has it produced some, what I've produced in terms of video, has it actually returned any sort of meaningful conversation? And if it sparks a meaningful conversation, it can lead anywhere. It can lead to more content. It can lead to a chat in the DMs. It could potentially lead to a sales call. So every video, I just want to reach out to essentially one person. That's all. I don't care how the other video does in terms of engagement. I don't care how it does in comments. And that's what I try and preach to people. So like, I have a lot of people on who I service in terms of YouTube content. And if you looked externally, you'd think I'm terrible at my job. But realistically, they didn't hire me to get thousands and thousands of views. They hired me to generate business from the content I helped them produce. So the more specific you are,
anyone on YouTube, the only ones that end up losing are the ones that stop, pretty much. Like, everyone gathers an audience eventually. It is completely a war of attrition and how long you last.
I mean, there's kind of a two-pronged question here, which is going to be like content system. You got 30 days, brand new company, doesn't know what it's doing. What's your plan? Number one. Number two, at what point, in your view, should you bring in production?
I'd say quality and polish has actually become more important. There are people creating incredible documentaries and full-length short films and all this kind of stuff because YouTube now owns the living room, essentially. It's now the dominant app. So quality has become more important.
You really need to have a clear landing page, a very clear offer if you're going to do something like that. Otherwise, I would argue it should just be for awareness.
We're a leading organic creative group. So we are specifically specialists in how many views, how many clicks, how many leads can we get you for free.
What do you think is missing in marketing today?
Long-term strategy and taking new platform seriously. These are my two.
Okay.
At the moment.
Hello, my friends. I hope you're well. Hope you had a good day, evening, or night. Today we're back with James in his space, of course, to capture what's missing in marketing today. But before we begin, James, before we get into it, I'm sure this could be a wonderful conversation. What do you think is missing in marketing today?
Woohoo! Long-term strategy and taking new platform seriously. These are my two.
Okay.
At the moment.
What does that mean in actual terms for people listening?
So practicality speaking, every probably like 3 months or so, every quarter, you need to be looking at what is on the horizon, pretty much, in terms of new platforms and everything else. So for me, newest contenders to take seriously are things like Substack. Massive. Just got an account on there. And I think there's genuine organic reach to be had. And I think brands don't reevaluate how much should be in their stack enough, depending on how big they are. When brands get to a certain size, the amount of governance that gets in their way is a pain. And I know any senior marketer is going to know this pain of like, we should be doing this. Okay, well, it has to pass through procurement and this and this and this and security. So it's like, it can really get in their way. However, the smaller, medium-sized businesses that may not have that, they can take a quarterly view on what they need to bring into their stack and experiment. So I think a lot of brands see it as damaging if they try something new and then they drop it if it's not effective.
Yeah.
You know, no one's going to care. No one's going to know. There's so much sea of noise that it doesn't matter if you experiment with a new platform. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't work quite well. So what? Just move on to something else. And then that plays into the fact that you need to take a long-term view. So there's a short-term experimentation, but if you're going to take something like a YouTube seriously, strap in for 3 to 5, realistically, like genuinely.
I think sometimes when we do marketing, like I've been thinking about this over the Christmas break, and it's like a lot of clients have said it to me in the past. It's like, what's the return on investment short term? And I'm like, in most cases, if we're having that conversation, you shouldn't be marketing in 95% of cases, right? And I think as we look to the new year, I think our people, I guess there's two camps, right? A, I know I need to create demand. I need to create demand for the future. Or B, I'm looking maybe to cut costs because things are getting quieter, etc. Like economic challenge, da 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 da. What would you say when it comes to, like, say, something like Substack? Would you personally recommend people lean in?
Yeah, it depends on the brand. So I've been looking, obviously, I'm from a B2B perspective, so just, reintroduce myself to the crowd. I run a creative group called the Straw Hat Group that houses a podcast studio, a social media agency, and a marketing consultancy in one group, so you can get everything you need in one place. The whole purpose of that now is I need to take a long-term view of where something like me should be, because it's a bit of an oddball. So platforms like Instagram and Facebook are so heavily oversaturated at the moment, it's quite hard to get educational content to be seen unless you take a wacky approach to it or a very stylized approach to it. So this is why on Instagram, for instance, the cinematographers and the photographers are killing it right now if they can get the balance between video and photos right, because of how engaging their content can be. However, if you are a law firm who likes to take this a little bit more seriously, much to your detriment, then you're going to struggle maybe on Instagram these days. Whereas something like Substack is a green territory for you to really double down on some really thoughtful, cerebral stuff. And people are on a different mindset on there. So from that perspective, that's why I'm kind of obsessed with Substack at the moment and why people should take that seriously. And then just in terms of looking at the balance between short-term goals and long-term goals, when I start a relationship with any client, I make sure it's very, very clear that, like, our service, we're a leading organic creative group. So we are specifically specialists in how many views, how many clicks, how many leads can we get you for free, right? If you need short-term immediate, there's a separate partner and service we use for that. So it's very much like, okay, we need to really redefine in 2026 the ideas of what people have as marketing. Digital sales, I think, needs to become a term we use more often. So whether it's Meta ads, Google ads, TikTok ads, whatever, that is digital sales to me. You know, if you're doing a specific ad campaign for a specific goal for leads for a particular service, that's digital sales, right? That's short-term digital sales over here. And then everything else, organic marketing, organic brand building, that's actually marketing. Get people to give a shit about what you make and do and serve. And then over here is the outlet to buy it. So as long as we have that distinction in our brains, and I'm very upfront with clients, like, to bring the agency side for us, for instance, is like, okay, instead of bringing on one social media manager for a similar cost, you bring us on and we can do it all with more experience, more kit and more strategy. That's the selling point. And if you're not in a position where you can bring on a social media manager, you're not in a position to work with us. So that's how I'm phrasing it, and just trying to help someone as much as possible when I'm in the room or the call with them anyway, just see where they're at, because that goodwill usually passes on.
I think there's 2 points that I'll add to that. Number one is around, actually, when you have a platform like Substack, and it's not new, but I think it's less discovered. Yeah, because
it started very political, science and educational, and I think now it's expanding more and more. It does have some business elements in there, but like it's not often, it's like blue sky for me, because last time we had on the conversation, I was talking a lot about blue sky. Only things become new when they actually become used enough to be taken seriously. Because apps do pop up. If we remember things like Lemonade, that was like the kind of pairing from TikTok side of like an Instagram Pinterest clone. That popped up and then slowly died off. It didn't really make it to the UK market as well as it is.
I think there's a balance, right? It's a seesaw, isn't it? Between you need to be, I guess, early enough on a platform to be able to have that, I guess, arbitrage in there's not enough content being created for X platform, and this could be Substack. In this case, I think it's Substack. In other cases, it's been Blue Sky. In other cases, it's been TikTok early, etc. But then you also need to have, okay, how many viewers potentially are there? We've referred to Gary Vaynerchuk a lot. He would say you should be on all of them from the beginning, because then you stack your odds in your favor, because the one that pops off, you've been there for 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, 7 months. And even if it does die, his argument would be you're actually becoming better as a creator through the process of being dominant on those platforms.
And I think people underestimate the fact that Gary Vee is talking directly to some of the biggest companies in the world when he says this, and to decision makers that have the authority to make those quick time experiments. Whereas a lot of people don't feel like they're able to talk to those people.
And also, I guess
that's why he's so brazen with it, and he can just say, which it is true to a certain degree. Because you also this founder or CEO that might get inspired by a message from Gary brings that down like a hammer on his marketing team, and his marketing team go, we barely got the resource to keep up with what we're doing, because organic social is, for lack of a better phrase, a bit of a bitch in terms of resource. Like that, from how much video has become more important to the level of graphic design you might need to be doing to be actually interesting, it's almost impossible for usually the underinvested social team to add new platforms on all the time, which is why people like us exist. So yes, I agree with him, but I like to just keep an eye on things until it's like, okay, I think that's viable, because the UK is an awfully skeptical market, I've noticed, especially with new platforms.
I think that I guess the thing to be aware of when it comes with that, though, is like when you're looking at that size, arguably they have more resource to be able to funnel into the experiment regardless of what goes wrong, because their cash burn or their pot of cash is going to be larger. In turn means they can do it for longer and they can sort of experiment, and even if it doesn't work, the world doesn't end. You know what I mean?
Experimental budget, like that's what it's for. And again, Gary has Media. People, that is a direct sell for his service to go, here's all these great ideas. Oh, you don't have this. You don't have the resource to implement.
Oh, that's convenient. Yeah.
Who has two thumbs that can help you with that? This guy. So that's why he does it. But it's still 100% true. But that is why our job is to watch these platforms like a hawk until they're really viable and they're a right fit for a right client. But this can also happen within a certain platform. So, for instance, we take YouTube right now. Obviously, YouTube was the same game for ages. Then Shorts arrived, changed the game. But now things like, I'm seeing more posts from the community tab than I've ever seen before. And I keep seeing image carousels via YouTube. Now, you don't unlock that feature until you've hit a certain milestone on YouTube. I can't remember what it is. But, you have to put in the work to unlock that feature to then get those organic views. So actually, you need to look at the features within the platforms you already have. Are you over-indexing or under-indexing on certain things? And are you running a strategy from like 2020, which a lot of people, especially on Instagram, still are?
I guess the question that some people would be asking, because a lot of people, as you may know, who listen to this are solo entrepreneurs, smaller teams. They don't have massive resource to chuck at Substack, to chuck at maybe Meta, etc. I mean, quickly on ads, like something that I find working really well right now is taking, we sort of touched on this already last episode, but I think to reiterate it, I think it's important to take the content that already works organically and then amplify it.
100.
Rather than let's just create a piece of content and chuck it on an ad. Because I think, I mean, I guess what is your view if someone is looking to allocate a little bit of spend on ads? Maybe it's just awareness, maybe it's lead target, etc. But how should they go about actually finding that creative? Because a lot of the work we're potentially doing this year or looking to do is, let's create a specific video that does a specific job, right? Most of which could be under a paid channel, right? But how do we, as a generic, because you can't move anything unless you've got data. So what would you say when you were looking at a client or talking to a client or talking to the people listening? How would you say someone should tackle, let's get our teeth into maybe a little bit of paid or target a little bit of organic? Like what level of experimentation should be really following?
A minimum of a month experimentation with a smaller tester budget of what is your proper budget. So say if you've got $1,000 to spend for the month, I'm taking 200 of that and I'm going to be testing like 5 to 10 different ad creatives against each other. That can be finding a piece of organic social that's along the same lines as the campaign you want us to run. Let's say it's a reel of you talking about something specific. Okay, cool. I'm going to run that as my control group A. B, take that, tweak it, maybe with like visual CTAs on the actual video. B. C, add in a bunch of B-roll that's more familiar, more engaging. Right, now I have 3 variants of that one video that I know is performing fairly okay. Now can I take the transcript of that information I talked about and turn it into visual carousels? That is number 1. So we test the photos against each other. And then can you actually get maybe some kind of quote creative alongside photos? So like you've ever seen like a picture of someone with a quote underneath, swipe the different picture, swipe another quote, for instance. So you can try that against each other. Just with that, a little brainstorm alone, there's 5 different ad creatives there to run against each other, see what works with that 200, 2-week period minimum, see what works. They've just done a major algorithmic change to the Meta backend anyway, so it's a lot smarter than it used to be. You're not going to have to mess around with manual bidding or anything. It's just about selecting the right thing that you want, and then making sure that, because that test is, obviously the creative is one thing, getting the clicks is one thing, but most of the time companies underestimate a converting page. Like the website part, if is the most important part really, because a lot of the time even shitty ads get clicks.
Yep.
Because sometimes it can be by accident. But oftentimes, if that website doesn't look good enough, if the social proof isn't there, if it doesn't feel trustworthy, if they're not slick enough, if it loads too slow, game enders. And you've got to find out, using that tester budget, one, which creatives work okay, and two, which of these actual things could it be on the website? And it's a process of elimination. So you have to go through and see what works.
No, I think that's true. I mean, I guess the question would come, and what I do is personally, as you know, like as we were discussing while I was setting up, like I look at what has performed in the last 30 days, and then let's amplify that, right? Unless there's a strategic objective or there's something specifically there that I'm like, I want to amplify this because I know if someone sees it, they're more likely to buy from me in the next 3 months.
Yeah.
I guess the overall question, and something that I'm interested in for me personally, has been seeing how my carousels or my image posts have overperformed as a solo creator who is someone who's very video dominant.
Yeah.
I think for me, there's kind of three things. Like, one, you need to build habits around like what you're going to create consistently. But then number two, then be willing to experiment on organic social where it costs you nothing.
Yep.
And then follow the data rather than follow the hunch when it comes to paid, right? And I guess, I don't know, I've been doing a lot of like thoughts around paid strategies as a whole, but I think for me at the moment, and I'd be interested in your review, that's why I'm asking it, but like the retargeting reach and the getting the leads through the ads, I think is actually maybe an underrepresented part of paid.
Yeah.
And I think you really need to have a clear landing page, a very clear offer, if you're going to do something like that. Otherwise, I would argue it should just be for awareness, right? Longer term tail.
Yeah.
Let's bring more people into the top of the quote unquote traditional funnel to get more people to know you exist.
Yeah.
Do you think
from a B2B, yes. Yeah.
Do you think, because a lot of the audience, as you may know, is like B2B. So like from a B2B point of view, is that the arbitrage? Is that the thing we should potentially be spending ad money on when we can afford to do so? Because it builds that pipeline further, bringing more people in the top end rather than let's just look transactionally. It's like, I'm always very cautious when it comes to doing paid ads for like just transactional sales.
Yeah. Because
I think it goes downwind of or downstream of everything you do marketing, right?
Yeah, exactly. B2C standards are often applied to B2B marketing teams. And I know they know this pain because the immediacy of what they are asked to get is always applied to what is usually a 6 to 12 month sales cycle for most B2B companies. And it is strange, but it's just mostly an education thing. So if you brought in your senior leadership and your sales team and just did a quick 30-minute to an hour sesh on exactly what the marketing set up to do is to generate demand for these guys to scoop up when it's ready, right? Yeah. Because people do not buy, especially like things that could be a minimum year, 6-month contracts, right? Sometimes 2-year contracts. They don't buy that from an IG ad. They don't buy that from a LinkedIn ad straight away. There's going to be, the funnel exists for a reason. And I think we all need to recalculate how exactly we allocate value based on those leads. So that's step one, mindset shift. Step two is looking at how do you just take this content? How can I help people as much as possible with what I'm making here? Yeah. Like from an organic perspective. And again, going back to what you should test in terms of format, that lineup I talked about earlier with the 5 different types of ad creative based on what's working, tweak what's working, go balls to wall, see what happens, an image version of that, right? That is all cold. That is all just like completely new people. They've never met you before. Yeah. We're trying to get some awareness into the funnel. I think the data capture part should be really important. So B2B brands, most of them do have a newsletter. If they don't have one, they should. Even like, I've been ignoring that. I'm going to be doing that this year, right? So in my head, an email captured and someone into your ecosystem is just as valuable as a direct call. Because client product fit might not be there for the person who's booked in for your call. We've had many a call with people that's like, actually you probably need this, you probably need that. So data capture and refocusing how we do things like lead magnets. Again, you might have seen a trend where people go, oh, here's 5 tips to do this, whatever. By the way, I have a whole guide to do this. Just comment guide down there and I'll send it to you, right? That should be the new meta for B2B advertising, both organic and paid, because you can just amplify that. So think about how you're creating lead magnets, think about how you're doing data capture, and for your senior leadership and sales teams, they need to re-educate themselves, or you need to educate them so they're not applying e-commerce standards to B2B paid. Because that's what's really, that's why marketing and sales always bump heads. Sales think it's automatic because you can just spend $1 bajillion and then hear all the people. That's just not how it works. Because trust is built over time.
I was going to say, I mean, especially in an AI world, a lot of the conversations I'm having right now is like the only reason why I'm having those conversations is because they trust me, and that wouldn't exist in a fully digitized, fully AI, like question mark. I guess like just picking your brain, because I know there's going to be some people who are asking about it, about lead gen.
Yeah.
What is it? Make a PDF, send it to people. Is it, here's a video? It's like what? When we say
formats may vary. You can do it in any way now. So you could make and host your own course, right? You could create a PDF downloadable. You can make an exclusive 4-hour, video tutorial on something that's kept behind an info wall. You can give away whatever the hell you want, but it's whether it's enticing enough or whether they trust you enough. So this is why the overall strategy of how organic and paid play together are almost just the same as how marketing and sales need to align with each other.
Yep. So,
the sales team are there to scoop up everything once they're ready, because no one buys stuff in B2B if they are not ready.
Yep.
You can't, this isn't like a used car salesman conning you into something, which I still think is a stereotype. It just doesn't happen. At least in the UK market. We're far more careful, we're far more skeptical.
I don't think it happens at all. I think people, like, this is kind of why I push back on the whole objection handling thing, to an extent. Yes, there is value in doing it, sure. But actually, in a nutshell, if someone doesn't want to buy it, they don't want to buy it.
Yeah, I've already bought before I've talked to the salesperson. Your only job for me, if I'm already in a sales call with you, is just don't piss me off.
Yeah.
There you go.
Just don't get it wrong.
Yeah, because all the work is done for me beforehand. I'm that type of shopper. There might be someone that's coming into it completely cold. So this depends on if you're resource excess. So you've got a company that's got some money to spend, and they're willing to experiment, and they don't much care, and you've got a decision maker that first time. You can align those stars and get lucky.
Yep.
But that's going to be your 1 in 100.
Yeah.
The other 99 are going to scout you out, check you out, see everything beforehand, and then engage when they're ready to actually have a conversation about what it looked like. Even if that conversation is cool, I like what this is happening, but it's going to happen in Q3 of this year.
Yeah.
So you're going to be waiting that long. So this is the type of game we're in. So again, mindset is super important, and making sure that if you just have done nothing but paid and ignore your organic, you're kind of cooked, because those two need to work in perfect harmony for a true sales funnel to work properly.
I agree. And I think, just building off what we initially discussed when you were talking about what was technically missing, I guess where's then the future when you implement that, right? So you've got the strategy. Is it, let's stay consistent on the channels we know work? Because I think traditionally, especially as marketers, right, like maybe it's coming to the end of the year and it's like we've kind of done our sales targets for Christmas and etc. So now we're pulling back on spend, etc. And or things are maybe harder for a business. Like I think a lot of people are maybe throwing around the idea of should they spend, should they not spend? And that's a commonality across January. That's a commonality in when, I hate using the term, but when things are harder, right? I think there's always stuff going on. I think that's why you need to consider it. But I personally see it in two camps. I see ones that will grow through that by continuing to spend and continuing to adapt and keep things moving forward and keep things that they know work, either midterm or long term. But then if you are in a camp, and I watched it specifically in COVID, right? And I'm sure you did as well, around when people stop, they then lose their momentum, they then lose the top of mind, and then everything, and then their entire quote unquote system starts to fail, right? And maybe they had a bit of residual, so then it doesn't really feel it, etc. But like, what would you say to people right now who are maybe on the fence about spending, right? And this isn't necessarily directed to me or you, but in general, right? They're looking at, okay, should we cut marketing? Because traditionally marketing is the first thing you cut, which I always think is a bit backwards. But, what would you say to those people who are maybe on the fence about spending right now?
The thing is, I like to phrase it as, what have you got to comfortably spend? Yep. If you're about to spend money that's going to completely mess up your entire business model, don't do it. basically. This is why we are over-index and wholly focus on organic. Like, how much can we do without having to pay Papa Zuckerberg anything? Like, we don't want to. We don't want to have to pay the LinkedIn gods every time we need to make a sale. Because also, if you think about it, let's say if there's some massive AI bubble pop, right? Who knows after that massive calamity what companies are going to remain standing? Like, Meta's dumped so much money in it that you might find if there is some kind of crazy disaster in AI, Meta may not exist in the way it usually does. Instagram and Facebook, in theory, could go bust one day. And if all your eggs are in that basket and your whole paid funnel relies solely on that, yikes, right? So it's not likely to happen. Like, whatever, usually these companies are too big to fail. They'll probably be bailed out like banks or something. But in general, if you've got all your eggs in one basket because you're clinging to whatever has previously worked, eventually that will also run out. Because if you're running an old strategy on the platform, which is all yeller, then you're going to run into a wall. You have to constantly adapt. You're not supposed to shoot yourself in the foot and be like, okay, I'm going to immediately dump anything that's working and move on to something. But it's experimenting comfortably without doing yourself in. And there's so many different ways to do that, whether you work with an external force, whether you bring on an apprentice, whatever that happens to be. Sometimes you just need a fresh perspective. Go on a course or a webinar, right? And just see what works or where you can spend.
Or just, I think,
don't pull back spend out of fear. Just experiment with strategy and intent.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it's just about mixing up the content. Right, like, and building habits around that content, right? Like, I was aware last year that I create content differently when I'm just talking to my phone than doing something like this, right? And it's not to say that this is better than that or etc. No, they're different and they act in different parts of the funnel. And I would argue that the person who's maybe going to sit here and listen to us for an hour is in a different buying state or a different educational state than someone who's just going to watch my reels, right? And I think I need, and I did a reel this morning talking about the fact that I'm actually allocating time to do solely short form in its own bucket and then long form still. Like, I still think you should be having a YouTube channel. I still think, etc. And it talks about it to an extent. It's about resource, right? Yeah, sure. But actually, in a pinch moment, which is what we're referring to here, I would say leaning into what works and like leaning into that goodwill, but being aware of what needs to happen, I think is the solution in 95% of the cases. Because otherwise, you're only screwing yourself longer term. Like, you might save like X amount and you might be fine for maybe another month or two if sales are slower. But also then what happens in, Q2, Q3, Q4 in that respect? I mean, what 3 things have you seen change in the last year? It was about a year ago when we did the first episode. Yep. In that time, looking into 2026, what would you say has changed in regards to either the landscape of marketing or like social and organic creative as a whole?
Quick fire. Rise of AI content and how it's been perceived, both negatively. It's pretty much negatively, to be honest. 2, a drop in organic reach, 100%, and 3, the arrival of new platforms. So, or at least platforms becoming mainstream enough to be part of someone's normal stack. So, Blue Sky was not a kind of fun thing as an experiment. It stuck around. Substack has stuck around. And the strategies for most platforms have changed since the last time we talked. Yep. Not too drastically, but things like Instagram Reels or Facebook Reels just being a hack for instant growth, not a thing. They are now the same level of quality as you have to put the thought in terms of a really well-designed carousel to actually get any reach and hope to be on the explore page. You now have to treat your reels in the same way. So quality has definitely come into it as a factor as what you can actually put out there. I'd also see, if we go back to the rise of AI content, there's been this interesting counter movement to AI. So I think the last stat I saw was around 70% of images online are AI generated already, which is really crazy. And that could be just like random ads you see, or that can be like stupid things you make with your friends. So there's a massive movement that absolutely hates it. So AI slop has arisen as a term. Yeah. I despise it. I think lazy AI should be called out for anyone using it, as well as companies using it. I see a big difference between AI slop and AI assisted content. So if you're using actual tools to help your workflow, that is what it's for, right? But if you're just going around making stupid crap that is just mind melting the internet, stop, don't bother, get out of the way, and your customers will see it that way as well.
But is that, just to jump in, I mean, is that brand damaging?
Yes.
Like now?
Yeah.
Like, so let's say, for example, someone's listening to this and they are maybe like, I'm going to turn myself into a superhero, or I'm going to do that, etc. Like, is that something that we could experiment with, or should we just be like, no, that's just not, we're not even going to touch that?
Cringe. It's cringe.
Because when we last spoke, there was a level, I guess, and we were still kind of early.
We were impressed by the fact it could do it.
AI generated vlogs. Like, I'll use the example we used then, which was like the Yeti vlog on TikTok. Right?
Yeah, they were a novelty for 2 weeks.
But I don't think it aged very well, is my point.
No.
Right?
Thing is, I have real beef with LinkedIn at the moment. LinkedIn is usually 5 years behind any modern culture, and it acts like 2015 Facebook. And the amount of pure cringe I see on LinkedIn does my head in. Sometimes I feel sick even being on the platform, because I'm just like, you have to adapt to how everyone operates on there.
Yeah.
And it's like a constant fake smile office. It's like, oh, well done, Janet. How? It was great. And everyone's, and then it's just like, oh, I made myself into a superhero because I'm really good at my service. It's like, it makes me sick, right? So there's just so much boomer activity going on LinkedIn. It makes me violently ill. So there is just it's just a cultural void compared to everything else, and like people, it will catch up. It's just always super late. Always super late. So it does my head in that place. But yes, it's brand damaging to use AI for random slop. Don't do it. Because also environmental reasons.
Yeah.
Not to sound like a raging lefty, but the amount of water you use on just generating one image is dumb. Like, it's just not sustainable. So that there's that in it as well. But just use it for actual helpful stuff, because it doesn't move your brand forward at all.
Let's flip it the other way then. What's a good use of AI right now?
A good use of AI is when it is implemented as practical tools. So AI agents that can help you do stuff. There's so many marketing tools that use it. So Opus Clip, Riverside FM, so many good already existing software companies are using it and adapting it into workflows to make it super simple. So this whole thing can be taken and put into Riverside or Descript, whole transcript there. Now I can change this into a really good Substack article after we finish having our conversation with minimal work and a few tweaks here and there.
Yeah.
And especially if I've have a Claude account, I've worked on that quite a bit, I can now tweak that with Claude so it sounds a lot more like me. So that is one of the practical outputs of it. If you're just generating cringe images, get in the bin. That's my general take on it. But yeah, it's so many practical uses for it still.
Does it go in the camp of, and I saw this a lot, and we're filming this early January, so I saw this a lot over the Christmas break, especially like yesterday at the time of filming, when it was like first day working back, and it was like everyone was like, Happy New Year, and I'm just looking at that post going, you had nothing to post, did you? You had nothing to say that was actually valuable, right?
Yeah.
Because, okay, I get it, sure, good idea, but if you had something valuable to say, surely wouldn't you swap that out and then add on the tag on the end, Happy New Year? Or if you wanted to do a Happy New Year, like, the kind of similar was like in some ways the Happy Christmas, or like those kind of. I mean, guess does it go in that camp when it comes to like, oh, look at this cool thing? I remember there was I don't know whether it was a trend, I don't know whether you saw it a lot, but like there was this thing over Christmas which was like everyone was turning themselves into an elf.
Yeah,
right. And I was just
like, on the shelf, all
I was
that
like,
stuff, or the people that were doing those fake red carpet things where they walk around. Yeah.
But it was just like what I always added and go whenever I think about creating a piece of content. Maybe it's just me and it's how I think. But what value am I adding, or what educational value or entertainment value or whatever am I adding to the person who's like potentially going to consume this? If there's nothing tangibly, like I can't think of something, it won't be a post.
Yeah, the output is zero, so you might get a couple of likes from the people in the immediate circle, and that's kind of what it's for. I'm a bit of a Grinch when it comes to this, because like I have beef with awareness days. My conspiracy is awareness days in general were made up by social media managers that didn't have anything good to post. Yep. So National Chair Leg Day, yeah, all right then. Like, and I kind of treat Christmas and New Year's the same way. Like everyone's jumping on saying Happy New Year. Okay. If you've jumped on and you've done like, here's 20 things that like completely changed how well 2025 went, or how badly it went, and you can adapt to it, actually useful. Yeah. Cool, I'll take that. But most of the time it's just like, wow, what a year. And it's just like everyone's just doing the same thing.
Do people not put it through that filter, do you think? Is that the problem?
No, a lot of people treat their LinkedIn like a personal Facebook, which goes back to the point of I find it a cringe culture 99% of the time. And if you compare it to something like it treats trends completely differently on LinkedIn and TikTok. So if we treat how TikTok will take something, because it's an audio-based culture, people take the audio of it and often have their own spin on how that trend will turn out.
Yep.
Whereas LinkedIn will just see a trend, elf on the shelf or something, and they all just do the same thing. Because it's the same as when you had the first time on Facebook where people had like flashing banners, or they can make themselves look like a Teletubby, and then everyone was like posting that.
Yeah.
And it's just like, can you stop being a boomer, please? Like, I can't describe it any other way apart from the fact that essentially it's people coming late to the game, discovering tech, doing it when it's already about a bajillion months late.
Yeah.
And this could be really important people in companies. It's going to sound quite ageist, but like that. Like the whole of LinkedIn is just poopy, stinky bum bums a lot of the time. But it
is that,
needs to change.
I guess a naivety or a thing where actually the opportunity then is to educate those people on why that isn't a good idea, right?
Yeah.
Or why that potentially is brand damaging. As people who do help businesses move forward. And my next question was going to be like, when a business says we need more content, I'm sure you've heard that, I'm sure loads of people have heard that before. What does that actually mean, like tangibly? Like, is it they actually need more content? Is it they need to do some
what
filming?
they're saying is they need more sales, basically, but it's behind the guise of a marketing lens, usually. And just getting views for the sake of views is kind of no point. So it depends on, like, whenever you're trying to boost your views up on a certain platform, it's usually for lead gen or sales. But if we're looking at a long-term brand strategy, if you were to create a YouTube channel, for instance, go back to the example of a law firm, which there aren't very many good UK law channels that could be doing so much to prove their expertise, educate, entertain, inspire people. So, for instance, there is a guy I follow on Instagram. His name is something Jobber. He reviews traffic accidents people send to him on Dashcam, and he points out who is at fault. Right?
Yep.
How many times could a law firm do that? It could be a dispute in the hallway. They could be react to CCTV fights or whatever, and there's a civil dispute. Whatever you specialise in, you could be doing reaction videos. You could be doing education videos. You could react to popular culture. The Americans are all over this. Legal Eagle on YouTube is the best example. He does stuff all the time on whether things that the administration might be doing is illegal or whatever or not, right? So there's so much opportunity that lies in front of us, and we just choose not to do anything about it and stick to our ways. This is a very UK culture sometimes, because it's like, don't rock the boat. And those who do are always the one that win. So yes, we need to be helpful to people instead of just saying stop being cringe. Most of the time people aren't thinking about their personal brands the same way me and you do.
Yeah.
They'll think about their company brand in that way, and then their personal brand is theirs, and they just think of it like their Facebook or Instagram. So it depends on if they are actually a leader or a founder or a CEO, where it's actually important for them to project certain things via their brand. Because most people isn't, and they won't treat it in the same way.
I guess for me, I've always been eternally grateful for anyone who's willing to give me any amount of time, right? So I take that as a responsibility whenever I do create a piece to say, I'm asking for 2 minutes, I'm asking for 10 minutes, I'm asking for 50, whatever it is. And this is what I expect, I want the change to be, the investment or the whatever. I want someone who's going to invest that time to get something for that time, right? And I think that's one of the reasons arguably why, like, I guess you could say like why personal branding is the best thing, but it's become a buzzword in the same way like some people have said that podcasting is dead because you're not Joe Rogan, for example, right? But just quickly on podcasting, as we sit here on a podcast in a podcast studio, is podcasting dead in 26? Should we not? Should we?
No, it's not dead. It's just
but we're not Joe Rogan. We're not Chris Williamson. We're not.
So you want to know the difference between you and Joe Rogan? He had a decade ahead of you. That was it. Anyone on YouTube, the only ones that end up losing are the ones that stop. Pretty much, like everyone gathers an audience eventually.
Yeah.
It is completely a war of attrition and how long you last. How long you can put up with that valley of despair before one of your videos pops off.
Yeah.
Because this happens with YouTube, right? You'll be 100 videos in, and it'll be video 30 from 8 months ago, which is the one that performs, and hooray. And then that boosts up all your other videos. So it's very much a nothing. Holy crap! Like that is how YouTube ends up working. But it's hard to sell as a business case. If you're internal, for instance, our brand would have a killer YouTube channel. We did this, and this, and like, okay, cool. How much do we have to invest, and how long is it going to take? Don't know.
A lot and infinite time.
Yeah,
Cool.
basically. So I need us to do a thing that could last years, and there's no guarantee
And has
you'll get
infinite
a
money
penny
pit,
from
yeah.
it. But this is like going back to the AI tools and how you need to look at marketing in general. We've talked about this before, but having some kind of content engine or mainstay series to power a lot of things is what helps make something like a podcast immediately ROI positive.
Yep.
So again, if we're looking at the split of things I call the waterfall method, you can have a podcast at the top. That's going to produce you short form clips, easy. Take the transcript of it. That's going to give us a nice couple of carousels, actually. Scroll through. If I pop them in the Canva, make some graphic designs. So that's number 3. Oh, cool. I can take the summary of some of the conversations I've had over the past month. That's my monthly newsletter. Packed to the brim because I've interviewed 5 people or 4 people during this month. Excellent. Oh, wait, now I can translate this to my blog and Substack. So one activity has gone all across this, plus the fact that if you work with your sales teams, you now take that lead magnets, subjects for webinars that you wouldn't actually have to deliver, because if you've got a sales team that has all of this information, that we used AI to go, hey, turn these 4 podcasts into a really informative webinar for our sales team to deliver, you could potentially do that with a couple of tweaks here and there. So with the right system set up, with 0 subscribers and 0 views, you create an ROI positive system because you've created a content ecosystem from day one. That's what we implement for our clients, and that's why it's a multi-pronged approach, and I know you do the same for yours. So yes, you just have to make the system work. And as soon as you explain that once, you're like, oh, I get it. So it's a reframing the conversation, make sure you put a practical business spin on it for those who aren't in the world of social. Because a lot of times people just aren't. And I literally put out a video on this yesterday about how people's preconceived notions of how they feel about certain platforms and social media in general impact how they go about business all the time.
Yeah.
Like whether it's TikTok or whether it's just social media in general. Like I've talked to so many like senior leaders that are like, oh, these kids today and TikTok. Again, it's like
they're dancing, James.
Yeah, it's just I thought it was just for kids. It's like, okay, it's not. It's not. 55 plus is the fastest growing demographic. I talk about that stuff all the time. It's so incredibly important, and there's different pockets of it because of everything's algorithmic. Everything is interest based. So yes, as long as you can wrap your head around the fact that as long as you create a media ecosystem for a new world of interest based media, because it's not the social we knew, then you're going to win in the long term. So find a system that's affordable for you to do, whether it's 1 video a month or 1 video a day, and go for it.
Yeah. I guess, as well, like, are you building for short term, mid term, or long term, right? And I think, I don't know if I was going to ask you, is like, where does ego sit in this? Because I think that's
Every
the main
stage.
I think, to be fair, I think for me and the people I speak to and I speak to consistently, that's the actual undoing of anything good that they could do, to be honest. It sounds horrible, but why either their ego is too like, no, I couldn't possibly do that, or they, in some ways they want to do it, but also I guess in crux that really links down to self-esteem. But like, especially for people who are starting out on video, like we're both very prominent on video, I'd argue. Why are we able to do that versus someone who's maybe got a lot of knowledge but is sat watching this going, A, that's really terrifying, or B, I don't know how to do it, I don't know what, because sometimes there's like a psychological barrier, sometimes a technical barrier, or both.
To be honest, everyone's insecurities manifest differently. So my insecurities would manifest if I wasn't doing this, because I'd feel lesser than someone that is. And I've got to eat, right? So it's a case of, back when I first started my agency, I used to repeat this phrase to myself over and over again, is that I will do what others will not to succeed.
Yep.
And it's very hustle grind culture, and it very much was back then. Apologies past me, but like in general, like I was just like, I will get on video, because I was I cannot tell you how petrified I was back then. Because if we put ourselves in the perspective of someone creating a startup, if they've just been in a marketing agency, for instance, which was the case for me, I'd been in like 4 or 5 marketing jobs before that, been in marketing for around 5 years, and then I randomly go, okay, cool, time to start the business. I'd got on Fiverr, I'd gotten enough clients to get me started, wicked, I'm about to start. And I realised I have no method to make sales, I don't know how to get anyone that wasn't just coming to me on Fiverr. I was cooked, and I was like, okay, time to look into something like LinkedIn. And then I realised, oh my God, I'm only connected to all the professionals I've worked with who knew exactly what my skill sets were at that particular time, and your brain goes right back to when you were sat at that desk as a junior next to that person who knew more than you.
Yeah.
And that judgment, it feels like you're like doing a TikTok dance in front of them in the office
How
you used to work
dare
in.
you possibly create a video, James?
Yeah, and it's because in your brain you're like, I don't know as much as these guys I'm connected with. I know I don't, and they're not posting videos, so why should I? So it's that was I got that a lot, and that actually really hindered my consistency in the beginning. I feel like I'd be in a very different place content-wise if I actually stayed consistent from the moment I started to where I am now. I'd probably be making money from my YouTube channel as a separate income stream, but learning those things and learning that it was my personal hang-ups, but then I gained a new one, and it was, oh my God, if I don't start doing this stuff, I'm going to be more ashamed of myself because I didn't do it. So, but that is a turning point you get to when you get to it. It is an unteachable lesson. And I think it's less about people's personal egos, about I'm better than this or this is beneath me or something. It's much more about, oh my God, what are other people going to think? How do I feel about, I don't feel like I know enough, because imposter syndrome follows you to the highest level. So I think imposter syndrome comes down to it just as much from a founder level. And then from a company level, there's far more that goes into it. So let's say I have a company of 50 people. I want to make sure that I have a superstar in my marketing team, my sales team, like as a go-to. I need to find 2 people out of 50 that are willing to do content for my brand on my behalf, and then set up the actual system in which they could do so. And see if they're up for changing their own personal brand on LinkedIn, see how they feel, and all of the psychology goes into those 2 individuals. It can be a lot. Like, again, this is why I've had to set up the group itself in terms of how I've done it, because there's actually the consultancy part factors in, because I need to work with leaders to realise that they need to change their ways up here to trickle down here. Now I need to find some superstars from here so I can create a YouTube channel that powers the entire brand. So it's like start up here, or actually the problem's in the core, and we go from the core out as long as start doing stupid graphs. But essentially there are multifaceted problems when you're trying to do this at a corporate level. And it can be done easily, because usually there are superstars that do it. So LinkedIn personal branding luckily has become more and more important. So when we've worked with like larger finance companies, for instance, we've actually already been able to identify those people already have really good personal brands, and they'd be well up for collaborating with us. So we need to over-index with them as superstars. We need those superstars, we need those advocates. And I think foster any brand that has someone posting good personal brand creative in there right now, reward them anyhow you can. Get them in videos, financial rewards. Like, for instance, we've got content performance rewards and client retainment rewards on our side. So if we keep a client and if we get a viral hit, you guys are going to get money from that. So same way as if you participate in 6 months worth of videos, you're going to get a bonus from that. Like, put those things in place, because you need those people to be your superstars.
I was say, but is that more of a long-term culture challenge?
Yeah.
Like, people maybe, I don't know, is it?
It will take a couple of people, 1 or 2 people, to lead the way before others start to feel more confident to do so. Plus, if they see the benefits, they'll want to get involved.
But is it purely just, I need to look at the finances and I don't want to give a reward, or I can't
Everything
give
I'm
a
talking
reward?
about is for free. As long as you got one of these and an employee that's up for filming, that's all you need. That's what I'm talking about. Even if it is the biggest, you could be like a B2B consultant at the highest level. Are they doing content that is long form about how a finance firm can modernize themselves in the modern era? They probably haven't. They probably talked about it and time again on a call. Have they sat down and made a quick video on it? That's the kind of stuff that they're missing out big time.
But I guess it's I would call it the opportunity cost of not doing it. But I guess for them, it's why should I do that? Why should I spend the time playing devil's advocate? Right? Like, what am I going to benefit? Why am I going to be able to, like, because I've got to invest time, I've got to invest energy, I've got to put myself out there, I've got to break down these boundaries. But what's the gain?
Exactly. Well, this is why I go back to the internal staff have to have an incentive to do or get involved. Whether that is obviously career progression, whether that is financial incentive, whether that is, let's say if there's a brand that's actually fairly recognizable but have never really taken a YouTube channel seriously, and you go, okay, employee 1 and employee 2, if you guys are willing to be the main presenter for this YouTube channel, not only will I put like half or all of your hours into being full-time creators for this brand, I will give you a revenue split of when this channel is monetized. Like, you could actually do that. But it takes the leaders with that level of foresight and the sign-off potential to do that, to be able to make those changes, and the willingness to bet on internal teams. So that's every case. It's going to be a case-by-case basis, to be completely honest with you. But because
again, I think then the thing that jumps to mind is the key person risk potentially of doing that. right? Because as a founder, you want to be the face necessarily. Sure, you want to have the quote unquote glory or the thing that's representative, but also your key person risk is less because
depends on the type of business you want to run and scale. Because if you want one of those businesses that pays you quietly and you don't really want to be too front and center, then you're going to think about it differently, and you are going to think about putting other people front and center, or making sure your sales and marketing front and center, because those are the majority of the people that people are interacting with on a daily basis anyway.
Yeah.
So think about your overall goals. If your plan is to quietly scale and exit without being the face of the brand, cool. If you're a founder-led brand, excellent. You just go front and center. If you're a larger brand that needs to consider what to do, this is why I say start with 1 or 2 people, but in general you want to have a cohort. So the way I look at it is you want to essentially create your own version of the office in your office.
Yeah.
So you'll have 2, 3, 4, 5 recognizable people. So if someone does swap in and out, it's fine, because you can be honest with that journey and say bye to them and everything else. Look at how group YouTube channels do this. Something like Smosh, Rooster Teeth, IGN, they have a constant switch up of different people that come in and out.
Yeah.
So the model is completely applicable to any brand. So you could be the biggest law firm in Hampshire, and you can just take the same approach that Smosh on YouTube has done and whack it into your firm as a recurring series of characters that have their own things going on.
Yeah.
And it doesn't actually take much to make that happen. You need a smartphone, a good mic, and an editor. And I know brands that big have that resource. And so that's the thing. It's not even necessarily a risk, because it's your people who know their stuff.
Yeah.
And it can be done with such low cost if you get it right. But usually it's a strategy thing, because just saying to a brand of a decent size, just use your phone, they won't want to, because they're worried about quality issues and they're worried about how they'll be perceived if everything's done on a smartphone, which is when actually you can then go, well, maybe you should spend a little bit on this. But a comfortable spend, you could do over 1 to 2 years.
Yeah.
Now, then we're talking.
I guess then that naturally brings on to the question, which, I mean, there's kind of a 2-pronged question here, which is going to be like, content system, you've got 30 days, brand new company, doesn't know what it's doing. What's your plan? Number 1. Number 2, at what point, in your view, should you bring in production? So production cost, production quality, etc. Because we just talked a lot about you should use your phone. But when should you bring in someone like myself to help you up that quality? When should you come to a studio like this to up that quality, to do something that feels more polished, feels more premium?
I'd say quality and polish has actually become more important. As we've seen the sea of content progress, more like smartphone heavy content is still really prevalent on platforms like TikTok, but I'm seeing other platforms like Facebook and Instagram and other things, and YouTube Shorts and things actually move to a higher quality standard, especially on the YouTube side.
Yeah.
YouTube you're going to see massive incremental gains in terms of the quality of creators on there. There are people creating incredible documentaries and full length short films and all this kind of stuff. That is because YouTube now owns the living room. Essentially, it's now the dominant app. So quality has become more important. Volume is still more important if you're starting out. So to either answer any of these questions, you'd need to know what industry that client's in. You'd need to know who their ideal target market is. And you need to know what the goals of the leaders or the founder is. Because ultimately, if it's like, I'm not really too fussed, I'm probably just we've got a good sales system going, I'm just going to sell and exit later on, cool, don't even worry about that, this isn't for you. Yeah. But if it's someone that I need to scale, I want to double the team in the next 2-3 years or something, like excellent, we need to make sure we get you a real good organic baseline right now that's going to feed and support all the paid activity and everything else. So that's when you build a content system for that person. So if we take the example of someone who's in B2B, it could be, if we go back to a law firm example, because it's constantly on my head these days, we know that their clients are really going to value trust. They're really going to value that the quality actually will play a factor into it, because are you going to trust a lawyer running around on a smartphone? Not 100% sure. It doesn't mean to say that they can't have any personality. So I think people get authenticity mixed up with shoddy, or just handheld quality.
Yep.
Like, you can be just as authentic with nice cameras like these as you can with your smartphone. So don't get it twisted. Let lawyers be themselves. Don't, as strange as it sounds, make sure they don't act as loyally as you think they need to. As you can tell by, if we take the example of politics, anytime any politician sounds like a politician, we all hate it.
Yep.
Anytime Keir Starmer sounds like a lawyer like he used to be, we all hate it. right? So it's like, oh my God, just act like you normally do. Please, we know this is an act. And I think a lot of people do take that example. So professional services often suffer from the fact that they're too professional and actually like strangleholds themselves.
Yeah.
I see this with accountants as well. That's why the only accountant or lawyers I've ever gone for are the people that I can see act the way they usually would.
Yeah.
And not everyone's going to think like that, but it really does help just to add that just a little extra, just let them be. Don't over-engineer them.
I think it allows you to be human, right? Like, because even if you are a boring industry, lawyers, accountants, etc., right? I would say that by you being more human, it then by proxy allows you to non-boringify, if that's a term, what you do. Because you can talk in real terms, right? You can, and especially in the finance space, right? Like there's been this rise, I think this last year especially, but I imagine it will continue this year around personal finance and there's been a big push towards investing. And I know that's kind of coming from the Treasury in the UK especially, but also like it was kind of there already. And they were just like, hey, that's a good idea. But also I think that's when regulation kind of needs to tweak and change if there is this like constant need, and maybe it's a reaction, I don't know, to cost of living and cost going up, right? People are constantly thinking about how do I make more money, how can I use my money better, etc.
Maybe every time you make more, you go back to the baseline you were before.
I mean, maybe that's the reflection, but I guess the key there is actually like, is it a trend that's going to stay? But also the people who are actually winning in those fields or that field in general are building off your point, which was they're more personal. They're not just, these are the things you should do, and this is why it's a good idea, and disclaimer. They're actually, hey, this is my story, and I think storytelling as a whole will become more and more prevalent. Yeah, and I think will become more and more. So I think quality increase will be really powerful, and I think good executed storytelling is going to be.
And that
important.
also goes for short form as well. People think they can kind of get away with it. Even the clip you choose from a podcast has to tell the best story it can from the moment you do it, and that's going to go from podcasters who know they're talking in a bite to how do I make this a really nice thing that will end on a nice point. I think people will come through it and so on and so forth. So yeah, I think you're 100% right on the storytelling part, because if I'm taking an example, go back to the law firm, if their content ecosystem is the center of it is their YouTube channel, and they do reaction videos for like civil cases, and they do commentary on what might be changing in terms of policy. But if they start each video with, hello, today is this, we will be covering this. You can be like, start with a couple of images. The year is 2026. The US has just invaded Venezuela. Was it legal? Like, that kind of stuff that builds the narrative, the hook. So in YouTube theory, there's often the title, thumbnail, and the first 10 seconds are the most important part. YouTube is a click and watch platform. We'll chuck it on at the end of the day. Whatever's on your homepage, whoever's going to win the fight is that the one that has your interests nailed down, and the thumbnail title nailed down. But there's something that happens in that 10 seconds and just after it, which is you have to confirm the click and leave another open loop. So that is, okay, we've got your attention, it's fairly good, and now there's you know what you're going to get out of this video. So that's what the first 10 seconds is for. Now we also open another open loop, which is, and also, does it impact this? Or how does it impact you? That's the open loop that you need to create for them to be intrigued on the rest of the video. So it's all very much fishing and storytelling. That is when it might be harder for internal teams to pull this off with that level of storytelling, unless they have someone who is very familiar with YouTube, knows that strategy, because every video is an opportunity.
I think that comes in time, though.
It does,
I don't think you need to go from, we're going to start doing YouTube videos, to here's the perfect opening sequence that means that it's going to get 20 million views, right? And I think the key is start, get the 1%, and then look how you optimize those things, right? Is there a thumbnail? Could you put money into thumbnail designing, or could you specifically put a member of the team who's on that content team? Right, your only job is to create thumbnails, right? Your only job is to like execute on thumbnails, research thumbnails, look at thumbnails, look at title description, etc. Yeah. I guess as a maybe a final point, what would you say to people who, this is what I would call commonality, right? Where someone is on Instagram or they're on Facebook or etc., and they've got kind of plateauing views, right? Maybe on LinkedIn as well. Like maybe they have a couple of outliers, but most of their stuff is like, I know it's roughly going to get 200 views. I know roughly it's going to get 400 views. I know roughly it's whatever their baseline is. Is that game over? Is that we need to go back to the drawing board? Or is that actually just in reality what most have, and actually it doesn't. It does from a business point of view. That's okay.
Yeah. So again, it depends on the goals of the person, the individual, the brand, the company. So that's step one. Step two is looking at your current stack, constantly reevaluating your approach. Probably every month or two is really important. So you should be doing that all the time anyway. But if you know you have some absolute stinkers, they don't go anywhere, then you can swap them out and it's okay. You don't have to chuck out the entire strategy. You can just go, right, I'm going to lift that out and I'm going to put something back in. But I would also caution about chasing the dragon in regards to I need to be going after viral hits, because really you should be trying to build up a real community, because that's kind of what is happening on the internet at the moment. You know, on YouTube, there's 10 million videos uploaded every day. Every day. Like, you are in that level of saturation, and that's obviously a global statistic. But you know, you can try and get the most viral mega thing ever and compromise on what you actually might believe, how you tend to do the style. You could invest too much of your resource in trying to chase that dragon, or you could either try and improve incrementally what you do in that stack. So if you know there's a series that's actually performed well here and there, that shows potential. That means I can go, right, how do I tweak the storytelling of this particular short, for instance? So
What do you think is missing in marketing today, my friend?
For me, I think it's passion. If I had to put a stamp on it, what's the one thing that is missing? I think it's passion.
I think personally, for me, you need to know how to create it at least at a basic level to then be able to judge any editor that you would then bring in.
I think currently we're in a phase, and I personally believe that will hold on for the next 4 years at least, whereby it's not yet replacing creative editors.
If you stay in your local area or you work in your local area, then you'll be limited in regards to income because of the likelihood of the ability to make a fee.
A good strategy when it comes to content, if you're trying to become a standout name, is just do the exact opposite of what everyone else is.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to a brand new episode of What's Missing in Marketing Today. So this week, I'll be interviewing Ryan, who's a content strategist and also, of course, a video editor. Ryan, thank you so much for the time, and I can't wait to get into this conversation. But before we start off, what do you think is missing in marketing today, my friend?
Thanks, first of all, for the introduction. So I've been giving this one a lot of thought, because that was definitely one of the questions that was kind of obvious that was going to come. For me, I think it's passion. If I had to put a stamp on it, what's the one thing that is missing? I think it's passion. And what I mean by that is, I think sometimes people confuse that with authenticity. And so, that is probably the loudest shout that I see on social media. It is make more authentic content. But when you break that down and try and understand what that even means, because often I think people misconstrue that with raw content or unpolished content, but then there's plenty of creators who make fantastic unpolished content, and it gets 200 views. And then there's other creators who make extremely polished content, which is as far from authenticity as it could be, and it gets millions of views. So if it was just make authentic content, that wouldn't technically then translate to any views for those creators. And so for me, I think it is passion. And I think that just means people that can tell through body language, through energy, through the things that you say, that you truly care about that thing that you make content.
Yeah. No, I agree. And I think sometimes we use, or one could use, a lot of quote buzzwords, right? I know we were discussing before we started about, being authentic. What does that actually mean, right? I'm so glad you mentioned it as passion, because for me it's about the energy, right? And the demands you put on yourself. I mean, this episode is a clear example. I feel fine. I sound like I'm dying, right? But I said I would create a weekly show, and the schedule has only allowed me to do that because I'm able to consistently create and consistently put out what I believe to be value content. And I think for me, it's more about leading with what you believe to be your North Star, rather than... So, because something I was going to talk to you about was because some people would say, oh, but what if that video that gets 1 million views, what's it really going to do for me in regards to business, right? Because sometimes we look at it and we go, well, if it's the wrong people, then it maybe won't do anything. I guess, how do you, when you work with your clients, either from a strategic point or looking at edits, how do you balance that, making sure that it is the right views, or the people who, are able to create something that can get good traction and it is going to be the right people, so it will actually move the needle for that business as a whole?
Yeah, great question. I think given the, let's say, the client, my predominant client base for who I make content, their approach to content is often in the need of views, right? So I think there's a certain group, especially within like the podcast space, as you know, the goal is to get lots of views, because the views often then generate enough traction for a company to, in essence, sponsor you. I think that's the main business model that a lot of podcast hosts try to stick to, right? There are people that I work with who don't focus on views at all, but also because they don't have sponsors, nor do they want sponsors, and instead pitch their own products. So Daniel Amen is, for example, one of those who has a massive following, and he only pitches either his own supplements, which is Brain MD, or the things that they do with their brain scan. The brain scans at their Amen clinics. And, for them, that delivers way more revenue than if they would do it in such a way that they do it with brand sponsors, because those people are already, that business model is so dependent upon trust that if people are watching the podcast, that time they spend with you, the more they engage with your content, the more they trust grows. So ultimately, it's easier for them to eventually buy when they're then ready to say, okay, I'm ready to figure out how I can improve my brain health.
Yeah.
And so in terms of what I do with creators in advance, especially when we're in the strategic phase and setting up, I try and ask them, what is the goal? Like, how do you intend to monetize this? And when it is through brand sponsorships, for example, I understand, okay, we've got a different type of content that we need to make. We need to, for example, have way more controversial hooks. We need to have way more baity lines, because usually that drives attention and views, and people get invested. They will feel the need to debate. And when that is gone and it's less there, we can focus more on value-driven videos, which is like in the case of the Amen clinics. Here are 5 things that you could do to improve your brain health today with supplements you have in your kitchen cupboard, so to speak. And then the rest of these like clickbaity hooks are not gone, because they still need to drive a certain amount of traffic, but they certainly become less important.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I think sometimes the thing that people overlook is the objective, right? The thing that they're striving towards. Because if you're just looking for views, I would argue that's a business model that works for a percentage of people, sure. But if you're looking to build trust or build authority or etc. off the back of your content, then that should, in my opinion at least, come second, because you need to make sure that you're not, I'm trying to think the best way to describe it, but I guess it's twisting stuff to be a little bit too controversial, right? Like, just for the sake of, it will get, because it's a better hook, so it will get better clicks, etc. But then also, like, when you, I guess, acquire that audience or get served to that audience, you're then more likely to be serving it to the wrong audience, because they're going to care about the maybe the drama or etc. In that respect, rather than the transformation that you or I could create for a business. I guess, I mean, you've had those who maybe know you through your content, etc. I mean, you've spoken quite openly on social about how good your year has been, and this is in a context for maybe longer term people who are listening, where there's a lot of people saying the creative industry is very hard right now. Being in video is very difficult, whether that's strategic, whether that's editing, whether that's production, whether that's a combination of the above. How do you look at it from a perspective of maybe what should you do, and or what do you think has allowed you to stand apart when others are maybe struggling?
Yeah, great question. I think first point that I'd want to say is I wouldn't be the I wouldn't be the type of person to tell you you should do anything. That's first of all. I've just done a bunch of stuff based off of what I've seen other people do. I've taken advice where I felt it was necessary, and I think where I got good is getting advice early on in my career, especially when it comes to content creation, to double down on the things that are driving results. And so early on, at some point for me, it was I need to make money now, or else I'm going to be broke, and I have a kid on the way, and I need to do something. And that was either, and I filled out the form, and I've spoken about this before. Like I had a job ready to go in a supermarket. You know, I was 25 probably at the time, maybe 26, graduated with a master's, and here I was applying to a supermarket job to like fill the shelves. And luckily, literally the same week that I decided to do that, I ended up getting my first client, Joe Bidender, who invested, who basically took me on as a part-time editor. And because of his support and his demands, I realized I kind of found what some people refer to as their niche. And so I saw the opportunity in making more podcast trailers. I saw that podcasts were growing as a general form of media. I knew that with Diary of CEO being the leader, they will have set the standard for what you need in order to make your podcast successful. So I knew that would be more people looking for trailers. Hence, I just doubled down on that. And then kind of growing up in a hotel in Scotland, I saw in like a luxury 4-star hotel, I saw what it takes to make high quality stuff, the commitment and the dedication to it. And without tooting my own horn too much, because it's definitely what it sounds like at the moment, but like I understood that if I just cared so greatly about this each video, and not focus too much on, is my personal brand growing? Am I going on enough podcasts? Like the first 2-3 years, I posted. You can track record this. There was a period in which I was posting every day on my own channels, and then at some point I just stopped because I realized, okay, I need to make money. If I need to do that, I need to become one of the best podcast trailer editors that's out there. So in order to do that, I need to put in the reps. And I had Joe as a paying client, and next to that in the evening hours, I was just taking podcasts that were already existing, sometimes Diary of a CEO podcast. I downloaded it and just tried to replicate what they made as a trailer. And that kind of ultimately led to this point now whereby, yes, for me, it's been a tremendous year. But if you ask me, what's the hack? Just work 3 years at the thing that that people or the industry or feedback is telling you are great at, and then just produce that, and be willing that if it doesn't pay you out right away, to take that job, right? To take some side hustle, knowing that that is the kind of longer term vision to focus on.
No, I completely agree. And I think, for me personally, again, I've had like another incredible year, and I guess the moment where it changed was middle of May, when I decided that my answer to marketing was yes and, right? So yes, you should have a podcast. Yes, you should have trailers. Yes, you should be doing ad value content. Yes, you should be doing live streaming, so on, so on, so on. And I guess the key there is, again, it comes back to that effort point we were touching on at the start, and that passion and the core. And I guess to an extent for me, it's always been, I'm going to try and lead with my brand and show you what's possible with your marketing using my brand as an example, right? Like, but also the byproduct of me doing that, of course, is I can prove to any client asking, yes, I know what I'm doing because I do this every day for me and number of clients. So I can speak in real terms rather than theoretical. And I think sometimes people, wrongly or rightly, or whatever they end up having, they speak in a really good theory especially in the space of like video production, where there's like this subculture around like we're going to train you to be a really good video production professional and etc. And like I'm not trying to smoke on those people, but like for me, it's like if you're not in the trenches every day, what worked for you 10 years ago or what worked for you 5 years ago or however long ago it was may not necessarily work now. And I guess to phrase that into a question, is there like, do you see the podcast trailering space, which I know is where you kind of niche into, is that something that's going to die, or do you think that's going to just be like maybe the fence or the line which a podcast, if it's taken seriously, has to have moving forward, would you say?
Good question. Again, I don't think there are absolutes. I don't think every podcast needs to make a podcast trailer. I think there are certain ones, especially these ones which are like an hour and a half, 2 hours long, in which it makes sense to do that, right? Like the way I often pitch to clients is podcast. You probably wouldn't go to the movies if you haven't seen something in advance to get an idea of what you're going to watch. There are some people which do that. Respect. I can't, right? If I'm going to the movies, at the very least, I'm watching a trailer.
Yeah, but the majority is lower, right? Like there is always an exception to the rule, but the majority of people aren't unless they see some level of marketing towards that film.
Yeah, exactly. So that is a little bit my philosophy behind podcasts as well. Is like if we're going to get people to commit even an hour, but especially for the ones which are 2 hours plus of their time to watch this episode, don't you think at the very least we need to warm them up to give them a bit of a feeling in advance as if what they clicked on or what they're committing to is going to pay off? And so I think that's what a trailer does. And then there's multiple aspects of like trailer also makes the guests look fantastic. It positions them as an expert or at least as an interesting person, depending upon the angle of their story, which means the guest is more likely to share it. And so I don't know. To answer your question, I don't think there's necessarily, it's not going to be a must, but it's certainly going to be kind of a minimum threshold. And the argument that a lot of the time I fall back to is you cannot do it, but you have to be mindful that the Diary of a CEO, the James Smith, the Daniel Amen, you name it, they're all doing it. And so you're already, by choosing not to invest into that, you're already one step behind.
No, I agree. And I think as someone who does do trailers, and I'm sure we'll get onto that conversation as well, but I think for me, as we are moving more and more into interest graph-based algorithms, and in a world where whether you're service-based, as in you're trying to establish an audience, establish rapport, establish trust to then potentially sell to a small number of them, or you're looking for larger numbers to then apply sponsorship and add revenue and etc. Whichever model you're looking at, the concept of having a strong hook that then tells YouTube or whatever platform you're on that this is a good piece of content will always benefit you in the long term. And I think for me, I guess it's some way, if you were going to put it into like A, B, C, D, T tier, you need to ask yourself, do you want to start at B and then work your way up? Or do you want to start at C or to start at D or whatever, or do you want to start at A? And or do you have enough resources, bandwidth, etc., etc.? Like if you're someone who's just starting out their business, they've got zero budget and they're doing all of it bootstrapped and they're doing all of it themselves, should you have a trailer? You should have something. Yeah, right? I think. But
exactly. So as someone who had a podcast, who bootstrapped it, who didn't have any resources, I just learned how to make the trailers myself.
Yeah.
By the very thing that I just said of just copying to some degree what other people were doing. And that copying, yes, it might mean that it's not original content, or it feels less original, whatever. But it did mean that it gave me the skills to start learning and understanding what works versus what doesn't. And yeah, you can argue that you maybe don't have the time for that. Then at some point you have to question, well, something's got to give. So you have to make choices.
I agree. I think personally, for me, you need to know how to create it, at least in a basic level, to then be able to judge any editor that you would then bring in, right? Like, because for me, otherwise, and this is the same with any marketing, this is the same with anything you do, you should be able to do it yourself. A, because when shit hits the fan, you might have to, right? And B, you also are in a position where then you can judge the person you're outsourcing your ads to, you're outsourcing your marketing to, you're outsourcing your video editing to, etc. But then also, like, think about it this way. The capacity you could gain by getting someone, quote, more skilled in trailer making to come in, someone like Ryan, for example, right? And then that gives you, we were talking before that it takes you like a day, sometimes 2 days to do a trailer. Okay, cool. So you're saying to me that I can get a trailer that's 2 days worth of work for X price. Cool. Okay, so my objective then is to spend that 2 days making more than that price. That's it. That's the only objective in that respect. Unless you're truly passionate and your core is, I want to become, sorry, Ryan, one of your competitors. Right, I would say the better use of someone's time is actually developing their craft, and that could be an adjacent craft, like getting better at production, getting better at filming, getting better at marketing, etc. And then you can bring in someone like Ryan or a specialist to then do X, Y, Z, right? But especially if you're trying to keep consistency, the reason why I live stream the show but then also then pre-produce it is so I can have the best of both worlds, and I can just simply have more volume, and I can squeeze each episode a lot more when it comes to the output. Now, it doesn't mean by any means that, you know, by me doing that, I'm necessarily going to have larger views. Is potentially the likelihood is yes, because I've got more content going out around the same topic. But actually, again, it comes back to that overarching strategy and what are you looking to do and how are you looking to do it. But I guess, you know, in the research I did around yourself, it's actually, you said, you aspire to be a Netflix documentary editor, right? I mean, how does that, I guess, there's kind of a two-part question here, which is like, number one, how does that influence your mindset if you haven't already touched on it today? But then number two, I would argue that that's I won't go as far as dying job or dying field, but it's definitely not as, I would say, or harder, you could say, like to get into or like to keep, because that industry is in transition at the moment with a lot of AI and etc, you know, in that respect. I mean, has your views kind of changed as you've had that kind of want and that core, you know, from when you wanted that at the time?
Yeah. No, I wouldn't say it has changed. But main reason for that is more so because I tend to be the type of person that really enjoys giving themselves a goal, and until I achieve it, I don't, yeah, it doesn't leave my mind, basically. So another example which still haunts me on the daily is that at some point I made it publicly aware that I wanted to write a book. And I wrote chapter 1, but so far I haven't gotten further than that. And that was, again, comes back to like this period in which all of a sudden I needed to make money, and that just became more important. There's definitely still the hunger in me to do that and to finish that, especially now I'm out the other side. Like, the goal at the point was to write about the quarter life crisis, and as I was learning about everything that goes into that, now I'm out the other side and I kind of achieved what the intention of that podcast was. I feel like this, now I have the insights to write that book. So yeah, anyway, that was sidetracking. I still have the intention to do that. But to answer the question whether or not Netflix editor leaves my mind, even though it's a dying field, not really, because of this like innate drive to be like, okay, I've said I wanted to do that. It's publicly on my LinkedIn. I'm, for example, not getting called out seems hard. Called on it, like that gives me that ambition to keep pushing for that. And I don't doubt from experience that once I achieve that, I will end up finding something else to be a new challenge within that space. In terms of like the aspect of its dying industry, AI and stuff, I I think currently we're in a phase, and I personally believe that will hold on for the next 4 years at least, whereby it's not yet replacing creative editors. So yes, it's making things like, for example, to stick to podcast examples, making a multicam cut. You now have a tool, you can do it within 10-15 minutes. Count in an extra half an hour to go through and check whether it's done it well. A task which used to take 3-4 hours.
Yeah.
Right? These kind of inefficiencies that were already within production anyway, it's currently replacing them, and that is phenomenal, right? But we're nowhere near yet to the point whereby I can just type into a chat GPT or something similar within the creative space what is in my head, and that it does it well. Like, you have to have a very, very in-depth knowledge of prompt engineering in order to get something good to come out of AI within a creative space. And maybe people who disagree with that and I don't know, talk about whatever. I personally don't think, like, nothing original comes from it. And so I'm not worried about that yet. That being said, I've also talked about it before. That is my intention, to do this for, let's say, the next 5-6 years, and continue building and kind of see how far I get, and around that time look into pivoting to something which is more offline heavy. My partner and I have always talked about setting up a retreat center, and I could imagine at that point we'll end up doing something like that, because I do believe as AI develops, as social media becomes more and more cluttered with AI garbage, I do think there is an element of people wanting to be more in person, because it's the only thing that their eyes will believe, right? They can't believe anything on the internet anymore at some point. And I do think the, like, social validation, these things which are innate human psychological things, that we will default back to those more. And so rather get out while on top than kind of sit it out and then be at risk of staying at that point in a dying industry.
Yeah, and I use the word, like, loosely when I say dying, right? Like, I think, like many industries, will pivot, will adapt, will change, and we'll see, you know, because there's a lot of speculation around, like, is AI actually going to get to the point where it can replace you or I or etc., right? Maybe not, right? If you talk to the people who are, quote, making it, of course they're going to be like, yeah, of course they are, right? But in reality, are we going to get there? I don't know. But it kind of, to an extent, I guess it does lead on to my next question, which was going to be, you've been very fortunate to work with, I would argue, some high-performing clients, right, in regards to their clearly successful in the monetary definition of the term, but and or even like health and balance and freedom and etc., right? What would you say makes them either different, or even like maybe some other examples that you've studied yourself, like when it comes to either their work ethic, how they show up, what they do, that I guess has allowed them to rise above the, quote, average in that respect?
Yeah, I think for everyone, the main thing that applies is they know one rule to be true, and that is that quantity brings quality. And so they are just unapologetic about posting insane, and it is truly insane, volumes of content, and often repeating content which is performed really well several times. And they just do that day in, day out. So, like, I think currently for the Amen team, we're putting out like 300 pieces of content a week. You know, for James Smith, he himself is putting out a ginormous amount of content, whether that's his own or over Newtonic, or now with the podcast coming back, he's putting out 1 a week, going to scale up to 2 a week. You know, those long form podcasts, they get cut down into at least 2 to 3 clips, which are like 3 to 10 minutes. In addition, the same one gets cut into about 5 to 6 reels, which, you know, gives you almost a day, every day, something to post. And yeah, think about, if you then, that's currently with 1 episode. If you have 2 per week, you know, you're doubling it. Obviously, the amount of content you have going out, like, And that's what you're competing against, right? That is what, and then people will get annoyed when they put out one post and it gets 3 likes and they're like, oh, let me quit because no one cares. And I had this conversation with a friend of mine a while ago. He's trying to build a surface-based business, and I'm like, he was like, yeah, I've put out 10 posts, and from that I've only got, I think he said 2 clients. And like, do you realize like the ratio of that is insane. That's actually really good. You put out 10 posts and you've already got 2 clients on a beta product. That's crazy.
Yep.
Like, just imagine if you 10x the amount of content, or even just like, don't overdo it. Maybe just say, okay, from now on I commit to posting every single day, right? So you got 30 instead of 10. That means you're making 6 new clients a month, right? And this stuff is exponential. So the more you put out, the more it's going to grow. Like, and just kind of putting it out that way towards these people and helping them see, yes, maybe you feel like you were deserving of more. That could be. But I think you just grossly underestimate the amount of volume it takes.
Mm. Do you think, I mean, for me, that's where I think people who are learning to leverage AI, learning to leverage creative editors, creative people, and then working hard themselves are the ones who are then going to, quote, win. And I would count myself in that for me personally, but the reason why I say that is because I have always understood that the answer is just work, right? There is no shortcut, there is no magic, there is no BS. You want X, Y, and Z. You want to times your revenue by X amount. You want to make however much it is. Okay, then you better work infinitely harder than you think it's going to be to hit that mark, whatever your mark is. The same in fitness, the same in podcasting, the same in everything. And the thing that I did wrong, I guess, last year was I wasn't solely focused on, I'm only going to do these pillars only, right? And the reason why I mention it here is because it's talking about that 1% improvement every time that you alluded to when it comes to volume. And the way behind it, for those who may not know, is it comes from, well, many things, but it comes from a pottery study, which is the most used one, which is a semester was cut in half. One was only asked to basically create one pottery item, so I think it was like a potter, etc. And then the other half was given the opportunity to create as many as they possibly could. And the outcome was the ones who created the most learnt the most from the mistakes they were making as they were creating them, which in turn meant they were able to then create the better pot. When if you just had one chance, you're not going to be able to, you're going to go make the chance, make the mistake, but then not be able to learn from it and then fix it in the next turn. And that's why, for me, anyone who says, oh, I'm only going to post once a week or I'm only going to post 3 times a week struggles because they don't have that compounding learning. And yes, it is hard work. I get it, right? I do. But since daily posting for the last, I would say 3 or 4 years, it doesn't, I then don't, this is going to sound horrible, I don't care specifically about each post. I simply care about, is it going to get me from point A to point B, right? Whatever that is. I mean, I guess, is there, especially when you were early starting out, was it simply just, I'm going to create a tailor today, I'm then going to create another one tomorrow, I'm then going to create another one the following day, to allow yourself to learn what didn't work?
Yeah, so not quite. So just to give people, I suppose, an accurate understanding of just how long I've been doing this. I started as a DJ publicly in 2016, right? So in a couple of weeks, that'll be 10 years ago. And so I wasn't posting at the same intensity that I do these days, but that was like my first taste of social media. I was positioning myself as a local DJ, reaching out to local clubs, making my own music, putting it online, taking press pics, putting that online, making like kind of behind the scenes vlogs. So then I started the side project, which was let's say a platform for DJs and producers to ultimately give them more exposure, especially for beginning producers. And I posted, I mean, the channels are still up, so you can always check, but I think on that channel we posted 400 videos, which I did for a year and a half. Then came the Quarter Life Crisis, a podcast, which in a year we posted over 400 videos. right? And then that's not including, like, that's just on Instagram. If we include like YouTube and the clips and all that stuff. So like at this point, I've been in the business for 10 years. I've been doing this actively for like 4.5, and just put out so much volume, at least one post a day. And that was just for my own stuff. Let's like, in the past 2 years, if we include client work, we're talking like 2,000, 3,000 videos. You can't tell, like, you're coming around the corner making your 10 videos and you're like, oh, but I don't have the same results Ryan has. Yeah. What do you expect? Like, and so help me, what was your question?
I mean, it was more around, I guess, like, is there a struggle around people simply understanding that it's just going to take them time, right? Because like when I started, there is this culture, especially at the moment, which is like instant. I want Ryan's views. I want X success. So on, in that respect. And I think for me, I've always understood, for as long as I can remember, that as long as I'm showing up every day, focusing on how can I get each thing I'm doing to be slightly better every day, by the time I get to the quote success marker, my success will change in respect to what my definition of it is. But I guess it would just be advice around like people who are struggling, or people who are saying, yeah, but Ryan, posting 3 times is hard because I've got a business to run, I've got this, I've got that, I've got a family, I've got so on. What would you say to those people?
It is hard. It is. You're right. But if you want the upside of it, if you want the reward, you're needing to be willing to put in the work. And that is going to, like, this is what I find tricky, because for me, the main reason why I did all of that I just explained was because for me personally, the fear of needing to go back to my 9 to 5 as someone who is allergic to authority and being told what to do and when to do it, more importantly. Like, that fear was more motivating than anything I've ever felt to this point. And so, and I still fall back to that now, whereby I think if the business is like having a month whereby revenue is declining or something, I'm like, I need to do something, because I'm not going back to the 9 to 5. And I think there's a large group of people who want the upside but do not have anything driving them. They're waiting for that motivation. And sure, I could lie now and say like, oh, just put in the work and you'll eventually get the results and it'll be as motivating, but that motivating is gonna leave. Like, you have to have something that is driving you, something that you're scared of. For me, it was, and no disrespect to people who have 9 to 5s, but for me personally, that felt mediocre, and I felt like I could do better, and I didn't want to like be in that situation anymore. I was genuinely scared of it. Like, I was depressed, and so that has been the motivating factor for so long to ultimately go and put in the volume, because it wasn't more scary than that. Yeah. And so that made me come back time and time again to just put out another post. And, I get some very creative comments still from people who then hate in some way or whatever on the content that I produce or whatever. And I'm like, okay, but like, I could listen to you now, or to friends or family. Like, the family who was telling me, yeah, don't you think you need to get the normal job and stop messing around? Like, until this year, my grandma thought I was just, she doesn't understand what I do. She thought I was just messing around, and she was scared for me, which is meant very well, but, was not productive to what I was trying to achieve. And I saw other people do it, and I knew if they could, to some degree, I can. It doesn't have to be their level of success, but if they managed, I have to be able in some way to get a similar space of success. Like, I think we have a tendency to really downplay success. So, for example, whether marriages, this is a good example. People say this all the time. They'll say 50% of marriages end in divorce, right? And while that may be factually accurate, the flip side of that is 50% of marriages are successful. And so you could choose to put yourself in a space whereby, well, 50% of marriages end in divorce, and so mine's going to end in divorce. Or you can put yourself in the position where 50% of marriages are successful, and therefore I will be successful.
Yeah.
Yeah, the at risk of being some spiritual guru, I suppose, there is an element of this is mainly a mindset game. And I do know the moment I started working with a mindset coach, things also exponentially started increasing for me. So
I think, well, I mean, I don't know the psychology off the top of my head, but it's somewhere along the lines of like, we will only be able to see what's possible or what's in our surrounding area, right? There's been loads of studies that show like if you stay in your local area or you work in your local area, then you'll be limited in regards to income because of the likelihood of the ability to like make a fee, right? Me to charge you something. When you look exponentially across the internet, the actual ceiling on what you can make is infinite, as long as you understand that you're adding value to a different market and then you can target that market, etc. But I guess the thing I also wanted to mention as well, I mean, I guess in some ways, some people say to me when their content isn't performing or maybe it's like plateauing or etc. I mean, like, are they, quote, shadow banned, or do they, because I've always been of the view that when that happens, you need to mix it up. You need to change things because you're getting complacent with either the system which you've built to create content. Fair enough, great system. But the system is only as good as the results it creates. So if you're still making money, don't change the system, right? But if your objective, maybe you're in the camp that we alluded to earlier, which is actually we need to make more views because the sponsors are maybe unhappy with how X episode performed, what would you recommend, or is it just simply their, quote, shadow banned?
Oh, I rarely think shadow banned is a thing. Maybe if you like swear a lot or you break a lot of the community guidelines or you're pushing a lot of like, I don't know, controversial things which don't speak in favor of the social media algorithm, right? Then I could imagine you get shadow bans. But if you don't do that and you're just an, let's say, everyday creator, I think it is indeed. I mean, algorithms do change. We see it on LinkedIn currently. Video was a period whereby you could put any piece of garbage on LinkedIn and it would get insane numbers, and now it's barely doing anything. And so I do think that is in part to an algorithm change, but I wouldn't go as far as saying you're shadow banned. And if anything, if you are in your core a creator, that should be the challenge, right? That should be the challenge for you to say, okay, I got here at some point by trying a bunch of different stuff, right? At some point I found something which worked, and so I doubled down on that and decided to focus on just that and do nothing else anymore. And people like fatigue, people's attention fatigue, and if you're not bringing anything new anymore, at some point they've seen your stuff over and over again, and so it gets boring, right? And so they're looking for new stuff. And so if you are a creator in your core and you find yourself in the position you're talking about, I say a good ratio to stick to, especially in the beginning, is just 50% test content and 50% of what you think personally will most likely do well. And as you grow, you'll see certain videos do better than others, and the ratio kind of adjusts. And so you'll at some point be producing for 75% of the content that always consistently does well. But I still think you should have that 25% of content whereby you're just testing new ideas, new formats, new iterations of stuff. And sometimes it doesn't have to be extensive. Like I produce a weekly show in which I break down how edits are made, right? And so I've been doing this now again for about 2 months. And in the most recent episode that I recorded last week, I decided to add a segment in which I basically give strategic advice when it comes to content. It's like a 1-minute thing in which I basically give a strategic tip of the week. And so that show expands, right? It's gone from just me reviewing 3 videos to my strategic advice plus the 3 videos. And then the week after, I added in a color grade segment. So I take like a scene from Stranger Things and explain these are the color elements that go into creating a scene like Stranger Things. And so the show builds, and I've given myself here with 2 new segments that I can test and see how they do. So I'll put it out on socials as an individual clip. I'll also like ask in the episode what they think, which ultimately creates engagement, causes people to give feedback. And so there's this ratio that I stick to that works very well for me, at least, of continuously developing yourself and figuring out some way to stay fresh. Because otherwise, the alternative is you become boring, and in the end, that's only going to be a downhill spiral from there, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think there's kind of 2 points, I guess. A, the Alex Samodi side of it, which is like outlast everyone else who is quote unquote boring, right? So be the longest running podcast in your niche just because you want to be the stubbornness person, right? There's that. Or I would say actually probably it's more and then also adding those other elements in, like those elements you kindly shared about what can we do to make the show unique? What angle can we think about it? Or just think, actually, maybe I'm going to go after the guests who haven't been on shows before. Maybe I'm going to simply go after the people who are, tiny, right? So they would actually really appreciate being asked. And actually you can get more nuance, but maybe they're like seasoned professionals, right? So like they've been in the industry like 50 years, but they're so small in the respect to like they're not like a known marketer or a known name. So when you get an interview with them, it's like this completely brand new perspective. And or you then try and compete with, and I guess it comes back to your our previous point at the very beginning, which was like, what's your your actual reason for doing the content? Is it to make you more money, or is it to get more views, right? So if you're what I believe Stephen Bartlett's now looking to do, which he's like, I want to create the largest podcast in regards to numbers, period. He's going to have a very different guest plan, guest structure, guest strategy than say someone like I or maybe you have or would have, because we're looking for strategic experts that will help us position us as experts in marketing, in video, in video content creation, etc., rather than him who is looking for how much mass, I would assume, I don't know, but my assumption would be how much mass appeal is this episode going to get because how well known is X name, and or how topical is the conversation which we're going to have, right? At the peak of AI, funnily enough, he did a load of stuff about AI,
Yeah. Now he's anti-AI, which is kind of funny. But what I do think the Diary of a CEO team does smartly is, I was lucky enough, I think I started listening at like episode 20, and now they're at like, I think 400 or something like that. So when I started listening, one of the main reasons I started listening was because it was about CEOs, right? And with time, as Stephen developed and got more interested into, because you can look back at the first, he was definitely not lean or muscular or like he was, it was most definitely not fat or anything, or it was just, normal dude. And over time, you can tell with the people he interviewed and the learnings he was taking from them, fitness and health and all of that started becoming way more of an interest to him. And so what he did as a result of that is started speaking to these people who were also interested in health and fitness, etc. And I think he's done it very smartly, whereby he understands there's an element, what you're referencing at is like which people get massive views. So like Michelle Obama, right? That's just naturally going to be a hit. Recently, Kevin Hart, that's naturally going to be a hit, right? And then there's the element of all of the like technical experts that he still interviews, which are more in relation to health and fitness. But then there was also someone, I honestly don't remember who, but there was someone more recently that he interviewed, which was relatively unknown. Like at the time, the first time he got Daniel Priestley on, at that point, I think he had like 30,000 followers, which sounds like a lot, but it's really not if you put it into context of the normal average guest of Stephen at that time. And so I think if anything, he holds exactly true for what I just said to the ratio of like testing, right? Continue that. Sure, focus on the views if that is the goal of the podcast. Keep that in mind. But like also feel free to like get the random guest on there. And that being said, the flip side of what you were already hinting at is a good strategy when it comes to content. If you're trying to become a standout name, It's just do the exact opposite of what everyone else is doing.
Yeah.
And so everyone is creating a trailer with 3-hour-long episodes. Cool. You make a podcast that is maybe 10 minutes long with one core question that you discuss with a friend, for example, or maybe you just discuss it yourself, right? And you put that out every day instead of once a week, right? Or the same goes for hooks. Like everyone is starting with very controversial hooks. You start with a like colored screen and text on it, and you animate the text in with an image, and then you go into the like bulk of the trailer. Like I think if you just try the opposite of what you feel works, 9 times out of 10, I think you're going to find better results that way.
I think, in some ways I hate to say this, but a lot of marketing is science, right? You have to be creative enough to think up the ideas, sure, but you actually have to then get the data to then learn from it, right? So you might have in the same way a scientist would have a theory or a hypothesis. You would go, I think this is the case. In the same when we work with clients or we're looking to try and get a client a certain objective, it's like, okay, well, in theory, we think you want to talk to this kind of person who's this demographic who lives roughly around this area. Cool. Okay, cool. Right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to test that theory and see what happens. I guess the crux and the thing that we use Stephen as an example, so I'll continue to use him. The thing that he does more than others is he will do exactly what we described, which was he will do the and methodology when it comes to, we know what works, we're going to continue that, so we're going to say we're going to do that every week, but then we'll have a bonus episode which is purely for testing. We don't care whether that episode is going to get 5 views, 10 views, 1 million views, or 100 million views, or whatever it is. We're purely going to do that episode just so we can understand, does this resonate with our current audience, and or do we gain a new audience from doing so? And I think if you scale this really down into the majority of people who are maybe consuming this, who are maybe smaller businesses or like, 1 or 2, maybe 2, maybe up to 10 employees, if you take that same thought process, as long as you have the bandwidth and the resources to be able to do so, of course, you'll be able to, quote, outpace some of your competitors if you move quickly, because you'll be able to say, okay, cool. Let's test something. Let's see if it works. Okay, cool, it works. So now we can do this on top of everything else we already know works. So every time you do that, you're adding more fuel to that fire and that engine as a whole. So it's going to, or using the snowball analogy, it's going to gain more snow going down the hill, right? And the more compounding you have, the faster it grows, so on, so on, so on, right? But for those who have been really interested in this conversation and maybe want to check out some of your stuff, check out some of the editing show, etc., where's best for people to reach out to you?
Probably via LinkedIn. Just on my channel. Pretty sure if you type in Ryan Faber, you should find me. You can find me on YouTube if you search The Quarter Creator Club if you're interested in learning more about editing or content strategy these days, and we'll be putting out a lot more content on there as well. So
fabulous. And if you were going to talk to either yourself or someone very similar to you 10 to 15 years ago, and you were going to give advice, what advice would you give that person?
Trust your gut. And listen to people who have done what you aspire to achieve. And so my whole podcast, the whole thing that got me to where I am now, and arguably I still have a long way to go, but the main philosophy of that was I knew I wanted to be an entrepreneur. I knew there were hundreds to thousands of entrepreneurs who had made it work. I figured if I would talk to enough of them and ask them questions as to how or what they thought the frameworks were that made it, in all of those subjective experience, I should be able to find an objective line. And you don't need to start a podcast. I'm pretty sure if you send a bunch of LinkedIn DMs, if you DM me after watching this and you're like, I want advice on how to become a better editor, for example, I will respond to that. And I know for a fact, because I've done it, that there are plenty of people out there who are the same. And so if you just speak to enough of those people, at some point you'll see the patterns in what all of these people have in common, and then you know what you have to replicate.
No, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And I think it's sometimes about not like trying to reinvent the wheel, but if you're going to take the bits that you really want to emulate and like. But thank you so much for the time, Ryan. Really appreciate it. And if you did enjoy this episode and would like to see more like it, make sure to be subscribed by clicking this button just here. And YouTube believes you'll enjoy this button or this video more specifically. So make sure to click that. And I'll see you very, very soon. Are you looking to create a new channel? Because with a new channel becomes a fresh algorithm. Is that something that you're looking for?
Stop waiting for the perfect moment, because the perfect moment doesn't come. Just before you press record to go live, I've got this thing on my screen saying your recording has stopped. I've checked on Facebook, it's still recording, but again, that would throw someone completely off.
Why do people fail at being consistent, right? We talk about consistency all the time, but why is it so hard to maintain?
Grab your camera. If you know what you want to say relates to somebody or connects with somebody, or you're giving some kind of advice that helps somebody, just grab your camera and do it.
In your view, what do you think is missing in marketing today?
The more you do, the better you get. If you're sitting in a room thinking, I'm going to do it this year, I'm going to do it this year, I'm going to get ready, I'm going to get ready, you are always going to put it off. You are always going to have an excuse. You are always going to think, I'll just wait for this, I'll just wait for that. Oh, I'll save some money and I'll buy some equipment.
Hello, my friends. I hope you're well. I hope you're having a good day, evening or night, wherever you are. And yeah, today we're back for a brand new What's Missing in Marketing today. And overall, we're going to be talking to Michael all about why you should look at, specifically looking at video, maybe, and also what you need to do when it comes to actually getting confident on video content as a whole. So, Michael, thank you so much for the time. Thank you so much for coming on the show. Before we jump into it, in your view, what do you think is missing in marketing today?
Heart. I think heart is missing. I think a lot of businesses fall down this hole of they see, so for example, a plumber or a gas fitter or a gas engineer or an accountant or a financial advisor. They tend to talk about how amazing they are, which is great. And I'm pretty sure most of them are amazing in what they do. But people don't care about that. People don't care how amazing somebody is. People don't care that I've been in business 13 years. When they hire me, they just want to go, right, if I pay you all this money, are you going to get me results? And that's all they care about. And so I think a lot of businesses actually focus on the wrong things. And a lot of businesses focus on all these niche little trending videos where we had last year and the year before, we had all these, you know, those videos where it would be a viral video of someone falling off a bike and then they will roll into shot. All this stuff I'm just so against. Yes, it works to some degree depending on what it is you're talking about. But I feel like a lot of clients who want videos think too much about how they're going to create video rather than thinking about what they're going to talk about. It seems that content seems to be the last thing on their mind. They don't think about what comes out their mouth. They only care about how they want it to look, how they want it to come across. They want fancy cameras, fancy lighting. Everyone wants that Netflix feel, which is great. But if the content is not there, you have nothing, and you spent a lot of money, wasted a lot of time for very poor results.
Do you think I guess people run into this is a shiny new thing, we love it, we think it's a great idea, but they maybe don't sit down and do what could be described as pre-production or boring work, right? When it comes to, okay, we're going to do this video, we're going to do this set of videos, we're going to do this advertising campaign, whatever it may be, and what is it actually going to do to move the needle, right? I think for me, something that I'm focusing with my clients this year, but also focusing more on myself, is what specific impact can I make with the videos I make, right? Yes, we can make them look great, sound great, etc., and that you should do that, but it should not be an expense, in my view, to understanding why it's going to move the needle for you, right? And I guess, just to build off that, why do you think people rush into creating content? Like rush into maybe getting you, because I've seen it many, many times, unfortunately, where people, they see it as the new shiny thing. They're like, right, we've got to do it right now, right? Which in some ways would be counterintuitive, because surely us as video people, we want people to do that in the short term to make money, right?
it's all or nothing, you know, and it seems to, I don't know if you feel this, but especially last year, it comes in waves. A lot of people panicked last year. A lot of people rushed to do things last year. And it seemed that the whole world did it at the same time. And then we went through periods of very little creativity. The problem with our industry, and I'm sure you will relate to this, is that whenever there is uncertainty, we are the first ones cut. Photographers, they're the first ones cut. Social media output is the first thing cut. And I think, you know, I'm a testament to the time that, you know, I mean, I've celebrated 13 years in business. That's going through Brexit, that's going through lockdown and COVID. And that's because I consistently showed up with social media, and I showed up with storytelling, and showed up with creating content whilst I couldn't leave the house. And I think that's what's kept me consistent over the years. That's what's kept me showing up. And that's why the phone keeps ringing. I was talking to my accountant before Christmas, and he said, I work with 3 or 4 different videographers in the local area. He said, and you are by far the one bringing in the most money. And I'm like, well, I still feel down. I still feel like I'm not doing enough. I still feel like I'm not as good. And he went, honestly, he said, I'm not lying. He said, I look at your figures and you consistently beat the others. And I'm like, well, that's a nice feeling. But the main thing is, what are the other videographers doing wrong or not doing to be able to be at the same level as me? Because there's enough work for everybody. And that's why obviously I work with a lot of videographers, and I'm good friends with videographers like yourself, because we know that our industry is completely different to other industries. So most financial advisors won't talk to each other. Most accountants won't talk to each other, but we will, because in order to create something good and tangible, you have to collaborate with other creatives. I've learned a lot from you. You've probably learned a lot from me. And that's across the board with anyone that's creative. We have to work as a team, and we have to look at others for inspiration. There's things that you do that I don't do, and I'm like, oh, I wish I could be as good as Carlton. He's really good at doing this, and I'm not. I think you can always look at other people in your industry for inspiration. There is a dog bark, and I just want to address there is a dog barking, because life is not perfect. I think.
I mean, don't mean to cut you off, but like that's a key example, right? Like, I think some people, they would look at this stream and they would go, "Oh, well, it's not perfect." I mean, like literally 20 minutes before this stream, I was like, "Fuck it, let's just do it on Riverside because I've wanted to move and I need a reason to do it. So fuck it, let's just do it." And I think that's a key example sometimes in life. I mean, you talked about uncertainty. I don't know. It's not. It's going to sound really weird, but it's nice to hear that because I think sometimes people go, "It's just me in a void thinking that things are tough," right? And I'm saying that from a place of incredibly grateful, where we have done very, very well last year. You know, we doubled our revenue, etc. But I'm also aware that there's also people who aren't in that position. Right now, I would argue one of the reasons why I'm in that position, or have been fortunate enough to be in that position, is because I'm consistent, because I'm showing up, because I keep trying to push the boundaries, because I keep trying to make better content. But I guess, I mean, was that always something that you look to do? Is that always something you look to do? I mean, we've had many conversations through the years about well, this is what I'm looking to do to adapt, this is etc. I mean, and this is how I'm looking to, quote, stay ahead. I mean, I guess for people who are maybe consuming this or listening to this, I mean, what would you say is that thing? Is there a golden bullet? Because I'm sure you get it a lot, but I get it a lot, which is like, Colin, what's the golden piece of content that's going to make me loads of money this year?
It's a double-edged sword, because, you know, for me, I always want to move away from just generic video. I mean, unfortunately, you have to pay the bills, and you have to do certain jobs that you think, oh, this could be so much better if they just do an extra day's filming and listen to me a bit more. And I always have the respect of my client. I always know that my client knows what they want, but sometimes they need me to guide them to where they need to be. When people hire me or when they hire you, they're not just buying the equipment. Yes, the equipment's expensive. Yes, we're constantly buying more equipment, hard drives, computers. It is a constantly evolving industry, and we're always, you buy one camera one year and it's outdated the next. But it's not always about the equipment. It's about, you as a creative. How can you look at somebody's business and go, right, I think we should do this. Because a lot of the times clients look at what their competitors do, they look at what is trending and they go, we want this. I'm like, well, have you asked yourself the question, what do you want a video to do? Before I talk about prices, before I talk about what I think they should do, I go, what do you want a video to achieve? You're spending maybe £900, £1,500. What is the outcome? What do you need it to do? And then you work around trying to get to that point where it's going to lead an audience to want to know more. I think a lot of clients, when I do my retainers, we do about 5 to 8 videos and they're always pushing to do 9 or 10. And I'm like, quality over quantity, because if I do 10 videos, yes, we can achieve that in an hour and it's very intense, but I'd rather you have 2 really good videos than 10 half-hearted videos. And I think not a lot of people see the value in what we do. We constantly feel like we are explaining the value. Some people get it, some people don't. People want results. And I think people are scared of actually taking a chance with their wallet. I think, they're thinking, this has to make a return. And so our job is to make sure that we close our mouth, we listen to their need, we listen to what they're trying to achieve, and then we as creatives go, right, you've talked about this, you want to achieve this, and you want to get here by this point. This is how you should do it. And it might necessarily be, we are consuming content at such an incredible rate these days that even short form content has to be so spot on for people to engage, because every single person on the planet is competing for time.
Do you think, my next question was going to be, do you think there's a content problem? Do you think there's an attention problem? But just to add a bit more context around that, I think what you're talking about here is like everyone wants, because everyone understands, right? Like, you put out a load of content, you get more time with people, you build more trust faster, which in turn means you're more likely to win a sale, right? In crux, that's what we're talking about. But the crux, I guess, is something that I've been thinking about a lot over the last couple of years, especially over the Christmas break, and then leading into what we're doing as a business and as a content strategy as a whole moving forward, and what I'm doing to talk to my editors about it, etc. Like, what we're looking to do is that 1% improvement that we did all of last year, but also how can I create buckets of energy, buckets of time, where I'm not only creating like long form targeted content on its own on a consistent basis, but then also other content standalone for just like scrolling feeds, right? So I think for a long time we were very clip farmy, right? If that makes sense. Like, one of the reasons why you want a podcast, and you shouldn't, and I'm not saying for a second, by the way, because ironically you'll see clips from this show that are clip farmy, right? It's not, in my view at least, and something that really worked for me last year was not or, it's an and question. Right? So for me, I'm thinking, how can I create standalone short form content that I plan in the same way I plan my long form? But is that worth it in regards to time? But also, I think there's a yardstick when it comes to the amount of energy we output and the amount of energy we put into each of those pieces. And that's what you were talking a little bit about. It's better to have 2 well executed short form pieces from, say, that hour worth of filming, rather than just how can we squeeze this volume wise. The only bit I would push back is if they're in a discovery phase and they don't know what they want or they don't know what works. But I guess, just to, I would love to hear what you think on that as well. But also, like, specifically, just to reiterate the question I wanted to ask you, which is, do you think at the moment businesses have a content problem, e.g. they don't know what to create, or do we have an attention problem, e.g. our attention is being drifted away from actually creating, so we find ourselves scrolling TikTok, scrolling LinkedIn, consuming, and then by proxy saying, oh, I'm not doing what Mike's doing, I'm not doing what Colton's doing, etc. And that then maybe makes me feel shit.
I see a lot of clients at the moment who will create stuff, they'll create short form content, and they'll put GIFs, or they'll put, it's like that one at the moment. I don't know which one it is. It's the one with the nightclub. It's taken from a Netflix film or series where it's a feeling of euphoria kind of thing. And everybody jumps on the same trends. Everybody does the same thing. Everybody uses the same trend in audio. Everybody uses it. I think people are scared to think outside the box. And I think a lot of people don't know how to think outside the box. And, I don't always get it right for my own business because, algorithms are constantly changing. But the plus side is I have the time to sit and look at what's going on. I have time to look and analyze what's going on so that I can go, right, I've got an accountant that wants to do some videos about tax return or making tax digital. And it's like, well, that's great. And they go, how do you make accountants sexy? I'm like, well, you don't. But what you do is you break down the barriers of who you are. Nobody wants to go to an accountant. It isn't sexy. But if you can know, like, and trust, grow your awareness of, well, actually, we're very good at this. And if you've got a specific need, it's about breaking down what you do as a business and how you give people the answers that they are looking for. People will only part with their money if they know they're getting a return, and you can't always guarantee you'll get a return. So you need to be likable. I think in today's world, in terms of attention spans, we see a lot of idiots now, and I think that's the technical term, they'll do pranks on the street. They will throw eggs at people just before they get on a train. They will go up to people with little microphones and go, what do you think of it? All that stuff I just cannot stand. I'm a writer. I write comedy and I produce things that take me a very long time to write. I put my heart and soul into things. And somebody would rather go and watch something that took 30 seconds with hardly any thought process, and it's just someone being an idiot on camera, rather than watching something that someone's toiled over for 10, 15 years. And I think that's what's sad about the world, is that we are living in a world where, an artist who takes 20, 30 years to paint something, someone on Instagram, who just gets a camera out and thinks he's being clever, will get more views than the artist who spent most of his life creating a masterpiece. And I think that's the problem. People are too simple in what they consume now. And it's such a shame that where I stand is I want to make something emotionally tangible. I want to connect on an emotive level so that people go, wow, I really, really want to work with that guy or girl, or, and so it's trying to get people. And again, I think vulnerability, if you are vulnerable on camera, you will get more likes. So when I do outtakes, or when I post videos that, I might be doing some of my short form videos in bulk and the dog's barking, I'll post a clip of the dog barking and me getting frustrated. That will get more views than the content I'm trying to create.
Do you think that, I guess the thing I was going to ask you is this principle around, would you rather have a video get 1 million views but maybe didn't hit the right audience, e.g. didn't do a lot for your business, or would you rather have consistently, let's just call it 1,000 views for the sake of conversation, and it was hitting those right 1,000 people, right? And I think, from my perspective, I was going to ask you, do you think it's a lost art when it comes to what you're talking about with, like, the emotional storytelling or emotional core, and or is this something which we can, I guess, I wouldn't say use AI for, because I think it's counterintuitive, but is that one of the reasons why we're potentially losing, maybe if we are losing it as an art?
Well, I think in a world of AI at the moment, the problem you have is nothing seems real. And to me and you, we have a trained eye. We can watch Lord of the Rings and appreciate the lighting and why that lighting is graded in a certain way for a certain feel, or the composition is composed for whatever reason, whether it's to make someone look proud, to make someone look small. We look at film in a completely different way to most people, so we have a trained eye. So we can, not all the time, but most of the time, we can tell when something is AI, when something's generated. I love AI. I think there is some amazing things we can do now, but I think the problem is it's not policed, and anybody can just create any rubbish. And the amount of you sit on your phone, you scroll in the evening, you'll get one or two fantastic videos, but most of it is just, I feel sorry for all the servers and the cloud systems that literally just have so much rubbish uploaded to it on it. Every minute of the day there's some video content being uploaded, and it's, where's the quality control? But then obviously, AI is there for anyone to express how they feel and what they want to create. But I feel like when they start taking faces of actors and start manipulating things that didn't even happen, and taking historical content and completely changing the narrative, I think we're in a very scary place where we can't trust what we see anymore.
Do you think
That's
that makes trust more of a currency to care about then? Like, it was always a currency to care about, but what jumps to mind when you say that is actually, by us creating evergreen content that is maybe accelerated through AI, right, or utilized in a workflow that has AI built in, but the core is still a real person having a real conversation, for example, in this case, right? Or us going through the painstaking task of crafting a educational video, a comedy script, a comedy skit, etc., etc., etc. Do you think that those will actually rise above the top because of the amount of AI slop or the AI challenge as a whole? And then if so, does that have a knock-on effect to potentially why we would be trusted rather than someone who's like fully AI leaning in that respect?
I just think people don't want to work for the content anymore. I think, long form content, I explain to my clients like this. Long form content should sit on your website. Long form content should be your online course, behind a paid wall or whatever. Your long form content should be people already in your ecosystem. Trying to get someone who doesn't know who you are or knows of you to watch long form content, they just ain't going to do it unless you are some influencer with millions and millions of views. And even then, because content creators and influencers are constantly chasing the next video, that in itself becomes a full-time job. A lot of clients say to me, "Oh, I want to focus on YouTube this year." I'm like, well, expect at least a year or two before you even start to get your SEO on track.
Yeah.
Because I had a viral video, because my business started off as a comedy production company back in 2012, and I focused on writing online comedy. This was where the world was completely different in 2012, and I wanted to write comedy. And over the last 13 years, it's become a production company that produces videos for businesses. So obviously, the main reason of creating a business has completely changed today from what it was. But I had a video that got 17 million views and still gets a good 100 per month. But that has actually had a negative effect on my account because the algorithm's completely different and because the content's completely different. Trying to get an account that's got 10,000 subscribers with over 70 million views on, it's now hard because it's a dead account in a sense.
Well, I think from the research I've done on the YouTube algorithm, it thinks your viewer bucket is X when actually your viewer bucket is now Y. Now, I guess my question to you would be, and I think the reason why I asked this is because I think it would be valuable for those listening, why haven't you / are you looking to create a new channel? Because with a new channel becomes a fresh algorithm, which in turn means if you're creating solely business content or solely like this is why you should use video, etc., and you're targeting A, filmmakers, B, marketers, C-suite, etc., you're targeting that group of people. surely that would be the solution. Or would you, or are you saying, or maybe it's I don't know, that's why I'm asking it, right? But is it a world of like, you have a level of nostalgia related to that channel and the size of it, to say, well, actually I can re-pivot the channel in the respect to the actual YouTube algorithm, or potentially are you thinking about, and my recommendation to you would be actually say that channel's great, and if I ever have any content that's in that bucket that algorithm, the YouTube algorithm already has understood, then I put it there, but actually I'm going to relaunch a different Instagram, a different YouTube channel, etc., for the specific business content. I mean, is that something that you're looking for?
I think for me to seriously take YouTube seriously, I think it's a full-time job in itself. I'm out every week filming. How long has it taken me to get on a podcast with you? I'm time poor because I've become a very busy fool. This year is about not saying yes to everyone and sitting down and having coffee for an hour. This year is about being a bit more focused and taking a bit more of my time back. Focusing on what networking groups are working for me and which ones are not. Looking at cutting down my overheads a little bit this year, kind of resetting myself. I don't personally think building a YouTube for me as a videographer is going to lead to me getting local work. Yes, I travel the UK. Yes, I have clients in Turkey. But for me, what do I want YouTube to do for me apart from having an online presence that maybe potentially people might want to jump on my online courses? So yeah, maybe another account for that. I think it's just a case of, I do still get views. It is actually on the way up slowly, because I post every week now and have been for a couple of months. I am starting to see a difference, but my end goal is not to be completely focused on YouTube doing better for me. It's about consistently showing up. My videos go out at 10 o'clock every Wednesday at a set time, so people know exactly where I'm going to be. Because people get into rhythms and routines, and if they know someone's going to be up every week, then they kind of go, right, okay, he'll post again next week, I'll have a look for his videos. I think YouTube, because the problem is, clients say to me, oh, we want to grow our YouTube account. I'm like, okay, so what do you want to achieve from that? Again, that's the first question I ask. What do you want to achieve from growing a YouTube account? Oh, we just want more awareness. I'm like, yeah, but YouTube is the world. So are you, if you want to focus on a location, if you're an accountant in Chester or an accountant in North Wales or Liverpool, why do you want the whole world to see what you do? Why are you posting to the whole world? Why not do meta ads? Why not do targeted video content for, Instagram and Facebook? Use meta, which then can kind of go, right, well, we want a 10-mile radius of our office. I think a lot of people don't know what's out there. I think a lot of people just think, oh, we'll make videos and we'll get loads of work. It doesn't work like that. It's like with passive income. Like, people say, well, if I just create short form videos every single day, then I'll get loads of business from it. I'm like, but are your clients all over the world? Can you work all over the world? Does it mean that you have to travel a lot more? Does that mean, you have an online platform that, you sell courses? If I was to focus on YouTube, it would be for my online coaching only. It wouldn't be, I'm a filmmaker, I'll come and work for you. Because I'd rather work at home, near to home, be home for tea, than, if I've got work down in Salisbury, I'll pick up the phone and say, you might as well do it. What's the point? What is the point in me driving all the way down there when you're capable of doing it?
Yeah. And I think to an extent, just to build off that, I mean, I think the key there is like understanding, firstly, why did you go in business? Secondly, like, what life do you quote unquote want from the business that you are actually building? Because, like, let's say, for example, you're in a stage of your life or a season of your life where family is really important, whether that means a partner, whether that means a full-on family, whatever that means for you. And then, of course, you should consider that maybe actually your career, you need to bring in enough to pay bills, etc., etc. But should then be targeting clients that mean you have a more, we have this kind of standard joke in our relationship, I think, for a long time, which has been, you love holidays, right? And I'm not against holidays, and I do take time off, but I do it in my way. And I think that's a very key example of like creating a life which then has the output that you want, right? I, at the moment in this stage of my life, I can prioritize my career and I can continue to grow as a principal and I see it as an advantage to continue to market, to continue to develop, and continue to work on the business when others are maybe really investing in their family, right? And that's not a bad thing. It's about understanding that we are both different people and we're both obviously going to react differently or have a different focus. And it reminds me of a conversation I had in a conversation, I think it was around Boxing Day, there or thereabouts. Someone basically said something on the lines of, this is how you can work with me in 2026, and then was asking for feedback on what people thought about that 2-week window where people are like, should I market, should I not market, should I be taking time off, etc., socially, should I be reflecting, etc. And I basically just said, well, if you're willing to put the work in and that aligns with what you're looking to do across that 2-week window, you'll probably be rewarded now, as in January 5th and January onwards, than people who otherwise wouldn't. But also those people would be gaining other benefits because they'll be spending time with their family. And I basically just got, I forget who exactly the comment was from, but it was something that I was saying, there's other things to life than work. And I said, well, it's your choice, right? And everything, I guess the older I get, the more I understand that life is about choices. And this is the same when it comes to like, what businesses are you building and what areas of attention are you trying to focus on when it comes to building your business. And I would argue that's actually why you potentially should bring in a professional, whatever that means for you, professional marketer, professional video production company, professional advertising company, because if you are a person who values the time with family, yeah, you could get a camera, you could learn how to use it, you could learn how lighting works, you could learn how audio works, so on, to be able to produce your content. But I would actually argue, if you're not just picking up your phone and talking to it and you don't have that confidence yet, that's where you should start. You shouldn't necessarily bring this overwhelming conversation or this overwhelming like development when it comes to the fear around like talking to camera, looking into a teleprompter, having all these lights, having these microphones, having all this edit, etc. Because in the years of my own experience, creating my own content, but also working with clients, the energy level that you actually output, how you present, how you come across is going to be the deciding factor in the long term. To phrase it into a question though, how do you work with clients, or what would you say to someone maybe listening to this who's like, yeah, new me, new year, gonna do video, gonna absolutely kill it, it's gonna be incredible, but I'm terrified of looking at my phone?
The key thing is this, there are two types of people. There are people who want to create videos for the business and they want to save a bit of money, and that's great, and that's why I'm a video coach, because I thought, well, if you don't want to hire me, I'll teach you and I'll give you pointers, and I've got online courses to help you, because a lot of people want to do it themselves, but then I always say to people, so when someone comes and they say, I want some videos doing, but I don't know if I want to do them myself, I don't know if I want you to do it for me, I go, well, what is your job? And they say, for example, I'm a financial advisor. I'm like, right, so have you got time in your diary every week to sit down and record videos, edit them, post them, and schedule them? And they go, no. I'm like, well, you either pay me to take that time away from you and to do it for you and to give you an end product, or I teach you how to do it yourself, give you pointers of how you can create it, how you can manage your time. If you've got the time, do it. They get frustrated because they think it's easy. And to agree it's easy if you know what you're doing. Composition is important, lighting is important, sound is important. If you don't get those things right, and most of the time it's sound, if you've got bad sound, people won't watch it. And again, when people think, oh, I'll use ChatGPT, I'll write 10 video ideas for my business, they'll read it out without even knowing what that content means. So they're just wasting their own time. When you hire a videographer, filmmaker, cinematographer, whatever, we don't just come with equipment, we come with an idea, we come with some kind of understanding of our industry for us to guide people in the way to get the results that they need. And that is what people pay us for. They don't pay us for the fancy equipment, although that's the bonus. They pay us for what we can look at their business and go, right, so you're an aesthetics company, you do skincare, you have clients that have problems with their skin, right, let's have a look at what people are doing. 9 times out of 10 people are on TikTok, because it's a younger generation that has these aesthetic companies. I'm not saying everyone's young, but there are a younger generation that get into skin aesthetics, and they are a young, vibrant group of people who go straight to TikTok. Does anyone ever question the business and go, well, are your clients on TikTok? And I'd probably say for an aesthetics company, I would say that there are probably a good handful of people. So it's probably a good platform to work from. Instagram's another one. You know, for a younger audience, would posting on Facebook help? Probably not as much as Instagram and TikTok, but it all depends. It depends. People always say to me, where should I focus my time? YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. I'm like, well, where do you currently get most of your interaction now? Do you know what I mean? Where are you? People don't ask themselves the questions first. They just go, well, what should I do? I'm like, well, where are you at? What are you posting at the moment? It's about fact finding. It's about finding out. When someone comes to me and they say, I want a video for the website, I'm like, great. What video have you done before? And they go, nothing. I'm like, well, don't expect great things from this video because you don't have an online presence.
Yeah.
Build up videos by creating videos on your phone. Start being consistent. Start understanding video content in itself. And sometimes stop caring what people think. People live behind this barrier of fear. And they go, well, yeah, we want video. We need video. But I can't stand being in front of a camera. I've always been confident in front of a camera because I come from an acting background. So although I coach people on confidence and I can make people feel confident and make them feel relaxed, I have an issue understanding why people are so het up with it.
I think, I mean, if I go down like really deep psychology wise, like why is someone scared of it? It will probably come down from the fear of judgment from others, right? In my experience, and that in a crux comes from your own self-esteem. And I've been very fortunate to have the mother I have and not have that issue, but I can relate to that. And I think that without going too woo-woo with it, you need to do the inner work, right? If that's something that you're consistently running into when it comes to like the bottleneck for the business, but once you've done that, and or if that's the targeted problem that you see, you just need to put your big girl pants or big boy pants on and just do it, right? In the nicest way possible, because you're never going to be able to reap the rewards until you've been consistent with it. And the reason why I always tell people you probably shouldn't hire someone until you're competent and you understand what you want the video to do, because you don't know what your target client, your target customer profile necessarily needs or wants to consume, right? So I'll give you an example. Something that I did last year was I constantly reevaluated, not all the time, but every quarter or every 2 quarters, I looked at, okay, who is my customer target profile? Who is that person? Where do they hang out? What do they care about? What do they not care about? What kind of content do they want to consume? Right? Are they the kind of person who would listen to a business podcast? Yes, no, right, etc. And once I understood that, I then had a framework that I could then create for, right? So once I was then doing that, I was then the question, and my next question for you is going to be like, why do people fail at being consistent, right? We talk about consistency all the time, but why is it so hard to maintain? Well, just to finish my train of thought very quickly, I think for me, the reason why people fail is because they don't add a habit and they don't have that uncomfortability passively in their life, so that whenever they come to, I'm going to talk to an animate object, I'm going to talk on a show, I'm going to talk on a podcast, they don't have the passive social soft skills to be able to, I guess, energize, or maybe, and I was thinking about this a lot very quickly. I mean, I think as well, it's about the preparation that you don't go into it, right? Because if we're skilled at what we do, so we can probably just show up and execute. The issue is if you're new, you can't.
Yeah, I had 2 clients last year who said to me, and I know them through networking. I've known them a while. They are the types of people who wouldn't have had a videographer or a photographer at their wedding. You know, they have a photo that was 10 years old. You know, a lot of people do struggle with putting themselves on camera. I lost a lot of weight before Christmas and I've gained it because I was like, do you know what? I've been scouting my food content since October. I'm going to take a bit of time off and just relax. And you know what? A bit puffy face today, but you know what? Who cares? I'll lose it again. But that is what would stop somebody from creating video content. There is always an excuse.
Yeah.
Oh, my hair's not right. I'll wait until I get a haircut. I'll wait until I just lose a bit of weight before. I'm like, yeah, but you might gain that weight again in a couple of months' time. It's like, stop waiting for the perfect moment, because the perfect moment doesn't come. We've even had this in this. I've got just before you press record to go live, I've got this thing on my screen saying your recording has stopped. I've checked on Facebook and the recording is still recording, but again, that would throw someone completely off and would completely change
Cheers,
their
Riverside.
I'm definitely on it. I can see me on Facebook, but a lot of people wait for that perfect moment, and it's never going to happen. Grab your camera. If you know what you want to say relates to somebody or connects with somebody, or you're giving some kind of advice that helps somebody, just grab your camera and do it. I fall foul of that sometimes, because obviously when it comes to production value, I rate that higher than most people do. So, and obviously with me in my industry, I have to try my best to capture the best looking image that I can. But when you're creating short form content and when you are on the go, you can't always work with harsh lighting. You can't always, you don't always have a diffuser in your pocket to stop your head from glowing up in the sun. You have to just sometimes go, do you know what? It's a bit messy, bit dirty, not the greatest content, but what I'm saying is spot on. If your content is king, the rest of it isn't the end of the world, just providing that you've got reasonably good audio, which, you know, there are AI apps now that can clean up audio even if it's a bit windy. You can buy cheap, reasonably priced clip-on mics now for phones, and there's DJI have got the Osmo to stabilize your image, £100, less than £100. You know, so there is no excuse really. It's just, before you start creating video content, ask yourself, what do I want to achieve this year? What is the story that I am going to tell this year? And how am I going to help my client? Not how amazing am I need to tell the world. How am I going to help my client? A lot of people think inside rather than outside. They think of what they want to talk about, not what their audience wants to hear.
Yeah.
I had a client before Christmas that sent me a script, and I said, this is great, but you're just talking about yourself and no one cares. Turn it around. How is all of this that is great from your perspective, how does that connect and help somebody else? And a lot of clients think that they're going to try and answer everything in the world in one video. Yeah. And I'm like, break it down. Break all these things down into shorter videos. You've got more content then. It's like this long form video we're doing now. Will most people watch 48 minutes? Probably not. If you cut that down and slice it up and put it on multiple platforms and mix them around, so put different ones on different platforms, you are then content rich. Yeah. But you're using a 48-minute interview. Yeah. You know, people won't sit and watch 48 minutes of me and you. They just won't. But if we put enough nuggets out there, they might go, that actually is quite worth watching. But you'd still have to cut the 48-minute down, because we've blabbed about things that are just not important.
I think for me, I think it's about that. There's kind of two camps, right? I think the people who are maybe struggling or thinking that they've maybe had video on the to-do list for ages, right? Like the advice I would give to them is just kick them up the arse and get them to do it, right? Like, and I don't, in the nicest way possible, I don't really care how good it is, because at the beginning, my only objective is get you to do it, right? Once you've been doing it for a while, right, then people may say to you, or other people have said, etc., right? Like, but I guess this leads on to my next question, which was going to be like, what specifically would you say when someone says to you, my content isn't working, right? A, what's actually going on? And B, potentially what's the solution?
Look at the language. You look at the language of what someone is using now, like I've just said in the previous answer. Most people feel like, people say, oh, we've won these awards, we've done this, we've been in business this years. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. If they want to know the answer, they will ask you. You've got to focus on what is the language that you are putting out into the universe. It's simple as like an email, isn't it? It's like you don't put an email saying, I hope you're well. You say, I trust you're well. It's used in things. Language is a very important thing. And when you actually do a bit more research into how we use language, and then that rolls into body language and vice versa. Once your videos will always be rubbish when you first start out. It's a fact. There's nothing I can do about that. I can coach you for months and months and months, but the only way you will learn is by doing.
Yep.
It's by get over yourself. I'm not. My face ain't the most perfect face in the world. I'm a little bit chubbier because of Christmas. Am I saying to you, oh, can we just wait a couple of weeks till I've lost a bit of weight? No. Who cares? The only person that cares about my weight is me.
But I think
Yeah.
I think also like some days we're naturally self-confident, right? Or like we're really high.
But you've got to move
etc.,
past
right?
that, though. You've got to move past that. You can't live in a world where you want to have this perfect image of you because it's fake. It is a fake representation of life. It is a fake representation of you. I use social media in a way that, in the past, when I've broken up with girlfriends, I have posted I've broken up with someone. Now, some people go, oh, mate, don't be posting that. I'm like, you can't just show the positive parts of life. You have to, because then when people come back to me and go, oh, where's your girlfriend? Not seen you post about it. Oh, we broke up. Oh, you know what I mean? And I think then people go, oh, he's only posting the good things. And most people do. Most people do just post the good things. If you look at some of the content I've posted today for my weekly content, I've put pictures of me overweight because it's relevant to what I'm talking about or whatever. But you've got to move past this perfection, this idea that life is perfect. None of my videos in 13 years have been perfect. But when I look back at the videos I did a year ago, my lighting has improved. I look back at my videos from 2 years ago, my sound has improved. Video is a journey. The more you do, the better you get. If you're sitting in a room thinking, I'm going to do it this year, I'm going to do it this year, I'm going to get ready, you are always going to put it off. You are always going to have an excuse. You are always going to think, I'll just wait for this, I'll just wait for that. Oh, I'll save some money and I'll buy some equipment. How many people do you know you'll go to do a job for somebody and they'll go, oh, I've got all this equipment, I've got softbox lights, I've got a ring light, I've got a tripod. I'm like, do you use it? No, I haven't sat and learned how to use it yet. I'm like, the amount of people that have equipment in their offices and they just don't use it. It's like, because they thought it was a good idea. They realized it's not just Mike or Carlton turn up to the office one day and press record on a camera and go home laughing to the bank because they've just charged someone 1,500 quid. They don't see the 7 o'clock start right through to 10 o'clock because you've peaked a bit of color and you're just trying to mask it, and you've got to also stop being a perfectionist as well, because I use AI to clean up my audio because that saves me 4 hours. But that 4 hours means I can research plugins, I can research how to get a better grade on something, I can research in that moment, right, audio's done, I'm going to spend an hour or two just tweaking this color a bit more because I've got my time back. I think people don't want to pay you to sit there for 4 hours cleaning audio. If you can use AI to get it cut down quicker, to get it back into the project, if you can quickly grade and make it look reasonably good, because our level of understanding of perfectionism is completely different.
An example of non-perfection. There we go.
I know, you just disappeared, and I thought I was going to disappear first.
Am I back? I don't know.
You're back. You were back. I think maybe your camera's burning, getting a bit hot, because mine does that after a while. But it's true, though. It's true. I think people live in this world. I'll just keep talking and filling while you're.
I'll tell you what. Let me sort my camera out, and then here you go. It's Mike's show now. The top 5 tips that you can do while I fit this for everyone listening.
Top 5 tips. So right, let's think off the top of my head. The first tip would be to stop caring what people think. You have to stop waiting for perfect to happen, because perfect is not going to happen. Number 2, you need to be consistent. If you are going to be creating videos for 2026, just be consistent. Think about what you're going to say before you go out and film it. Number 3, I think we're on. I would say look at your language. Think about the language that you are using. Think about how you are writing your content and how you are projecting that out, because there is a lot of value in using the right kind of terminology when creating content. So don't talk about yourself. Talk about how you help people, how what you do makes a difference in somebody's life, how, you know, somebody spending money with you in your business will lead to a result, because people don't care about how long you've been doing it. They don't care how good you are. They just want to know, will this person do this job, and will this person who I've paid get the results that I want? 4, be authentic. Just be your natural self. Stop trying to be somebody that you're not. Stop trying to be polished. We are living in a world of AI where everything is fake. Everything is not real. So to get that human connection, the ums, the ahs, the slight pauses, I leave some of them into my videos because that emotionally connects people to a human. Those little tiny those small imperfections that we have as humans is what AI probably can replicate to a degree, and probably will in the next 2-3 years. But we are constantly trying to strip away our humanity, our idiosyncrasies, if that's the word. I don't know.
I think again, like,
I had a 5th one, but I can't think of it. I'll come back to
well,
the 5th one.
I'll add it onto the end of the AI one, because I think it's true, and I think that so many people, they look for, maybe we're looking at AI and we're looking at, okay, well, this can replace X time, right? But then we don't think about how we utilize the other time, right? So let's say, for example, I'm using Autopod to edit this podcast, and it means that I can save the 2 hours it would have probably taken me to manually cut it. Okay, cool. But the thing that some people think about is, how can I save the 2 hours? Instead of how can I still use the same amount of time in the podcast, but how can I add that extra time in, not on grunt work, so to speak, e.g. cutting backwards and forwards between myself and Michael, but how can I tweak the grade? How can I tweak the audio? How can I make it flow better? Do I rewatch it? Do I add maybe some motion graphics? Do I add maybe some B-roll, etc.? And I think for me, that's the 1% I was referring to a little bit earlier. And I think that once you understand that, then you can look to, because it's kind of counterintuitive, right? Because we want to keep making stuff better and better and better, yes, but not to get in our way, right? So I'd rather execute imperfect action than then getting to a position where, because then you can add value, right? Then you can move the needle, because then you know what that 1% is really going to matter and how it works, because then you're not worrying about the skill of presenting, the skill of how do we do a podcast, how do we come across, etc. But you mentioned trend jacking at the beginning, and I think I have kind of 2 opinions, which is like, if you have the bandwidth to do it, then yeah, potentially you could create a load of content, but it shouldn't ever replace your evergreen content. I guess for people who are maybe consuming this or thinking about this, about
the dog, the postman's finally come, and the problem you have is it's the quality over quantity. Just because other people are doing things doesn't mean you should too. Yes, you might get loads of views, but does posting content of trending videos of people falling off bikes and then you sliding in as a presenter, does that actually mean, oh, he must be a great plumber, he must be an accountant, I want to hire him because his video was good? No, people forget about it. And that's the problem. People forget about it. They see it and go, oh, that was funny. They forget about it. They don't follow. They don't like. There's nothing tangible there. There's nothing real there. It's just people trying to stand out by copying everybody else.
Yeah, I think it's about using it sparingly, though, right? Like, you can use the hook of that.
But the problem is, people look at these things and go, right, everyone's doing this, we'll do that. Do they actually think, well, what is our brand? What is our vision? What is it that what is our mission statement? I don't create. I could easily act like an idiot, get someone to follow me around town, and I could be a class clown, and I could get loads of views.
Yep.
Does it mean that people want to hire me as a videographer? No, because for me, I want people to trust me. I want people to go, that guy is going to do what he says he's going to do.
Yep.
So the last thing they need is some idiot who is ruining his brand and image by acting like an idiot just for likes. And this is where I really hate the world at the moment in terms of how we consume content, because people just think acting like an idiot's going to get you results, might get you views, but it's not about having thousands of views on a video, because it doesn't mean 1,000 people pick up the phone and go, hiya, I'd like to hire you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I guess
people think that the view count is the important thing, and it's not. It's really not.
Well, it's about whether you're doing it in the entertainment bucket or whether you're doing it in the brand building bucket. And as long as and that's kind of where I'm in two minds when it comes to trend jacking, because I agree with you, right? Like, if it's going to be brand damaging, no, absolutely you shouldn't do it, right? I would much rather have consistently 200 views, 300 views, 400 views, 5,000 views, whatever it is, whatever your standard line is. And it was all building to consistency, reminding people that I exist, how I show up, etc. Right? A. B. The thing to consider, though, is how can you potentially see something? And this is why I think every single person should have a level of, I'm going to curate, like, mostly you should be in the curate side of the content window, but potentially you should have a small window of time when it comes to, this is how we're going to look at what's happening online, right? Not to say that you should necessarily like copy or like use the inspiration every time. It's so that you have an awareness of what's going on. So once you have that awareness and you know, oh, there is a trend, okay, well, is that then on brand? And then could you leverage it to gain more attention? Potentially, okay. And or do you have the bandwidth, or could you actually spend that time potentially doing more evergreen content, like something like this? Or is that going to take your decision away or distract you, I guess, is the further question. But just while we wrap up and while we think about, leave people with some thoughts as they think, I mean, what would you say if someone is looking to maybe up their marketing this year, or they're maybe to get into video or etc.? What should they do? What should they tangibly do after watching this? Like, how do they move forward? How do they move that next, like, take that first step, take that next step for them?
They need to storytell. They need to be themselves. They need to stop caring who they want. They need to stop trying to be something they're not. I have clients who will go and get a makeup artist to come and do their makeup, and then we'll do the videos. They'll look fantastic, and then they'll watch the videos back and go, it just doesn't look like me. And I'm like, well, what do you think's different? He went, well, I don't normally wear that much makeup, but I was trying a bit too hard. I'm like, why are you trying too hard? Because now, if you want to create videos on your phone, you're gonna have to get a makeup artist. You've set the bar up here now. I think you've just got to be your natural self, and it's hard because people don't want to be vulnerable. People are scared of their school friends seeing it or their family seeing it, and I'm like, stop caring about what people think. Yeah. There are videos on social media that I've posted over the last 13 years, and some of them are so embarrassing. I wrote a song about being on the toilet once when I was 26 or 7, and it was funny. I had a selfie stick, and I wrote a song while I was on the toilet. And, you think of these things now and go, wow, I wouldn't do that now. But it's there, it's up there. And some of my friends in my camp van group, they seem to get it out when we're all drunk and go, oh, well, there's Michael acting like an idiot. I don't take myself too seriously. I am who I am. I'm there are flaws in my personality. I'm not just this happy, bubbly, fantastic, wonderful guy that I try to portray. I am a happy, nice, bubbly guy, and I will help people as much as I can. But I can still get grumpy. I can still have a go at someone for cutting me up on the motorway. I'm a human. I try to show the real me. And if I am angry, and I try to refrain from creating video content because I've got a business and a brand to protect.
And if you were going to talk to yourself 10 years ago, what advice, if you were going to give advice, would you give that person?
If I was going to say anything to myself 10 years ago, it would just be keep your eyes open and you'll get where you need to go.
You need to be really good at marketing to be able to have the opportunity and the permission to be able to sell, is my view, in a nutshell.
I think when we look at marketing and sales and output of content, the more you do it, the easier it gets, my opinion.
What role do you feel trust plays either in business or in marketing specifically? Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new episode in What's Missing in Marketing Today. Today, we're going to be talking to Tom all about his opinions on marketing. And before we get into it, Tom, could you give the audience a little bit of context on who you are? And of course, answer our opening question. What do you feel is missing in marketing today?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having me on, Carlton. I really appreciate it.
No, you're welcome.
Who am I? I am Tom Jepson. I am a coach for self-employed people, mostly parents, mostly working parents, should I say. And I'm here to help them take some of the out of doing business for themselves, because it's really quite hard balancing doing a business that you want to do, parenting, caring, all the dynamics that come with it. I am a full-time parent. Also, I'm a full-time carer as well. So I am living and breathing all the stuff that I do with my clients. To answer your question, what is missing in marketing today? I think selling is missing in marketing today, is what I think is missing.
Okay.
And I'm sure we can dive down into that hot topic momentarily.
I mean, just to build off that, my personal view, I personally think they're separate, right? I think they are mutually exclusive. You can't have one without the other, right? But you need to be really good at marketing to be able to have the opportunity and the permission to be able to sell, is my view, right? In a nutshell. Why do you think then, let me build off the question, why do you think specifically then it is missing in marketing then? Like, what do you, like when you say that, is it not sales driven in respect to like sometimes we don't do call to actions or we don't have that quote ask, or is it, because I would argue you shouldn't be direct selling, or would you disagree?
So this is a very big topic, and I know we could go for hours just on this one point. So to give some context, I have a daily newsletter. Daily, I send an email to a mailing list every damn day, and because I'm well versed at that, I am practiced in what I offer to people. There is a call to action which could be deemed as a sales pitch every day. Yeah. It's never like buy my stuff, because I'm not going to ram that down people's throat when they're actually, what I want to do is give them something of value. But I know that for some people, seeing a continual offer every day could be quite off-putting. I can tell you exactly why I do it, because if I get new subscribers and I hit them on a day without an offer, they're never going to see it.
Yeah.
So contextually, I know it doesn't work for some people. When we take it out of the sphere of direct communication and put it into something like LinkedIn, I'll say that LinkedIn is the only social media platform I use. I do not have energy or the want to use any others. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not, I don't know, but I don't have the energy for it. In the context of LinkedIn, my filter bubble tells me that there's a lot of chat around personal brand and personal marketing and relationship building. Yep. And I get it. I'm here for it. I just want to talk to people. But when I want to say, hey, folks, here is a thing that I have built. Here is a service which I offer, and I want you to buy it. I don't, in this moment, I'm not making it so difficult for you to receive this that you have to get to know me for weeks and weeks before, so then you can benefit it. I'm offering you something now which you can buy with money so I can feed my children. When that sort of message comes out, it either disappears because the algorithm says, no, you mustn't sell to people. People just don't act on it because for whatever reason, they don't find it engaging content. Or any other reason that you could possibly want for that thing disappearing. But I think there's just this almost acceptance that it's not, I'm going to use the word acceptable. I know it's a big word to use. I'm going to say that it's accepted that it's not acceptable to sell in that way. And honestly, when you mix that into the marketing that we do with our content posts and our emails and our podcasts and all of that jazz, if we don't feel that we are able to do that one thing and have it be effective, how are we ever going to be able to run a business?
I think, I mean, there's a lot I could pull out of there, but I think the unique perspective for me is there's a lot of conversation, especially at the moment, around people are concerned about the up and coming budget at the time of streaming, etc. Right? Like, people are concerned about like what's going to happen at Christmas and like where things are and etc. And I'm in a very fortunate position where like this month is manic, this month is crazy, but I'm still building the time to have this live stream, have this broadcast, have this conversation with you, because I think it's important to obviously add value and continue that process of constant development, constant growth, but also I'm always aware that I need to bank content whenever I can. And the key, I guess, to build off your previous point about sales is, I guess, to most people who may be listening to this, you need to ask yourself, from my view at least, where you are in business. And if you are in a position where you need to make money and you need to generate cash flow, then absolutely you should be pushing more sales. And there's nothing, I don't believe, wrong with that, because that might be the reason why you're in business next year, right? Now, in a world where you don't need that and you could be perceived, or one could perceive you as quote unquote being greedy just to make revenue for the sake of revenue, not implying that's what you're doing, but some could imply that, right? I think then you can look at it and go, okay, well, when do you want this quote cash out from what you're doing now, right? Is it in a week, a month, a year? Right? Because if it's towards the year mark, then I would argue that in our content we should be trying to add value. Not saying you shouldn't have a call to action, because a call to action could actually be, hey, you really enjoying this? You'll probably enjoy the content I put on my YouTube channel or the newsletter I put out, etc. Right? So I think sometimes when we look at quote sales, we're sometimes looking very transactional. Right? We're looking at, I've got this power hour to sell, I've got this coaching thing to sell, I've got this course to sell, I've got this ticket thing to sell, whatever it is, and we just push to that instead of thinking, actually, because I would say you should have a call to action in every piece of content you do, but it should be in relevance and understanding with where the business is and what the business needs from you, and how much, I guess in some ways, how much good karma you have with your established audience, whether that's on socials, YouTube, email list, etc., depending on your method of articulation. How do you mix that when you do call to actions, building off your previous point? Is it hey, come and buy my thing always, or is it actually, hey, I've done this other thing? Like, let's, for example, you may say, hey, I just did this amazing conversation with Carlton, here's a link to it if you would find that interesting.
That's an interesting question, and I do mix up the calls to action because I'm fully aware, I've been doing this business thing for a long time. I've been a freelancer for twice as long. I've been employed for twice as long as that, back in days of employment. I've been around the block. I know how this machine works. But to the same end, I don't have a damn clue how it works, because mixing up the calls to action, consistent blocks of, it's not like one day is buy my coaching, the next day is, oh, look, there's a thing. It's going to be consistent blocks of action to take. So yeah, I do mix it up. But to the same degree, it always comes back to the same thing of, this is the core thing that I offer. This is how I want to engage with you and how I would like you to engage with me, regardless of whatever medium, method or action we get there. If I'm posting on LinkedIn, chances are the call to action will either be connect with me here or sign up to the newsletter. Mm-hmm. Those two, because I know that if I get somebody into the newsletter ecosystem, they have actively opted in, and I can then actively let them know who I am, what I'm for, and what I can offer them, and how it will help.
Yeah, and I think, I guess, go on. I was just going to say, I mean, I think for me, it's about understanding when you're serving and understanding how to serve.
The point. I mean, not to cut you off, but I think there's a point at which we say, should we not always be serving? Like everything, every action, every piece of content. Again, my 2 cents, big chefy pinch of salt. Everything comes with value. everything comes with a desire of, actually, if I was sat down with somebody in a coffee shop, what would I want to tell them, and how would I like them to benefit from this conversation? You know, it's not the generic, here's 10 lessons that I learned as an entrepreneur of 20 years old. You know, here's what I'm doing in Bali with my remote nomading, you know, and that's my high horse, which I'm sure we'll get onto later. But to like pull the thread of service, yeah, I believe that if you are in a business, if you are in business, there is always going to be an element of service to your customers, regardless of whether it's paid, whether it's free, whether it's interactional, whether it's transactional. You know, put something out there, because that then is the marketing, and then you can direct the sale.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not an expert in sales. People know this way better than I do. It's like they make jobs out of it. I haven't. But I do believe that aspect is almost becoming culturally unacceptable, because people don't want to be sold to, and that's okay, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't do it.
I think the reason why I paused was because I was just thinking, do people not want to get sold to, or do we need to position it in such a way where it doesn't feel like we're selling it to them, right? What I think you're referring to there is like, I don't want to be hard sold to, right? Yeah. Like, I don't know you, but you can buy my thing, thanks, right?
For some, it works for some, and that's great. You know, I don't think it's ever going to work for me personally, so I probably would never do it. But in terms of, I don't want to feel like I'm selling to somebody. No, absolutely. I have to feel like I'm selling to somebody. Otherwise, what am I doing? I'm not. Otherwise, it's a hobby.
Yeah.
Like, at some point, I need to be in selling this thing mode.
Yeah.
You know, I'll offer somebody 45 minutes on the phone with me for free. I will pay attention to them. I will direct that conversation in a way which is pure coaching. I won't sell to them in the service element of that call.
Yeah.
They're gonna know at the end of it what I can do to help them if they want to take it further. But the service comes first.
Yeah.
And then once that has been rounded out, I can then go, well, look, here's your call to action. This little piece is me saying, here's what you can buy if you want to.
Yeah.
And I think it's that mindset of, okay, you're allowed to sell what you do because you're damn good at it. And people need to know that. Otherwise, how the hell are they going to buy it from you?
When did you choose daily? Because I think so many people, they struggle with, I'm going to spam people, right? Like, I post when I'm not in like crazy work mode with lots going on, etc. Like, I would post like 4 or 5 times a day, etc. across socials. Like, I'll be very visible, but I'm aware of how interest graph works rather than social graph. So I'm interested to see how kind of like you thought about daily like email marketing. Why daily, right? Because I guess some people are going to listen to this and say, well, Tom, that's spammy, right? That's too much. That's crazy, right? You don't want to oversaturate your audience, etc., etc., etc.
It's not for them then, is it? That's my answer to that. It's not for them. I started, my newsletter journey began a couple of years ago as a consistent activity. It started monthly. After 3 months, it went to twice a month. At the beginning of, where are we now? Nearly end of 2025. Beginning of this year, it went to weekly on a Monday. And then I got to a point in the middle of August, just before the summer holidays began, where I went, you know what? I've got too much to say. I've got too many things that I want to share with people. And I believe I have the energy and the momentum to do this. So I started winding it up a little bit. And as of the 1st of October, every day, it's 250 odd words of a story, something that's inspired me, something that I found funny or interesting, a life thing. You know, it might be a straight sales email. They can be peppered in. It's a business newsletter.
Yeah.
But I found that from the beginning of October to today, when we're recording this, sorry for suddenly removing the evergreen content barrier, but we can say over the course of the last 5 weeks of doing this consistent daily activity, I have found that my writing has gotten better. Not to toot my own trumpet, but it was pretty good before. But being able to write and have a funnel and a channel for consistently telling a story, it's made me better, you know? And the performance has done what I thought it was going to do. I gained a handful of subscribers and I lost a handful of subscribers. About as many, it was about parity for the in and the out. And I knew that that was going to happen because I was sending people something daily.
Yeah.
I was putting an action in there daily.
Yeah.
So, like, having it in the last 5 weeks and actually going, you know what, this experiment's worth doing and this is worth following.
Yeah.
And I'm going to keep pressing on.
From my view, speaking about like daily posting reels or daily posting on social across all platforms, blah 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 blah. I think me, it's very similar, right? Like I remember I did a workshop in September, and an old friend, but also someone whose wife followed me, said something on the lines of, "Fucking hell, Carlton, you're everywhere," and she ended up tuning off and like unfollowing me, and I was like, okay, cool, but would she ever buy from me? And the answer was no. I was like, okay, well then, in the nicest way possible, thank you so much for the time you spent with me, and thank you so much for the support you gave on the content, but you know, actually maybe you're not the right person. And I think that's the key. And I think sometimes, like, I could quote a million people, but the crux of like any marketing is just a shit ton of work in a window of time to get a result, right? The work as a whole is probably going to be the same whether you do it across 6 months. Like if you want the result, you can do it across 6 months and get the results in 6 months, or you can do it across 2 weeks and get the results in 2 weeks. But you have to have the same amount of like output than you would have in that 6 months in that 2 weeks. And that is going to annoy some people. That is going to quote, "Oh, fuck's sake, Tom, you're there again." Right? "Oh, fuck's sake," etc. But like also the just to pick apart a little bit what you said, the key I think for the person listening who's maybe considering something like this, whether this is daily posting on YouTube, daily posting shorts, daily posting Instagrams, writing an email, whatever it may be, writing a blog, etc. For me, it's, can you make that 1% improvement? Right? Because what you're talking about there, the reason why you're getting better is because, and you may not feel it, right, at the time. It's only in hindsight when you look back. But if you go, like, if I look at where the podcast was and arguably, like, why is what's missing in marketing today, quote, successful or, quote, doing well? Actually, it's because I've 1%ed it every episode since June. Right? By the time this pre-recorded version of this episode I expect comes out, it will probably be 5 to 7, maybe 20 times better than as it sits today. Right? Why is that? Because every episode I'm functioning and I'm saying, and it comes with practice, right? Like anything, right? You can't expect to be in great shape if you don't work out every day, right? In my opinion, right? You can do 3 days a week if you want. That's up to you, right? In the same way, you can do 3 emails a month or 3 emails a week, etc. But it would be wrong of me not to ask you about like this huge volume, this huge value add, this huge amount of work, and not talk about, do you think the modern expectations of marketing can lead to, especially smaller entrepreneurial business owners, getting to burnout?
There's the word burnout. Is that? I mean, just to give burnout its place for a moment. Yeah, I think that specific symptom comes from trying to do a lot of stuff that you don't enjoy, that you are not equipped to do. You might be capable of doing it, but in that moment you're not equipped to do it. And that you maybe don't acknowledge that something else needs to be set down. So to give burnout the thing, yeah, I think when we look at marketing and sales and output of content, the more you do it, the easier it gets. my opinion. If you come to it and say, oh, this is really hard work, I don't know what to post, I don't think I want to be sold to. For a start, you're coming at it from a place of fear for whatever reason, because you don't want to do it because it might feel a bit scary to put yourself out there. You don't want to do it because it might feel a bit scary about actually selling yourself.
Yeah.
It might feel a bit scary to put your 2 cents on a live stream with somebody who you're really pleased to talk to.
How dare you have an opinion, Tom?
How fucking dare you have an opinion about something that might upset somebody? I specifically today, I had that conversation with someone on LinkedIn because they posted the very same thing. It's like, we just can't have a conversation anymore because you might offend someone. Like, it is up to us to communicate with our best intention. Whatever that best intention is, we've got to put it out there. How somebody receives it is not on you. And I think when we start to take on the burden of the recipient in terms of, and I feel like I should be careful about what I'm saying here because this could be very heavily misconstrued as me being a complete asshole. I care deeply about what I send to people and that they will receive some value from it. Yeah. If they read it and go, no, that guy's a dick, that's not on me. I can't control that.
But surely it's the intention, though, right?
The intention that I want someone to read it and go, that guy's a dick.
No. So like when you create content in the same way I create content, I always go from a perspective of an intention of, I'm going to add as much value to whoever is. 100%. I'm grateful enough to have the time of the time, right? That's
it. But I think the point is, when it comes to the kind of the small business owner, the working parent, the full-time carer trying to run something that they need to run or want to run to maintain their own sense of self, when things like taking on the burden of somebody else's receipt of your content and worrying too much about how are they going to receive this, regardless of intent, at that point, you start to run out of energy because you then don't have the energy to give to the content, to the message, to the service, because you're spending it worrying how someone is going to receive it, and then you start to burn out.
Yeah.
And then it just becomes cyclical, and then you don't want to do it, and then you don't do it, and then you beat yourself up because you're not doing it, and then you get all worried and sad that you're not doing it and that you should be doing more. You must be doing X, Y, and Z, and it just becomes this kind of self-fulfilling. It's cyclical, kicking your own ass, because realistically you're worrying about something that is so far outside of your control. It's worth working through it to let that go.
Yeah.
And then you can just send a daily email with the best intention, with content that you believe is good. It might not hit the mark that day, so what? Try again tomorrow. But you can do it without worrying that somebody's going to tune out, because as you said before, if they tune out, it's probably not for them, and that's okay. The same goes with daily posting. I mean, I try to post daily on LinkedIn. Presence, makes me a bit sad sometimes. But as you take away that fear of, am I going to get cancelled? Is this message going to miss the mark? Is this any other thing? Chances are, worst that's going to happen, no one's going to see it.
And if they do, they're going to have some other thing happen, right? Like I can't remember exactly he said to me, but a client many years ago said 95% of the things that you do and you worry about, no one's going to give a shit about because they've got 15 other things to worry about that aren't you or anything to do with you, right? We're very internal creatures in that respect,
It's almost like being a little over empathetic, and again, I'm not being a dick. Caring about how other people are is incredibly important. It's the crux of my business. It's the crux of me as a human being. I care about how other people are.
I was going to say, you could arguably care, but I also like, so I'll give you an example. I care about how your business is, right? I care about how everyone's business is, even if they're a competitor of mine. However, it's still none of my bloody business how their business is, right? Whether it's going well, whether it's not, whether it's whatever, whichever end of this spectrum we're talking about, right? Whether they're doing incredibly well, incredibly successful, and they're having record-breaking months, or the opposite end of the spectrum, they're about to go bankrupt and they're actually like swimming in miles and miles and miles of debt. Okay, right. I can care and I can empathize as a human to a human and a business owner to a business owner. But the reality is it's still got nothing to do with me. Right? The only things I should focus on is me, my business, and what I'm doing. And staying in my lane and moving myself forward. Do you agree?
I like the awareness. I'm very much attuned to being aware of what is going on around. Because then you know, if you see a strategic opportunity to make a move, you can make a move.
Yeah.
You know, you see a gap in this is how the best products come out. You see a gap in the market, you fill it.
Yeah.
You know, but as you say, how somebody is doing day to day, if they are not publicly putting it out there on the line, telling their story all the time, because they want it to be seen.
Mm.
And I mean, like, not a curated version. I mean, the whole nine, just open book stuff. Then no, you're absolutely right. It's none of your business. You can be interested and you can still care. Every person that I know on a personal level, I care about how they're doing, how their work is, how life is, you know, how the family are, how much detail they give to me is up to them. Because some stuff just ain't my damn business.
Yeah.
But understanding that they're at least there, being empathetic to that is good. But you know, to circle back around to the over empathizing, as you say, when you get to the point of actually that's not your damn business, then you can stop. You can go, all right, I've used my energy to this point. I can put it back into marketing myself. I can put it back into selling myself. I can put it back into serving other people who are actually on my doorstep waiting to be served.
Yeah.
I think it's knowing where and how to channel that energy to build the right boundary and really to keep yourself safe.
Do you think business owners struggle to give or set boundaries, either with clients, with colleagues, with friends, with marketing, with themselves, with family, with friends?
Yes. I don't have right on that.
Well, there we go.
No, there's the answer.
And if so, why?
No, that's a really good. Is it? Sorry, that was a veiled attempt at humor. Yes, absolutely, I do. I mean, everyone does because they're creatures of service. You know.
Does it come from that? If I don't say yes to this job, there's not going to be another one coming thing. Do you think, in some case, like in that specific nuance?
It's part of it, yeah. I mean, I've been reworking a workshop that I ran eons ago, all about saying no to things, which is, you know, coming down the pipe at some point. Hopefully, by the time the published version of this comes out, people will actually see it and it'll be live. But I think that because prioritization is hard. Separating yourself from your work is hard. Separating you from the public version of you can be kind of hard. Separating different facets of work and life is hard. Just establishing boundaries and maintaining them is hard. Like being able to go, you know what? I'm stopping work at 3. And I'm not going to answer my emails till tomorrow morning because it's family time now. You still get the little itch, you know? Sat down, scrolling on TV, like while the TV's on, you get an email pings and you go, oh, I'm just going to answer that now. You could just not because nothing's going to happen. But it's maintaining that boundary because you get that little itch of if I don't do it now, somebody else might get there first, or I might forget. I might be busy. You know, it's difficult to maintain it. And again, a lot of the time in my opinion, it comes back around to being afraid of something. Forgetfulness, busyness. And sometimes you just kind of need to go, okay, well, if something happens, it happens. That's kind of a future me problem. Right now, I've decided that this is my boundary, and that's more important.
Yeah, and I think as long as you can reflect on every situation, every job, every etc., like whatever it is you're doing, whatever you're trying to achieve, whether you're trying to launch a podcast, newsletter, work with a new client, do marketing, whatever it is, or do sales or whatever it is, as long as you can actually hand on heart say you did your best and it was in line with what you were or wanted or needed at the time, and or like, I think it's interesting, right? Because I think sometimes we act as if we're busy, or we imply that we're busy, or we are busy, or etc. But actually, in reality, what we're actually saying is, at the moment, the thing you're asking me to do cannot be a priority. In crux, if someone ever asked you, in my opinion at least, oh, I'm too busy for that, what they're actually saying is, no, right now that's not a priority. So personally, something I've done the last couple of years is whenever I have a situation which is like, hey, I know I said, or I know we said, or I know you're expecting me to do X or Y, I will give you a realistic timeline regardless of how that makes you feel in the short term. And that might be, oh, etc. But it's actually, I'm not doing you a good service if I don't give you clear, concise, and transactional or transparency within my communication style. Because the reason why someone would get upset or pissed off is because you said, Tom, you would get me that thing a week ago, 2 weeks pass, 3 weeks pass, and then it slipped through the gap, right? Look, I'm not saying mistakes don't happen, but if you said to me, let's say we were working together and you said, hey, it's going to be like 3 weeks, I'm like, okay, cool. But then I'm not expecting it next week. I'm expecting it in 3 weeks,
I mean, that's almost kind of a side point, isn't it, really? That's just being good at what you do and doing what you say you were going to do.
Yeah. But do you think we struggle sometimes? Because, like, especially when we win, like, the client, right? The client of my dreams, or the project of my dreams, or the money of my dreams, or the project is amazing because it pays me X, or it's actually a great opportunity, etc. We have this, like, want to, I'll do it tomorrow. Oh, it's done tomorrow.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to say that if a client, for example, would expect you to bend over backwards and not maintain your boundaries and your working practices as a self-employed business owner, they are not the client of your dreams. End of.
Do you think that can change over time? I was just going to ask you. So, like, where we were, say, like, for example, for me personally, like, my target client, my target expectations, etc., 3 years ago were completely different to now.
Yeah, for real, man. I mean, the dial shifts, and it shifts because you learn, not maybe because your clients learn. It could be because the clients learn, but it's more about what you, best in the world, it's about what you want.
I would argue, though, that you get a reflection of what you, like, enforce in respect to boundary setting, right? Like, so, like, like, for me, like, you can set a boundary you like. The question is what happens when it gets tested.
Well, that's exactly it. If you let's say use the example of it's 4 o'clock, you sat down with the kids, you're getting them in from school, getting snack time and everything, and a client's decided for whatever reason that that's the time they want to have a meeting. You can handle that in any number of ways. And again, we can tie this straight back to marketing. This whole point, we can tie this straight back because it is, you could just say no. You could go, no, I don't do that. That's crossing my line. You could say, okay, I might flex this once, but I'm going to reinforce it in a way which says it's not happening again. Or you could set it up from the outset by positioning yourself with your marketable material, with your boundaries, with the expectation setting from the off that says, actually, this is never going to happen because my priorities are this, this, and this. Serving you is within those priorities. But this is the line. And as I said before, if their client decides that that's not good enough, they're not your client.
Well, yeah, in the nicest way possible, they can go somewhere else. You know,
They can go. Somebody else will flex for them. Somebody else will flex. And I know that context is everything. Yes, there have been times when I have had to completely smash down my boundaries because the project scope of something has changed. Like, it was it's happened recently. It was very painful for me. Like, it wrote off days of time, weeks of time that I thought I was going to be able to spend with the family, but I had to do it. I had to because money would have been lost. And in today's economy, at some point, yes, you do need to go.
I was going to say, does that come back to kind of what I opened with, which is like, you need to understand what the business is required for you? Like sometimes you need to eat the shit, so to speak.
Sometimes, but at best will in the world, I'm 42 years old. I've been doing this for eons. I ain't eating shit for anybody. I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
But in this occasion, I went, you know what? The scope of this has changed. You've acknowledged that it's changed and that the work you're asking me to do is borderline unreasonable. But I'm going to do it because A, I'm not a diva. I'm not going to throw my toys out the pram and say, oh, screw you guys. That's bad business. But the acknowledgement from everyone is that actually this is crossing a line. So yeah, context is everything, but being able to control that yourself is what is important in this. The client, because they know how I work and they know my boundaries, we've worked together for a long time, I marketed that to them from the beginning.
Yep.
I don't need to sell them on that. They already know. So having that within your control, I think, is also very important as to how you can put yourself out there and say, I'm the one who's saying when this line moves.
Yeah. I mean, that kind of bridges onto my next question, which was going to be like, what role do you feel trust plays either in business or in marketing specifically? So if it's in a marketing context, it would be building trust with your ideal client, your ideal audience, etc. And if it is in a client context, it would be then how do you utilize and or keep that trust?
Brilliant question. So I'll put my coaching hat on now. So for me as a coach, through my marketing, people need to know a small number of things. I mean, the first thing is obviously that I am a coach and that I am good at what I do. They need to know that from the off. Once they know that, we can kind of go, okay, that's the functional practical. We'll just cast that aside. I know this thing about him now. After that, it's then getting to know me. What do I bring to the table? Who am I? Who is this guy? And then through the stories, through the communication, the conversation, it builds this rapport. It builds the camaraderie. And eventually the camaraderie and the rapport turn into trust. Because that kind of communal safe space has been built through the messaging, through the back and forth on email, through the DMs, through the networking. And somebody knows they could rock up in a one-to-one with you and you'd have a great chat. Because at least the space you hold there together for that 30 minutes or whatever, you've established that and it's good. It does take time. You know, it's not just a case of me going out to people and saying, hey, I'm a coach. I'm really good at what I do. Look, I'm a nice guy. You're a neat guy. So it takes work. It takes a lot of trust in yourself as well to be able to go, you know what, this is what I stand for. This is who I am. And who I am is okay. I don't really need to flex or change or bend for anybody because this is who I am. How that is reflected into work once effectively you have somebody pass the post, So as we said before, that's just showing up and doing what you do to the best of your abilities.
Yep.
You know, I hold safe space for people. When we get into a coaching call, effectively this little oblong window, that is our safe space and our boundary. Nobody else is getting in there. Nobody else is hearing what's going on in that space. And I have to reinforce that explicitly. It's not a kind of an unknown, oh, is this safe space? Is this something that people are going to know? It's like, no, I will state it up top. This is what you can trust and expect from this interaction. And the kind of the same goes for the precursor with one-to-ones and emails and everything as well. This is a safe space. I'm not going to go and, publish the ins and outs of a social call I had with somebody on LinkedIn. It might inspire something.
Yeah.
But it's the trust is never broken in that way of like, I'm going to take exactly what you've said and name you.
I think it's different, right? Like, again, it's context, right? Like, being inspired by a action or showing a behind the scenes process, like, for example, for me, like, people ask me all the time, so how do clients feel about the behind the scenes process? Well, like, me sharing production, me sharing how I do it, etc., right? Like, a lot of people, the honest answer is actually they like it. They like that extra exposure. They like seeing it from my point of view. But it's just part of my sales journey, right? It's something that I have a conversation with very early on, and I establish very quickly what kind of project is this, right? Is this going to be a collaborative project where we both win? They get great content, I get great content, and I get paid, happy days, right? Or is it going to be a very stringent, very NDA'd or non-disclosure agreement, very contractual, very show up, get paid, go home, F off, right? Kind of agreement, right? And, I guess, what do I do more of now? Probably the more collaborative side, right? Just the nature of the business, etc. Cool. But that's also, and again, I had a reality this morning, which was the same, which was like, actually the old of me would have been like, this annoys them, but the person I am now is like, no, that's just not me anymore. And obviously I won't go into detail on that specific thing, but it leads on to my next question really nicely, which is like, how do you either help people, or maybe someone listening to this, if they're looking at their marketing or etc., and maybe they want to move into that next stage, whatever that is for them, that next season, whether it's we have a 9 to 5, we're looking to do our own thing, gain our own freedom, gain etc., and all the benefits that come with, but also all the stresses, of course, that come with working for ourselves, and or we've been working for ourselves for 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, whatever, and we're looking to scale up. We're looking to do that scary, we're going to up our prices, change our value perception. What would you say to those people who are, as I say, kind of, I think there's two camps potentially who are listening. A, in a 9 to 5 who are looking to make the jump, or B, maybe they've been doing it, they built good momentum, but they're kind of like, if I up my prices, I'm going to lose on my clients.
I mean, that's a very specific scenario, the whole upping the prices, losing the clients thing. And it comes up more often than you'd think. Broad strokes, I would always ask the question, who are you now? And then, who would you like to be? And then, who now can help you become who you'd like to be? And it always comes back to the self, the understanding that the person in the middle of this storm in a teacup, in fact, the teacup in a storm, is you. You're the one who is steering it. You're the one who makes the decision at the end of the day. You have, I have, pretty much everyone we know collectively who is self-employed has had to have that pull yourself up by the bootstraps conversation and go, you know what? I'm leaving my job. I'm going to go and do it for me. And at that moment, you say to yourself, well, okay, this is who I am today, leaving my job. But tomorrow, who do I want to be? Do I want to be the person who's just left their job and is now running around like a headless chicken panicking? Or do I want to be the person who has gone, I've started something new?
Yeah.
Still scary. I talked a lot about fear in the last sort of 45 minutes. But it starts with you.
Yeah. And I think just to build on that from a marketing context, I had a realization yesterday when I was talking to a client at the time of broadcast, and they were like, it's how they react. So we were talking about their brand in Pacific, and for obvious reasons I won't go into detail, but we were talking about how I perceive their brand. And what really stood by to me was then how they reacted to my feedback on what I was saying about their brand, if that makes sense, right? Because it was like, hold on, this person sees me as a pinnacle marketing voice, and that's why they value what I'm saying, right? It doesn't actually matter, in a nutshell, what I said, right? It was actually, and it was something along the lines of, hey, we really appreciate that because you're a strong marketing voice, etc. And yet, like, clearly, and this is the thing I was going to bridge in when you communicate, when you market. If you want the clients that are going to send you around the country, you want the larger scope, you want the larger projects, you have to ask yourself from backwards, and this is exactly what I did, that's why I'm bringing it up. You have to ask yourself, what content would they consume? How can I get their attention for long enough to build trust with them? But also, how can I show them that I'm worth the call? I'm worth the investment. I'm worth the, because etc. Not even like, first it's the time, then it's the money, right? And I think for me, that's the key. And that's where I think, speaking personally in my own marketing from previously, that's where I potentially was wrong, or where I was doing things unoptimally or wrong. And that kind of bridges onto that thing of, if you're going to post daily, it won't be for everyone thing as well, right? Like, especially if you're looking at socials, you have to have a level of volume to be able to rise above the noise, to be able to show up enough so that people realize, okay, yeah, you are serious. And regardless, I guess, in some ways, as maybe like a footnote on that, a sign of success sometimes is actually other people talking to you in a more negative connotation at times, right? And what I mean by that isn't a direct client. It could be a quote, rival podcast, a old friend, a old person. And what I always ask myself is, what is their intention when they're coming with that information, or etc., and or do they have all the context, right? But I guess the question that comes from that is, kind of, we've answered it in regard to hate comments, but I guess it's, I've had it personally in my own personal network at times where people have said, like, especially when I'm trying to build like a side plan marketing wise, or a side like revenue stream potentially that hasn't started making money yet, it's like, yeah, but you should be doing your client work, yeah, but you should be doing the thing that previously worked, especially if that comes from your mother, your sister, your brother, your friends, your close people, the people who are close to you. I mean, how do you, or would you say to somebody, if you're going to, talk to them about that, how would you recommend they, I guess, challenge that, deal with that, articulate that, reflect on that, etc.?
Good question. When people come to you with commentary, we all get it. As I said before, I've had emails from people saying, love your content, stop selling every day. Which my answer is, thank you for your feedback, but no. but no. Not in so many words, although some days you would just like to go, well, fuck you, buddy. We don't do that. It's not particularly.
Yeah, but also just to quickly interject, you have every right to say, well, look, if you don't enjoy what I'm doing here, you can watch something else, right? And or read something else, or consume something, etc.
Again, context is everything. Thankfully, a lot of the time I can look at, I don't know, I never like to defer to data, but I can look at the numbers and go, well, has that person been subscribed to me for a long time? And if they have and they don't like the selling, and they still hang around, I know they can kind of ignore it and it's fine. But to come back to the question of commentary from outsiders, first, I would always, I caveat this with, you're a human being. Okay? You're a human. Humans react to things in very, very funny ways, whether or not you are a trained coach who knows how to be impartial, or you are a rocket scientist or an astronaut who is actually trained to be out in space when things are on fire. People react to things in very, very funny ways. So if somebody comes to you and says, "Oh, are you really enjoying what you do? Surely you'd just like to get a regular job." There might be no intention behind that whatsoever. It might be an innocent question. Or it could be them going, "Actually, I see that you've not made any money for 3 months and it looks like you're struggling a bit. Is there another option for you out there?"
Or, just to quickly interject, or it might be, shit, you're doing better than I thought you were going to do. Please go and get a job because it makes me feel better about not pursuing something.
I mean, personally, I've never experienced that. If it was ever to happen, brill, because obviously somebody is seeing a margin of success and they're then envious, what have you, But again, as we said before, how you receive what you're putting out into the world kind of ain't on you.
Yeah.
Or how someone else received it, should I say. But being able to open the conversation is important.
Yeah.
If the conversation is worth having. Sometimes it's just not worth having. Someone coming to you and saying, looks like it's a bit of a difficult one, should you not have just stuck with X, Y, and Z? Or, depending on who they are, what they know of you, what they've learned through your conversations, communication, family member, client, ex-client, audience member, whatever.
Yeah.
Sometimes the conversation is not worth having because it just opens you up to expending your energy in a place where you're going to get no return. Sometimes it is worth having in that it's a learning opportunity for you, and that you can then potentially bring someone on side, or have them as a contrarian. Everyone loves a contrarian,
but again,
because they can teach you things.
Yeah.
And that then immediately weighs into, well, if somebody is being a contrarian and at some point they could potentially become a client, now I can learn something and I can then talk to them better.
Yeah. And well, that's what I was going to add. I think it's really contextual, but like for me, if it was maybe someone you connected to personally, like family or someone really close to you, in the nicest way possible, you need to, like, I always strip that line personally, where I want to make sure they're heard, but also in the nicest way possible. Again, it goes back to that, it's not really your concern, right? Like, what I do with the business in the nicest way possible, unless they're like directly involved in it. But like, if it's just like my mother, or like, and this is not aiming at any of these people, like, but just examples, right? If it's my sister, or if it's my brother, or it's my mother, or girlfriend, etc., boyfriend, so on. Normally it comes from a place of care. Normally it comes from a place of, hey, shouldn't you be doing something that pays money, right? Or shouldn't it be like, in some ways they're saying, actually, hey, that thing you're currently doing, I don't personally believe it's going to do what you think, right? Because they look at the evidence, and it's ironic because at the start of a business, when I remember when I was having the idea of Partner Media in my head, I was like, everyone was saying to me, "Oh no, go get a job. Oh, it's not going to work because you don't have the track record." But now I have the track record of making it work across the period of time I've made it work. I'm like, I just personally ask myself, is this going to move what I'm trying to do faster, forward, or is there a level of learning that can happen, or both? Right? And when I ask myself, I mean, I'll give you an example. At the time of broadcast, it's incredibly busy with client work. There's lots going on, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, nearly every single day is uncomfortable. This morning, it would be like, actually, me doing this conversation with Tom, however valuable it may be, it's uncomfortable because I should be doing other things related to client work right now. However, in December, in January, when I'm going to look back and go, in November when you could have done that, when you could have weaved it in, and yes, it would have been uncomfortable, but you didn't. I can then not complain that things weren't busy if I don't keep things moving forward whilst simultaneously working everything else out. And I need to be okay with the fact that for me personally, I'm like, okay, cool, this is uncomfortable, but it's temporary, right? Me being uncomfortable right now is what is required of me from November. Okay, cool. So when we get to December, it will naturally become, because Christmas coming up, people spending time with, so on, right? I'll naturally have that release. So actually, me leaning into this comfortability is a learning opportunity. Yes, it's uncomfortable, but it will be a learning opportunity to go, okay, well, what is too much for me? Do you think people sometimes, I guess, stop before they hit that glass ceiling? Because I've always been of the view of you're maybe one email away when things are harder, especially looking at the current quote climate, right? Where people are like, oh, you're one email away, you're one post away from the opportunity that completely changes your business. Or your life in some ways as well.
Oh, absolutely. You know, you never know what's going to come around the corner. You never know. Because you are never around the corner till you are round the corner. I have hit the wall a number of times. Overloaded with work, overloaded with life, you know, bogged down by terrible employment, you know, whatever. And again, this cycles back around to understanding who you are today and who you would like to be tomorrow. It comes around to a boundary. You could say, okay, well, heart of hearts, this is what I want, this is my boundary, and this is what I'm going to stick to, having not lived it. And that's okay. You'll never know if it is or not, because you've not lived it. You know, again, context is everything. I can safely say that I never want to be without a pair of shoes and having to live outdoors. I've never done that, but I'm pretty sure I can say that I never want that to happen, you know?
Yeah.
But things like saying, actually, I never want to be in a position where I am, quote unquote, too busy. I never want to be in a position where clients demand of me more than my time is, you know, more than my capacity. Because at that point, I've then lost a boundary. I've then, I've given away a little bit of me. You know, I've devolved something or dissolved something which I've worked so hard to put together because I've lived it before, and I know that I don't want to be in that place again. So it takes a lot of consideration to uphold those things. You know, whether it's sending daily emails, whether it's posting daily on LinkedIn, however you do it, and the message you put into that, it all comes from who am I today and who do I want to be tomorrow? Because you know that you can do it in a way which allows you to hold on to that stuff. I think maybe if we start to take our eye off that a little bit, it happens with humans. I do it, you know, now and again. I'm not perfect.
Yeah.
Far from it, you know.
If you've got long form content, this is why you and I, or all three of us, love long form content, is that you have so much more opportunity with it. If you've put it through, I don't know, Riverside or whatever, and you've got yourself 50 clips, why would you not put all those 50 clips out?
For people who maybe don't know you, what starting advice would you give them if they're looking to build their, I'll use your terminology, ecosystem, right? Or they're looking to start out on video? What should we do?
First people advice. What are you trying to achieve? All right. What do you want to do? Because we're never going to tell you to do something you don't want to do. What we are going to say is, though, regardless of those things, you do have to lay your foundations down. And this is something that a lot of businesses don't do.
If you were going to give advice to either yourself 10 years ago or the other person 10 years ago, what would you say?
Be memorable. Be as memorable as you can be. And if you think you're boring, you possibly are, not being rude, but that will be memorable in its own way. You can still find your audience.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to a brand new episode of What's Missing in Marketing Today. Today is going to be a bit of a roller coaster, I think deliberately. Today I'm with Alan and Emily from Yellow Tuxedo. Welcome to the show, guys. How's it going?
I just can't believe you've got us back for a podcast all these years later after knowing the first time.
It was great. I loved the first one, so I thought we'd want to do it in person this time.
It's just, you know what? It's just exciting. We like talking about what we do. We like chatting with other people. So this really is a kind of a no.
And we let you out of the house.
We don't. We had said that. We were just chatting to the others here. We're like, we don't get out of the house much. So when we do get out, it's like we have to remember to stop talking at times because we just sit opposite round our dining table working. So yeah, it's like we've escaped.
I love it. I can't wait. But before we get into it too much, what do you both think? It might not necessarily be the same thing, but what do you think's missing in marketing today?
Do you want to go first?
No, you can go first.
No, because we have this conversation quite a lot, and I think in terms of what's missing in marketing is simply the human touch. And I think we've got to the point now with a lot of small business owners where it gets quite formulaic because this is like how you market your business. And we forget sometimes that actually to be a bit more human, to realise to talk to people on a two-way street. You're really good at that, aren't you?
Yeah, well, yeah. I think you just basically handed it over to me because you ran out of what to talk about. Yes. I think there's two things, actually. I think there is that human touch. There's still there's a large desire to broadcast. Let's broadcast. When actually the conversation needs to happen. We still, audience growth is what we're talking about. And I think audience involves an interaction. I mean, this is all buzzwords, but the principles sound, right? So we want as businesses to grow an audience of people who want to follow us, fans of our brand and everything else. So human kind of touch is an important part of that. And you see that, I'm not going to diss any social media platforms, particularly LinkedIn, but LinkedIn's very broadcasty. I've done this. And you sometimes go through the comments and they might have 5 comments and they've replied to 1. And it's like, take the time to reply. We're all busy. Take the time to reply. The other thing I think's missing, and human connection is like the big thing, like this art, that's what we call it in Yellow Tuxedo. The other thing is what we call and. It sounds stupid. But I think so many people think they can do one thing. It's like, I'm just going to go networking. I'm just going to do LinkedIn. I'm just going to go on Instagram or TikTok. And you know what? For an extremely small percentage, that will be fine. For everyone else, it's what else are you going to do? I'm doing this and I'm doing that. And one of the kind of realizations, I'm gonna pick on LinkedIn a little bit. I'm okay with it, right? But it just gives some very good examples. But you see the LinkedIn kind of coaches, they go, oh, LinkedIn's this, I'll teach you to that. It's brilliant. I did this one post that got me 5 leads and all of this, but they're also on TikTok, on YouTube, on Thread, and that's fine, right? And when I say and, it's not just about and other social platforms, it's and collaborations, and macro, and email, right? You have to do more than one thing. And now I won't mention names, but we were chatting to an owner of a networking group where I'm really gutted, I can't remember the numbers, right? But they said quite a large amount of people had left recently. And of that amount who had left, a large percentage had left because their business had closed, right? Sad times for them. But in talking to them, the vast majority had only gone networking. There was no, I nearly said online ecosystem, but I'd got punched under the leg because it was like straight in with our jargon. But there was nothing else for the people they were connecting with to explore. And in this very modern world where we jump from platform to platform, we consume email, even WhatsApp, right? We've got a WhatsApp group off of the Funpreneurs Big Day Out this year, in June, but people are still chatting from that day. And we all work in different ways. So we have to accept that people work in different ways.
Yeah, I think that's really important because when I pivoted in May, as you may have seen the post, and I was doing certain things, like when we first met, really, really well. I was doing lots of things, but I was doing them really badly, right? And then through lots of things, I pulled back on loads of stuff. I was like, right, what do I actually want to spend a lot of my time doing? What do I think is actually best suited to the business? And what can I personally do to give the best, right? Yeah. To give my best. Anyway, fast forward to 2025 May, I basically then decided it's going to be yes and strategy. So as long as I can continue the consistency and everything that I'm sure we're going to get into and do it well, it will be yes and. Yes and a live stream. Yes and a podcast. Yes and content. Yes and reviews. Yes and an unboxing, etc. And the key that I found was that's why I'm now successful. That's why I'm now busy, right? Yeah. It's not just a binary, oh, someone saw me at a networking meeting and that's why, right? I personally only do content now, but that's just because of just the nature of the business, time and leveraging.
It's efficient for you. It's efficient. It's totally efficient. That's why I love the fact when you said we're going live in this one today. I mean, absolutely. Why would you not? And if you can get past the confidence of being live on camera, you do that when you're talking to your customers directly. You don't go, sorry, can we just record this and send you this to you? You know, you would have that conversation. You'd have that in a shop. You'd have that in an office. So doing it as a live stream is so efficient. You get people who are watching live now, hopefully, lots of you. Thank you.
Mum.
Hi, nice. Hi, Mum. Can't even get onto an internet, let alone.
That is true.
But you do. But then you've got the content after that. Then you're going to slice and dice it and do what you do best. Why would you not be efficient like that? It makes total sense.
People asked me the other day, they were like, why do you just not live stream it? And I was like, well, I want my source. I want to add, I want to have the trailers on the front end. I want to be able to multi-cut it. I want to, etc. I want to be able to either utilize AI or do my own clips, etc. And I think you can, like building off our original point at the beginning, I think you can do all of it, right? When should someone not though? Because we're talking as season pros, right? We're people who know we can do content quickly, right? We can distribute quickly. We can articulate quickly. We can articulate well. We know what we're doing. That isn't everyone.
No, it's not everyone. It's not at all.
Not everyone wants the same thing either, which is just as
that's a
important.
huge thing. Is that do you need to? Do you want to? Those two big directors there, but also. You're right. We are in the marketing sphere. You are in the market. It's
just for the record.
We're online visibility specialists. Of
Course.
We're
not marketing.
And that's a very big thing. And we
don't use the dirty word.
Marketing's a thing, right? We're not that because we don't want to be in someone else's business and to get to under. We want to help you be more efficient, and that's a massive thing for us: is efficiency and time and space to be able to do the things you want to do. When it comes to a muggle. I know that's a question you asked before. As a muggle, not everyone's got all of those skill sets. I completely understand that. But also, what are you trying to achieve with it? Where are you trying to get to with it? We need to obviously show best practice of what you could do and how far you could stretch content. Because obviously, if we can do that, we can help teach that as well. And we can show, like, we are doing this and we've reaped all of these rewards from doing X, Y, Z. When it comes to, I don't know, a forest bathing instructor or an artist or a plumber, they're not always going to have that skill set. But it doesn't always matter. I think we always show best, and I put a post on LinkedIn just yesterday, and all the marketers in the world are going, Emily, shut up. But in terms of email marketing, so I have a client I work with on a regular basis. It's a great story, isn't it?
No, I was thinking about the marketers all DMing you, but they didn't actually.
This is best practice for email marketing. Yeah. But he's been sending out a news that we worked on a strategy back in the spring, and we worked on a strategy, and he's been creating it, and he's doing it for himself, because we're very much about doing it for yourself if you can. And then about a week ago, he realised that all of his subject lines for the last 6 months had main newsletter, and he hadn't changed. He didn't know how to change his subject line, and then he was beating himself up about the fact that I haven't thought about the strategy behind my subject lines, and I haven't thought about how to get them in the hook and what the hook should be and how long it should be and all the things that we kind of over process in our heads. His open rate was 38%. Brilliant, fantastic. I'd love 38%. And his click-through rate was 4.6. Like, nothing had changed. Those percentages were fine. But we kind of put ourselves on this, you should be doing this, and you should be up here, and this should be the better, and you can't do this for yourself. But ultimately, yes, he could outsource that and get an email marketing company to kind of really shine and polish it. Would they always get the same return? I don't know. We don't always know that sort of grey area between the black and white. We don't know it. I think if you're at a point where you want to be out there a lot and you want to do video and you really can't pick up the camera, that's when, yes, absolutely, find someone who can help you to do that, because the block to the tech shouldn't be the reason that you're not doing something. So someone can always come and help you out that way. I think you want to say, Chachi in the corner.
No, I mean, I agree. I think you have to choose a medium to start with, though, right? Like for me, I just did video because it was the one that suited me best, right? Now, you would say, and I would say, I need to be doing more. Yeah, absolutely. But I need to be doing it more sustainably, right? So when I do email marketing, I'm going to do email marketing in my way properly, right? When I do blog writing again, it will be properly. I've tested it. I know what I'm going to do. I know how I'm going to do it. But I don't turn on those taps until I know I'm going to be able to keep those taps running. The same thing with the live stream, the same with etc. Like I'm in a very grateful place, but still a stage where time is the main barrier, because I only have a certain amount of time. We're recording this like towards the middle of October. This won't be out until December, the pre-recorded version, and that's simply because the only way I can be consistent is by doing it. When I have a window of time to record some shows, I record some shows, and then I bank them and so on. For people who maybe don't know you, what starting advice would you give them if they're looking to build their, I'll use your terminology, ecosystem, right? Or they're looking to start out on video, they're looking to start out with blog writing, etc. How? What should we do?
Well, right. So I think the answer to this is also a carry-on point from what you were just talking about. You'll turn on the taps when you're ready. And that's really important. So it has to, you have to start with what are you trying to achieve?
Yeah,
that's the first thing, right? What do you want to achieve? Because if you go, I want global domination, then you get a list like this, right? And if you go, I just want to, actually, we got someone we can talk about. So Callie, client of ours, member of the Digital Circus, the team community we founded. And I remember when we first started, she said something like this: I'm just trying to make enough money to take the family on holiday, right? So she joined the Digital Circus. We've been working with her. She comes to the group sessions. There's no one-on-one in it particularly, other than just answering the odd question. And recently she's got, it's all kind of kicked in and working. I'm getting so many inquiries organically now that she said, I don't need to post on social media. And we take that as a win, right? She takes it as a win because she's got, she can pick and choose what she does. And we're going, we don't see social media as a bad thing, but it can be a bad thing if you're feeling you have to do it to help you get to where you're going, right? Because then the mindset's different. But for her, she's like, well, I just do the odd posts for the people who are trying to validate me, but actually everything's coming in through the online ecosystem she's built. And that's really good. So going back to first people advice, what are you trying to achieve, all right? What do you want to do? Because we're never going to tell you to do something you don't want to do. What we are going to say is, though, regardless of those things, you do have to lay your foundations down. And this is something that a lot of businesses don't do. And the foundations are as simple as making sure your website's working for you. Because if we hear again, I paid someone $1,000 to build my website, but it doesn't do anything, we go, why is it doing nothing? You do. You don't. You say, why is it doing nothing? Why? It should be bringing you in kind of visitors into your audience, into your ecosystem. And then it's going to build it out from that. How are you going to nurture your audience? You've got to choose something. So it could be like social media. I recommend email. So an off-platform audience is always better than an algorithmic platform. Mm-hmm. And email's so powerful because they want to be there. They give you permission to email them and there's no algorithm, right? Or even what you could do a WhatsApp group if you only want a small client base, so keep in touch with them. And then you build it out from there. So that's what you do. You align it to your goals, start with the website and build out. And the simplest thing of your website is imagining it like your shop, right? Like Tesco's and everything else. The way we explain...
Or other supermarkets are available.
Other supermarkets are available. We can talk about Aldi in a minute. We like that as well. They've got a good example to bring up. But think about your ecosystem, and what you're doing is building your Tesco's. And then this inner circle is like your kind of club card customers, right? And then the outer circle of this ecosystem is all of the Tesco's advertising, branding, touch points and everything else, which we would call virtual doors into your ecosystem. You're just building it out like that. But the second you put something online that's not connected up, not optimized, not leading back into your ecosystem, it's just a wasted opportunity. It's just a standalone post doing nothing, or a standalone directory entry or whatever, just not really connecting up. So make sure it's connected up. Start slow, align it to you.
And know where you're trying to get to and how people are going to find you. The biggest thing. We talk a lot about keyword strategy with that kind of more SEO hat on. And I think so many people haven't even done that work to start off with. What do you want to be known for? And how is someone going to find you? And I think when we talk about Google quite a lot of the time, it's just one huge bookshelf, right? It's one big library. It's a really clever robot, but it's not a mind reader. And I think if you don't know what you want to be known for, how is Google ever going to know what you're known for as well?
It's such a good analogy. If you think of Google as a library, okay, so you've built your website, you've written a book, not literally, metaphorically written a book, right, your website.
Well, lots of people are writing books.
I know,
these
that's
days,
why. And it's like, what a lot of people do is, I've got my website, open the door to the library, Google, and throw it in and walk out. Yeah. Right? How the heck do you find that? Whereas what you need to do is almost anchor it down within the library, tell Google what space it needs to go on, so then people can find it. And then what happens is this unbelievable thing, Google will show it to people who are looking for it. Wow, like that, it's like, it's there, it's all there.
Is that all going to change though? With AI?
We have this conversation a lot, and AI is changing the world. We know it's changing the world, but at this point right now, it still has to be human-led. There's an element of human-led there, and to a point where AI completely takes over the world when the robots are, and we're going to be, proper, War of the Worlds, which could be tomorrow, you never know. But we still have to have what is right now, and right now is the fact that we need to be really crystal clear. It's still machine learning, where it's looking at human content, feeding that machine, and we still need to be front and centre with that up until they tell us otherwise. So we can't predict the future.
Well, because the problem is, right, like, unless you're CEO of AI company, right, you could use OpenAI, you could use one of the others, Google, etc. You may know the future, yeah, but you haven't built it yet. You don't know it 100% is going to happen. So we might just be in a world like everyone's going, well, what happens when when I can plug as much video as I've got into me, and then I've got an AI version of me that looks as identical, has the same nuance, everything. But that might never come, ever. It might, sure, and you should be planning in some ways with your head
and go. Crystal ball out, everybody.
Isn't this like 3D TVs? They said 3Ds were coming, they came, and then they disappeared.
And then they disappeared, yeah.
Yeah, because it didn't actually. I think. Sorry.
No, I say in terms of what AI especially from the Google platform is right now, is that if you're looking for a short, sharp answer, absolutely front and center will be the AI generated answer, and it will give you that. It will still give you the links to play. If someone's looking for an in-depth conversation, or they still need to have that human at the other end of that website to interact with, they're looking for a videographer, they're looking for a plumber, they're still going to have to get to that website at some point, and they're still going to want to interact with you, and they're still going to want to ask you questions and look at your FAQs and all of the things that we should be doing anyway. That's not going to change even if AI takes over the world, because they still need to talk to a human at the end of that transaction.
It's different intention, isn't it? Asking AI to write you a blog is very different to going, I'm looking for a plumber, I'm looking for an online visibility specialist, I'm looking for...
people looking for online visibility specialists.
And the other thing, I think there's a huge opportunity for... We touch on lots of things in our model, but we can talk a bit about SEO and email marketing, content marketing, but SEO in this one. So if you don't optimize it, how does it get found, in our library analogy? It can't, or it can, but it will take a lot longer. The other thing is I saw a fascinating post about AI shopping, which, to be honest, I hadn't quite explored until I read this post. And it was like the opportunity for the small businesses from AI shopping, because the AI is using different search terms. So when you go local glasses to me or something like that, rather than it going glasses, it's going best glasses for 2025 in Hampshire and things like that. So it's using broader search terms, which is the world of the small business, because the big businesses own all the short tail keywords. Our small businesses, we want the long tail, because we get a narrower audience who will be more engaged because we're answering their search query. Whereas, supermarket, going back to supermarkets, will be owned by a supermarket, right? So a small supermarket won't own that, but a supermarket specialising in local produce in Hampshire, best in 2025, all of a sudden AI is liking that. So there's a huge opportunity by ensuring you're there for when AI is looking for these answers. Yeah, that AI shopping was new to me. I find it quite interesting.
Do you think marketing's too complicated for solo people now?
We make it complicated.
I think business is complicated.
It's
so much bloody noise, isn't it?
This is why we started our business, is the fact that it's a really noisy space. And my LinkedIn or Instagram or Facebook or TikTok now is filled to the brim of adverts for marketeers who are telling you what you should be doing, or buy this here. And I don't bloody well know. I don't know. It's too much. And if you are a muggle type person who's not really into marketing, it can feel really overwhelming. It can. I get overwhelmed, and I know what we should be doing.
I feel it oppressive is what I've been saying. Yeah. It's like if you're a business owner, like small solopreneur, freelancery type business, I feel that the kind of narrative and noise is like an oppressive cloud of you should be doing this. Yeah. And you've got, people like, I'm trying to think of big business, Alex Hormozy, Gary Vee, the big influencers going, you need to do this. You've got coaches on LinkedIn going, you need to do this. You've got marketeers telling you to do this. Yep. We're telling you to do something. And it's like, which one do you listen to? Because some are similar, some are not. It's like, it is.
And I think it really is simple. You can extrapolate as much as you want. You can be really simplified. You can do everything like we were talking about earlier. You can do all of the things. No one can tell you you're wrong to do that. That's why I always get quite frustrated when you hear the influencers just do one thing and do this. Well, that's fine if it works for you, but you may want to do more. And if that's how, fill your boots, crack on, do you. And I think what's missing these days is that we're so focused on the structure of marketing that we forget the creativity of marketing. And like, I look at our social, not ours, we look at other people's social media, and it's like really transactional. Small business world is, I have a thing to sell, buy my thing, I'm going to target my ideal client, talk to my ideal client, and hopefully you buy my thing. But you look at the big brands, like we were talking about Aldi before, weren't we? Or any other big, they're so creative and fun and not taking themselves seriously, or just connecting with you on that human level. They don't overthink the fact that they haven't done 5 LinkedIn posts this week and done this over there and sent that email. They don't do that. So we need to actually look at those bigger brands and go, how can we make our life simpler, show up the way we want to show up, and stop worrying about the fact that, TikTok's done this new algorithm change this week, and that's done over there, and that person's telling me to do this, and I should do this. Like, breathe. just breathe and do you.
Done's better than perfect any day of the week.
Well, that example of the email
Exactly
he got it out ultimately. The message in his email was brilliant. He still got people clicking through in that email. Yes, he could have been shiny with a really profound, opening statement.
I got really excited on our email. So we send a weekly newsletter on a Thursday. It's a kind of, we share some thoughts on kind of the business world and what we do, with some hints and tips and some other, and community news and blah, 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 it goes out. And I started adjusting the subject line, and I noticed the open rate went up by 10%. I'm like, Emily, I've worked out how to increase a 10% open rate.
You hadn't.
No, I hadn't. And so the next week I followed the same formula. 10% increase, next week 10%, week after 10%, and then week after, same thing, no, back down to normal. So I was like, well, hold on, what's going on here? Look, the 6 weeks that it had gone up with the 6 week summer holidays. So we'd increased the 10%, so the point is the subject line did nothing, but the summer holidays, people were sitting there reading our email who were usually rushing around. And it's like, that's fantastic. But there's me thinking I was really clever, securing the best kind of subject lines ever, taking ours up from about 38 to 48, when the reality was it was just the summer holidays, which is good.
I think people, they don't, because sometimes people use it as an excuse, right? I'm slow because it's Christmas. I'm slow because it's the summer. I'm slow because da 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 da. But then I have a conversation with someone, and I'll just use MySpace as an example. So I have a conversation with a videographer. They'll be like, I haven't had any jobs in, things are really slow. Da da da. I was like, okay, but when did you last show your work? When did you last write a blog? When did you last make a YouTube video? When did you make a passion project? So on, so on, so on, so on. And I guess there's a level of a self-accountability that you need to have yourself. So like for me, regardless how busy I am, Brunton Media will be the top paying client in respect to my output, because I know, unfortunately, right or wrong, some clients will still work with me. Other clients will choose to go different ways, go different paths, whatever. So I need to make sure there's a bloodline constantly, refilling that pipeline. And even though now, as the time we record this, I'm basically not looking for any more work to a 25 at all. Not really at all. But grateful place to be. But I still should be having the marketing turned on so that when we hit 26, I'm busy still. Right? It's not going to be magic. It's not going to just appear. And I guess that leads into a question of like, is it just doing those things and building those reps that you like, I'm going to commit to doing video because I love video, I love etc. Or I'm just going to do email, etc. And do we sometimes get dragged away from shiny things? Like, oh, shorts are really strong right now and I need a podcast. And everyone's got a podcast. And then people are doing live streaming and da-da-da-da-da.
And that's the conversation we have so often with our clients, especially clients within Digital Circus as well, is that there is no magic bullet, right? There is no, but what you do need to do...
There isn't a magic bullet, realistic. I know we've said and we've said human connection.
It's doing the bloody work. It's
just working hard, right?
And like you can we're all adults. Well, majority of us are adults. A lot of...
Hello. Adulting is the biggest con in the world ever.
Well, we can tell. We have a structure and it works for us, right? And we're not going to say it doesn't work because we spend a lot of time doing those things. It does take time. And yes, there are 2 of us. I get that. But it still takes time. We still run a family around it. We still try and do other things.
We have to make twice the wage.
We have to make twice the wage in our business. There is no plan B. So we have to do the work. And like, I can repeat it over and over to someone going, yeah, but you haven't done that. And you keep saying, I will get round to it. Just have some self-discipline and do it. And if you do the thing and it doesn't work for you, at least you can come back and say, I've tried, and then I'm going to maybe work on the next shiny thing if you really need to. But until the point where you just sit down, commit and go, this is going to take time. I have to find the time in my week. I only have these amount of hours in my day, but I'm going to have to sit down and do it at some point. Just do the thing. Do the thing. And then stop getting blindsided by, TikTok or Clubhouse. Is Clubhouse even still alive? No, it's not, is it? But we all run to it.
But it's okay when it fills a space, because we know people who did quite well out of Clubhouse.
Of course, but
it's fine.
But it's not long
Thing is, I
term.
think it's a bandwidth thing, though. Right? Like, I had this conversation with Chris a couple of weeks ago. We were talking about, like, you should be doing the authenticity, the add value piece, etc., stuff like this. But if you can trend jack on top of all of that, then absolutely you bloody should. Right? Because it will add into your overarching, the number of views I can obtain, which means conversion, blah, 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 blah. But if it's to sacrifice the value add, just can it off, don't do it. Right? Is my view. And it's purely a bandwidth question. And that's why I think you've got to have some level of tough love either from someone else or yourself, which is, I think, what you were talking about like, you've just got to get it done. Right? I don't think, maybe you've had this in friends and yourself as well, but like, for me, unless you're close to me, I don't think people quite realize how hard I work. Right? Everyone's like, come on, you're invisible all the time, you're everywhere. Da, da, da. Yeah, but that's because I work literally every single fucking hour of the day. Right? And it's not that I'm just like, because there's then the smart versus the working hard argument, right? But the thing is with AI, if you're working smart hard for the same amount of hours I am, and it's just compounding on top of it, right? So I think it's not just a binary of, I use AI and then I can go and chill for the 5 hours, right? Because it saved me 5 hours. What you should actually be doing is, it saved me 5 hours, so I can do 5 hours more work of the work only I can do, right? And then you actually 5 times more, or etc. Right?
Yeah, or the thing you love, like, within it. So, networking's a great example, and it's like, actually, even driving here. So we live half an hour away, and we're chatting to you for an hour, let's just say. And so that's 2 hours, but that 2 hours doesn't factor in walking, parking, popping, so it's 2.5, it's possibly 3 hours. Yeah. It's actually, if I'm brutally honest, an inefficient use of our day, right? Yeah. Because we've squeezed everything in the school run, but actually we want to do it, we want to do this. And those systems, those automations and the AI, whatever you're doing, allow the things you want to do to happen. So yeah, whether you're replacing it with something else or adding more in, or you're going, actually, I just want to talk to people. So I was chatting to an AI guy, James, I met from Ireland the other day, and we were talking about an AI CRM that looks at your entire online
Stop
presence.
giving the idea away, because someone's going to go and build it.
Yeah,
and
but
we're
I'm quite
gonna miss
happy
that
someone
one.
else built. We're not about to build it, right? But it was kind of, I don't actually want this, because it does something I don't want. I'd rather do so. But to the extent where it looks at your entire online presence, so it will factor in likes on posts, comments, email open rates, previous stuff, bookings, DMs and everything. And if someone went past a trigger, using AI audio, it could send them a voice DM, because that's our thing, voice notes, and it go, hey there, it's Alan here, blah, blah, blah. Would you love a virtual cuppa? I haven't spoken to you in ages, or would love to get to know you. Here's a link. And as much as I would feel that's not quite cool, what that would actually allow me to do is just focus on the chatting to people rather than working out who to chat to. And I really like that idea. I don't know how happy I would be with it sending a voice AI note, but we've played with it.
At least a trigger who you need to go and send a message to.
Absolutely. So if someone wants to build that, just give us a shout when you've done it, because we've got other things to do, like go on adventures, take people to Palms Park for the day. We have to talk about some fun stuff at some point.
Absolutely. I mean, just quickly on the voice cloning note, like, that you can, like, now, as of today.
We use Riverside we've played with it. It's brilliant.
Alan said to me,
absolutely clone your voice,
I could
period.
not tell the difference. He played something to me and he said, do I sound all right? Does my microphone sound a bit tinny? And I went, oh, it sounds really good. He went, yeah, it's not me.
I put a post out on LinkedIn with it. So I got the audio, and then over the top of it, I did a video of me doing like a phone jacker voice going like this, and put it out, and people go, no, it sounds just like you. So I thought it did as well.
Scary.
So I think, moving back to what we started the conversation on, like, we might get to there with video, right? We might, right? But the thing is, then I'll go back to my previous conversation about working smart. Okay, well then technically, if we've all got that ability, I could technically script this entire podcast if I wanted to, or get AI to, and then we could have a 45-minute podcast that we weren't even there to do. Now, should we? That then becomes a question, right? Because is the energy going to be different? Yes, AI can mimic us, but the nuance, is it ever going to...
No,
we
no,
don't know, right?
not
No,
yet,
and also
not yet.
in terms of your own sort
Sorry,
of
it exists. Come back to it. It exists. I watched a video this morning on it.
but forgetting on the output, it's surely about your own sort of, I don't know, self-gratification of enjoying to do these.
As I was going to say, but
Having
surely
these
if
conversations,
you enjoy podcasting,
you want to
surely
carry on
that's
doing that.
counterintuitive.
You wouldn't AI it out if you enjoy doing it.
No,
I think
but
that's
what
the
we're
point.
saying is like we can get so far from it, but ultimately, what is the end of it? What's the ROI? You know, the ROI would be, yes, getting some efficient content created, but the ROI also has to be
You're so
self
businessy.
I'm sorry.
You said ROI
I did.
and ideal
I wrote a
client
blog
today.
that had ROI on it this week, and I kind of felt dirty.
Honestly, who even are you? You've changed.
Yeah, it's like it's what you're trying to get out of your business, and I think something Alan and I have been exploring recently in terms of time and space in your business and what your bigger picture is. Actually, we don't get into business to go, what else can I do to be really efficient today? Like you go
Unless your goal is,
yeah.
you know.
But also, you choose your chosen field because of your love of the field, or the fact that you want to be outdoors more, or you want to chat to people, or you want to, whatever that is for you. I don't know what everyone else's sort of end goal is, but for me, I like humans. I really like humans. Well, some humans, not all humans, you know, won't they? But yeah, I want to.
No, we like chatting,
I think
don't we?
in a world where I could not chat to another human being again, I'd be really, really flipping lonely, and I don't want that. So yeah, AI might be efficient, but I'm still going to want these kind of interactions.
Yeah, but that's for me. That right? Hold on. AI video. So I watched a Casey Neistat on YouTube this morning. I think it only came out last night or this morning. And
Damn
there's a new TikTok. I think it's called Saru or Sura or something like that by OpenAI. When you start it up, you scan your face like this, and then you go video of me 1930s James Bond style thing, and then you get an AI video of you. And he did a whole video of it, and he was talking about it's cool, but it's slop, and he explained why. And he said I'm not anti it actually, but so go and watch that. That's worthwhile. So it does exist. Whether it exists for 1 hour long form, I don't know, but that'd be interesting to see.
It's how you take that and use it, isn't it? It's like if you're taking the piss out of yourself, absolutely. That's a great example of being able to use that kind of filterage type thing. We've had filters on your phones for bloody years. It's just not using that as gold for your business, and that's not expecting that's going to be the magic bullet.
I think there was also, there's lots of trends that me and James talked about for ages. James Gale, whose space we're sat in. But like for me, we talk about like there's a monkey vlogging and like stupid shit like that. There's like this is actually really creative, and this is actually part of the creativity process, right? And that doesn't take away from like me AI and myself. And I think actually, are we ever going to get to a world where we're completely AI? Probably not. I don't think society will accept it, to be honest.
Are we going to be?
Will we have the tech to do it? Sure, probably, yeah.
I just feel like we're going to be, you know that Disney film WALL-E, when actually they're in a spaceship, there's big fat blimps just going around because they haven't. That's how I feel. We're probably never going to get to, but maybe
our kids can tell us. We won't know. We won't know. What's the other thing I was going to say?
You're not the interviewer, by the way.
No, I know. It was just following on the points. But the AI thing, I think, is still, it's there for the things that aren't in your zone of genius or you don't want to do. And I think that's no different to outsourcing, right? People outsource their social media because they can't get their head around it, don't know what to do, don't know how to do it.
Or just have no interest in doing
Or
it.
don't have any interest.
But they understand they need it for the business, right? They want the visibility. They understand that opportunities will come if they're on it.
Yeah.
But the idea of them doing it is like, no.
Especially as, going back to, like, whatever your goal is probably the most important thing, with your why and everything else. And if you've got, Emily mentioned forest bathing, we've got a client who's a forest bathing instructor. She wants to go forest bathing, right? That's what she wants to do. She wants to take people forest bathing. Does she want to sit there doing short form, blog, SEO? Probably not. No. So why would you not utilise what is about to do it? Now, we always say to a certain extent you should still input, because actually if you truly outsource your social media,
it's never going to be you.
It's never going to be you, right? It's really difficult to get it right. And actually AI would probably be more you than outsourcing it to an individual, right? A human being, which is...
Especially if you become skilled at training AI,
yes.
right? Which is the important element, right? Yeah. A lot of commonalities is people open ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gemini, whatever you're using, and go, write me a social media post for X business, right? And then they're like, why does it sound robotic? Why does it sound weird? Because what they're not doing is saying, here's stuff I've written, here's what I've said, here's my terminology, here's the words I use, here's the word I don't use, etc. And then once you do that, it's like, well, it actually will be pretty close. And then you should tweak it, and you should read it, and you should adapt it, right? And you mentioned Gary Vee earlier. He still writes 95% of his posts, right? Now, right? So yes, he's a big influencer, he has lots of team, but if he's capable of doing it, what's really your excuse for not doing it? Like, really?
Yeah.
And this is exactly it. He's like probably the most hard-working person on the planet. I don't think he ever sleeps, does he, at Gary Vee? He never does.
Don't know.
But it's like,
do you live with him?
no, I'm close to one, with the energy level, thank you very much. I don't even know what my point was. Oh, no, it's like, yeah, there is no excuse. And if you want it bad enough, you bloody well just do it.
Thing is, I think he does, because he talks about sleep all the time. He says, I get 8 hours, but that doesn't matter. The 16 hours I'm awake is what matters.
That's what is mattering with it,
right?
exactly.
His output within the 16 hours is so efficient and so well done that he can outperform... And he's also been doing it a billion years, right?
There is that other point, right? If we're going to talk about social media for a second, and you know, okay, so I'm one of the believers that volume is key. Actually, I'm okay with vanity metrics. I think they're an indicator. So if you've got one like and you've got 1,000 likes, I think it's fair to say that there's a potential that your 1,000 like account may bring you in more kind of inquiries. Could, right? Probably will, could.
Depends on how engaged that one person is.
I know, because someone will prove me wrong. You are right.
But if you were taking a broad generalization, you would say if I'm hitting 100k, like I am right now, roughly every month, and someone's hitting 10k, I'm probably going to have more inquiries, probably going to have more people talking about my brand and my business and me than someone who's 20 or 30k.
I think that's fair to say. What was my point? But I think one of the challenges, especially if we're going back to small business owners, solopreneurs, is the long post, right? A lot of posts are long, whereas going back to Gary Vee, lots of his are extremely short, and they're a repurposed piece of content. They're not fresh content. They're a video he did 5 years ago that whether he's got AI editing it or he's got an editor editing it, he's bringing back out, he's repackaging and everything else. And we shared some online visibility Christmas tips in a newsletter just to help people get their heads around it. And it sounds unbelievably crazy, but coming up with some optimized content, so content that will appear when people are looking for an answer, that could be around something Christmassy, will work for you on your socials, on your newsletter, and in the kind of search engine results every single year. Every single year. So it's once again, we're back to efficiency.
And it is efficiency. And I just think we, in a small business bubble that we all kind of sit within, there's this kind of, almost we protect our mental health, where we go, it's okay.
You're going there, you're brave.
No, it is, because we protect it from being...
I went to vanity metrics, you're going to mental health.
Protecting your time, you don't want to overload the system, don't do too much more, you don't need to put 50,000 quality over quantity, or all those things that we hear.
Is that an excuse, though?
It's not an excuse.
No.
I don't believe it is.
The anti-hustle noise drives me up the wall.
And I just think if you've got, and it comes back to being efficient, so if you've got long form content, and this is why you and I, all three of us, love long form content, is that you have so much more opportunity with it. If you've put it through, I don't know, Riverside or whatever, and you've got yourself 50 clips, why would you not put all those 50 clips out?
So hold on, let's break that down, right? You do one video, okay? So you film an hour-long conversation, you put it on YouTube, gets 10 views, okay? Fine. You live stream it to 4 platforms, okay? All 4 of them get 10 views. You've now got 40 views, right? If you then take the recording, do a bit of tidying up and put it on YouTube in December, like you said, you've now got 50 views, right? You take that recording, you chuck it through, whether you want to do it manually or an open AI thing, you're sat here going, what the heck do I put on social media for the next month? And let's say you come up with 10 shorts that all have 10 views again, and 10 views on each of the 3-4 platforms you repurpose it onto, which you can automate. All of a sudden, your 110 view has got 1,000 views. And if they're the same 10 people multiple times, then you're hitting multiple touch points with those people, so they're more likely to convert into warm audience.
And I don't think people should demonise doing more if you want to, because if you have capacity and you want to, fair play to you.
There was a lot of noise, wasn't there, for a while?
For a long time, it was just like do less and be more efficient. And
but I'm not hitting my goals.
If you're only putting 3 posts on Instagram a week and you're wondering why you're not getting sales, mate, come on. Again, what else can you do to amplify? And I think, when we were advertising the Funpreneurs Big Day Out back in June.
Thank God, I've been working out how to crowbar it in.
But I'm there telling your close family and friends, could you please, if you see a post, share it. But the stuff you do as a small business owner. My mum's like, Ems, when are you going to share it? I can't find it. Like, even my mum can't see that post because they don't see it, and we know what algorithms are like. We know it pushes you further away from people, so you have to do more because that person may not see that one post out of your 3 that week. But if you are consistently putting stuff out, that is still quality because the original content is quality.
But it's also like, what is value? That's down to the market to choose. That's quantitative in regards to like the person watching it, not you, right? Me, giving as much business advice for an hour, you guys giving the business advice for an hour, if you're not a business owner, it's not very valuable.
Yeah, but they have that thumb. They can scroll.
It's just like, don't watch it, especially on an interest card base. You just won't be served it. It's you won't even see it, right? So you don't even know it exists.
But yeah, people are not going to be offended because they've seen that one short 3 or 4 times. They've already seen it or not seen it. They are just going to scroll past. I think we take it far too personally that we're interrupting people's lives. And like you said, most of the time they haven't even seen it in the first place, and you're not interrupting anybody.
Yeah, do you know one of the other things, I think this all fits in, if we're sharing kind of thought process and tips, was the make sure that we prefer target audience to ideal client, but make sure your target, you're only connected with your target audience. Don't do it. And I'm like, why would you do that? Why would you remove potential opportunity? So we don't remove people who aren't in our target audience. We just allow it to build because we want fans of our brand. We want people to know the name Yellow Tuxedo. We want people to talk about it. But then what you get is opportunity. And you said this earlier about people who say, oh, there's no business in December. Rather than saying there's no business in December, why don't you go, what could I sell this December? Because people are definitely spending money in December, right? They may be spending on something else. And let's use forest bathing. Nicola, hi Nicola.
She'll be watching.
She'll be fine with this. Let's use forest bathing Nicola again, right? Nicola takes people forest bathing. That's what she do. I don't know if Nicola would say this, but absolutely I could imagine she could go, December's not as busy for me, right? Because people are partying or whatever. But you could bring out a gift voucher. You could bring out some in-home experience that could be bought in a box. I know she does forest bathing in a box. There are other opportunities. A range of waterproof jackets Nicola could bring out that would be brilliant for the winter because she goes forest bathing if she wanted to. There is a plethora of
you got plethora. It only took you.
Well, it took us ages to get to Fumpiners Big Day Out and plethora. That's one of our buzzwords.
We have like a business bingo lingo type thing, and plethora comes
Plethra's
out.
on our list, yeah.
Plethora comes out a lot.
So, and that's the thing. I want to go, what can I do differently? And once again, it might take time. So you could have a conversation with AI and go, December always feels busy. This is my business. What could I do differently? You could ask your community you're a member of, like the Digital Circus.
We've had Decembers where we've thought we were going to be quiet. They have been our busiest months, haven't they?
Yeah. Well, you used to say December's quiet, and I used to say, can you stop saying that? Because there's no logic for December's being quiet. And then we literally got an inquiry on the 31st of November for this fantastic project that led us up to Christmas, which we then stopped for 2 weeks to spend it with the kids. Right?
I think the key, and I think originally it was Alex Emosi who said it, but if no one, like not every single person on the planet knows you, then you need to market more.
Yeah,
I
do agree.
Like, simple as that. And I keep having multiple points whenever I do a podcast, whenever I do an event, etc., where like, I think someone said it in the event I did in September. I forget who exactly it was, but it doesn't matter. The point still stands, which is like, well, actually, you're marketing too much. Someone said, oh, I'm marketing too much. I said, okay. But then someone literally within the same room said, in the second after that, they said, yeah, but not every single person in the world knows Colton, therefore no, then he hasn't. Because the thing is, yes, I may not want work as of today's live stream, necessarily, okay? If the right project comes in and I can make it work, cool, yes, sure. But as I said earlier, I will want work in January, February, March, April, so on. And the thing that people don't understand or don't think about sometimes when they do marketing is you need to front load it by 3 months for it to then work. Because it takes time for people to firstly see the content, then go, actually, hold on, do I even want to, what does this person sell? What the fuck? Like, who, what, do I even like this person? And then once they're there.
It takes a long time to go from,
It's also some people are, really slow burn. We had a speaking gig 2 years ago now, when we were in Bournemouth, a speaking gig 2 years ago from someone who she'd known us from our previous business, which was in the events industry. That was back in 2012. She'd been following us. She's one of those lurker type people who had never interacted with us, had never liked or commented but
we weren't connected on any
platforms. But she'd gone, I see everything you're doing. I really want you on my stage. Will you be there? And like, that was a 10-year burn, man. Like it was a really long, but you can't, work out when those opportunities are going to be.
But you could have stopped 2 years. You could have stopped 2 years ago, and it wouldn't have. You wouldn't have, quote, hit the glass ceiling with it.
Yeah.
Totally right.
Going back to the Alex Hormozy talking about, does everyone in the world know? Look, we have to go, right. We are huge advocates on aligning it to your goal and business on your terms, right? So some people are not going to want everyone in the world to know who they are. But there was this other one I quite liked, another quote from an influencer who basically said, if you are not full up, market harder. if you are full up, increase your prices.
Yeah.
And I just feel we all get caught up in the noise, get caught up in the narrative, get caught up in all of this. And I think there are some someone once asked us, we were talking about our online visibility model, and they went, how much time a week would you spend in this, doing this? And we went, as much spare time as we have, because that we are putting into our business. Because if we're not doing that, then we should only not be doing that because we're full up, or we're at the capacity we are choosing to be at. And when we're at the capacity we're choosing to be at, then we're going on holiday. We're going to the park with the kids. We're going on adventures because this is our, that's what we want to do. So
But that's your decision to make, right?
Absolutely.
That's your life choice. And that's why it irritates me when people go, I don't have the work-life balance I want, right? It's like, well, especially if you're an entrepreneur, it really irritates me because I'm just like, then take on less work and be okay with making less money.
Adjust what you do, change your business plan if you need to, come up with a slightly higher ticket item, potentially, right? That might help with that.
I mean, there's a reason we're not in Barbados just yet.
No, of course not.
Yeah, but do you want to be on Barbados? Do you want to
I'm
be?
not going to say no if someone buys me a flight ticket. Okay, no, I don't want.
You know we don't.
We don't want to, but we've designed it, and we talk about it's again so buzzwordy. We talk about like what life work blend, and it's going to be very much incorporated our lifestyle. And we can't, we don't have capacity to be 1,000% all the time. We can't. We'd burn out. But we do get the time with our kids. We do get to spend time together. Alan and I work together as best friends and partners, lovers, all that. That's really. Oh, I know. We've chosen that. However, if we want to be more, we have the tools, we have the knowledge, we could really scale it up if we wanted to, but we choose at this point to hold back a little bit. But when we want to be, we will be in Barbados.
Yeah. Well, what we have done, we've integrated, so we're evolving Yellow Tuxedo a little bit as well. So not only do we show people how to do online visibility, which really is about them having efficiency, simplicity, time and space. So when they are marketing hard, it's actually working harder for them. It helps it become more efficient. So rather than throwing
higher leverage,
yeah. But the other thing we're bringing online is back to this kind of whole time and space and efficiency. We're bringing on some events, right? So we do the Funpreneurs Big Day Out, which is about solopreneurs, freelancers getting together. It's kind of a day focused on fun to get out of your business. But what you actually get when you focus on fun is stronger relationships, stronger connection, creative thought processes. You get so much more when you're not focusing on those things and you're focusing on over here. And I sort of was chatting to someone recently about who they'd come to the Funpreneurs Big Day Out this year. We'd never really met them before. They were completely cold. They just came along, brilliant, winning. And I said, oh, how was it? She said, oh yeah, I sent some business over to such and such recently. And I said, oh, that's cool. She said, well, if I'm not honest, she said, once you've screamed next to each other on a roller coaster, your kind of trust level goes up monumentally with them. So it was easy for me to do. And that's complete, contrast to delivering an elevator pitch around a table. And we're looking, Emily's got a retreat coming online in March. Not online. It's not coming online. It's already
not online.
there.
It's in person.
2/3 full up. So be quick if you want to go to March on Emily's retreat.
Look at you crowbarring. No.
I'm crowbarring it all in, Emily. We're putting a trip to Morocco together. We're taking people up Pen y Fan because actually our love is adventures. We've always seen business as an adventure. So then it's like, well, actually, let's bring the more literal adventures in for the people who want them.
And I think that's coming full circle. Oh, sorry, full circle.
You are. Did you?
I'm sorry.
You're such a coach.
But it's about going back to the online ecosystem and getting your online affairs in order and having those foundations in place. It makes your life simpler. Once you've got that in place, you can go to Morocco, right? But you need to stop whinging when it's not working because you're not taking that time to build what's going to lift you up. And you have to put that effort in. And it comes right back to...
Sorry.
We can't... we could do it for you if you want to. But, you have to...
Kids do need shoes.
do need shoes. And it's Christmas coming up. We need to buy presents. No one's going to do it for you. You have to put up your big pants, like Gail Tong would say, put up your big pants and just do the thing. Even if it was really awkward, even if you don't like the camera, if you're doing content, even if you don't like pressing buttons because you're worried you're going to break the tech, go and either find someone to support you doing those things or just get over yourself and do it.
Well,
really.
Ricky's Ricky Locke, long-term friend of Yellow Tuxedo, member of the Digital Circus. He's a great one. I was catching up with him this week. We're just kind of hanging out, chatting. And he's evolving his business. He's been doing it 5-6 years. He was a wedding and events magician, still is, but he's evolving into confidence speaking around the world. He's done a TED Talk recently. And he basically said, it's difficult to deliver this because it was basically telling us what we taught him was brilliant. But he basically said, the years hanging out and kind of proactively building his ecosystem have allowed for him to evolve his business now in the direction he wants. Because what he's seeing is, you know, on a random blog post that he optimized 3 years ago, he's getting 3 inquiries a month just off that one blog post as an example, on top of everything else, because he's done he's done and some collaborative stuff and some social media over the years and completely built ecosystem. It all has its place. As people need those multiple touch points, they get to watch a video, listen to a podcast, read an email, do X, Y, Z. So his conversion rate's gone up, his inquiry rates have gone up. He's over here doing his TED talk, becoming a confidence coach, working with, I can't remember the other team, he's CEO of the Confidence Club. How could I forget that? And all this other stuff, it's the direction he wants to evolve to. But his magician stuff, his wedding stuff, is just ticking over nicely for him.
But I think the equity you gain by being visible and being on marketing, you know what will work in the market because you've got feedback from yesterday, right? So I can tell you what the best performing reel of this week is because I look at it, because I put them out and I see the views. But also, in a time, I think Gary Vaynerchuk said this mostly, like in a time when things become harder, right? Economically, either like where you are or just your own business because of XYZ, are you willing to put the extra work in to make sure that is not the case, right? It would be wrong of me to not look at the market right now and say, I understand that people are finding it difficult, right? I get that, sure. Okay, but then my question is, how do we fix that problem? Not, people are struggling. I was having a conversation with my partner yesterday, and I was like, people, like, because I think on the news it said, like, people are worried about their job security. And this sounds horrible to say, but I was like, are they? And it's not that I don't understand.
Problem, you watch the news, just don't watch the news.
Well, there you go. I guess the crux though is, right, I was like, I'm so engrossed in my world and I'm so engrossed with, quote, how well I'm doing and what I've got going on that it kind of took me, I was like, shit, fuck, really? You know, because I was like, I like empathetically, I'm like, shit, that's really bad, and like I wouldn't want anyone to feel that way. But like for me, I'm that. Then also, if that is you in that position, and you are listening to this, and that is you in that position, what are you doing as a backup plan? Are you online, etc.? Like, don't talk about, like, if you're at a company and they've made very clear to you, don't talk about the company. Here's an idea: don't talk about the company. Might be a good idea, but you have a load of other stuff that you can talk about, and that was going to be my next question, which is like, how do we weave that line of talking about personal? Talking about the person, right? Colton, Emily, Alan, etc., and then the business, and it's still being, quote, authentic. Buzzword.
I don't like authentic. I don't, because I just kind of think if you're not being authentic, surely you are surely you're just being you, right? So if you're having to say that you're being authentic, you're not being authentic.
I'm being my authentic.
Okay, right. So I'm going to be devil's advocate here. So let's be honest. Some people don't find everything simple and easy, right? Clearly, we are happy being ourselves, sitting around the table, chatting, right? Fine. Others may not find that. But what happens with all these things is, like the anti-hustle culture, like the be authentic thing, they all have their place for the right people. Yeah. But I was speaking to someone the other day, and she was like, what's she into? I've forgotten. She was really interesting, actually. So she's a nutritionist. No,
Alan does more one-to-ones than I do.
I know, I just love chatting. So she's a nutritionist. And she went, well, I was going to be like a perimenopausal, I can't remember whether she said coach, but for the sake of this, I'll just say coach, right? Help me with it. But she said, there was so much noise about perimenopause at the time, but I've got to be very careful here, right? But she said,
You're very brave mentioning that.
No, I know, I'm so nervous. But she said, I didn't want to do it. And I find that in this world, that there's peaks and troughs of noise. And for the vast majority of us, the answer is, just crack on, be yourself, be a bit more efficient, make some more noise, right? Be a bit more visible.
Well, lean in and then do it longer, I would say. If truly, like, so I want to talk about marketing, I want to talk about video, I want to talk about doing, okay, I'm doing it for 10 years. That's my sprint. My sprint is 10 years. Let's see if you can keep up, right? There's lots of other people who are doing it, sure. But have you been doing it as long as I have? Probably not.
No. Yeah. Well, it's like The Rock always says, be the hardest worker in the room, doesn't it? But then once again, that does have to align with your goals. And
yeah, exactly.
And we have quite a few clients who are, what's the polite phrase? They're older than us. And
more mature clients.
I think the term is on the way down, or on the wind down.
On the wind. Some aren't. Some are hungry for.
We have a whole host of clients that we work with who are in their latter stages of their career life, who are not slowing down. They've got, and actually they're the best workers we have in terms of taking ownership and doing it. They've been through the career ladder, they've done things, they've maybe changed complete direction, they've maybe got to their
They understand working hard.
They understand
well.
work ethic. It's an amazing thing to have because they've done that their entire lives. And then it's on that final sprint to retirement or not retirement, because loads of people don't even want to retire, is that this is my last career, the last thing I'm going to do, I'm going to make it count. And they are the best workers. I really,
well,
really
Michelle Armitage is
Oh, you are dropping names today, Alan.
Well, not, because they're compliments, right? So Michelle Armitage had a corporate life. I think she said she was 10 years from retirement if she wanted it. She didn't. She quit. She wrote the book for the topic that no one else had written the book on, but she was interested in something, went to find a book on it, no one had written it, so wrote it, right? It's on design psychology and how you mix psychology with design, literal design. And so she wrote the book, and now she talks about that. She's bringing that into business. But I love that. She could have just done that last 10 years, but went, no, I want more out of my life in this. And I respect that. So.
We, going back to your question about sort of bringing that person into the business, I think a lot of us spend too much time comparing ourselves to what other people in our industries are doing and what we should be doing, and then that whole transactional thing comes back out to it. Like, I don't know if anyone's seen any of our social media reads, and if you're watching live, some of you who are watching us would probably know this. Hello? The conversation about the bears. The bears, right? And this is a great example. I don't know if, Carlton, you've seen our video on bears.
I'll be honest, I haven't.
Okay, so
I'm now going to go and watch the conversation about bears.
So we had one in the summer, one of those giant Costco teddy bears. You know, they're like the massive ones, bigger than Alan. And I was like, oh, crap. Thank you very much.
Well, Joseph won one at a fair. Our youngest child won one at a fair.
And then we went to another fair about a month ago, and our middle child was a bit upset, and he accidentally won. I think they felt sorry for him and gave him another giant bear. So we have two of these damn massive things, and we haven't got the biggest house. We're not in a mansion. We're not in Barbados yet. We've already said that. And then a couple of weeks ago, another giant bear anonymously arrived on our doorstep. Just someone brought, and we were like, what the fuck? What are we going to do with these massive things? And that became, again, it was a light-hearted bit of banter. It became a bit of content on there because it wasn't about online visibility. It wasn't about digital marketing or social media. We just put some posts out about the bear. And then what we couldn't have accounted for after that was the conversation from people outwardly who were watching our stuff, sending us bears in the post. We have had mini bears put, we've had Care Bears through the post, we've had people, and the conversation and content that came on, it's been hilarious. That's nothing to do with what we did, but they're getting to know us. They're looking at our tone and our fact that we don't take ourselves too seriously, and the fact that we are
just human beings.
And also, it was content gold. We did a reel in the end of us beating up the bears. Adam actually had put his shoulder.
I still have a bad shoulder.
He's got a bad shoulder. He kind of threw it on the floor and kind of rammed it and hurt his shoulder.
Approaching 50 and doing a big elbow on a cuddly bear on the floor is not a good idea.
But we didn't go, do we have permission to do that kind of content? Does it fit with our content strategy? How are we going to tie it into some sort of really convoluted business message?
I should have stood up and gone, join the digital circus.
But I think...
Because some business people would have said that. They would have seen that and they would have gone, what's the ROI on that?
That's it. And that's what pisses me off.
And for those who don't know, it's return on investment, right? But like...
It really pisses me off when people do that,
Every single post in their head, in that person's head.
What's the business learning?
What's the business ROI? What's the business ROI?
And they'll put and I'll see a post that's different on LinkedIn in particular with this, and I get really excited because I can start to see someone just being a little bit more confident to go, I'm just going to share this today, and then I read the entire post and go, oh, there it is. There it is at the bottom. I'm like, you didn't have to do that.
Do you know the challenges? We've always talked about this. The challenge with a black and white marketing strategy. And I understand, it's a bit like the law, right? When you're kind of doing, the law has to be black and white. But, it's that classic, but I was doing 34 in the 30, but you're doing 4 miles per hour over. Like, no, I know it was, but it was clear, it was open, surely, no, you're over, right? There has to be a line, right? And marketing is very much like that. There has to be a line. You have to look at the statistics. But sometimes what's ignored is we're all humans, right?
When you're telling your story, it's not about you. If you are sharing something that you've been through or you're going through, it's self-indulgent unless you're doing it for the people you're speaking to.
You work with, I would say, a lot of thought experts, a lot of people who have a story to tell. Why do you think so many people struggle to A, tell their story, or B, actually help that story connect to an audience?
Because people don't value their own stories. The number of people that say to me, but I don't have a story, who'd be interested in my story?
What do you think is specifically missing in marketing today?
What's missing in marketing today? I don't know. I was thinking about this, and maybe there's an element of trust, I think.
I think, of course, we don't know, AI changes every day, etc. But I think as it stands right now, the time of broadcast, the time of recording, I don't think it will ever replace a human in the concept of strategy, strategic thinking, etc. Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new episode of What is Missing in Marketing Today. Hope you're well. And today we're going to be talking to Jackie. And Jackie helps people with, I guess, is it more speaking confidence, and is it like actually understanding like how to get a story? Just to start there.
Yeah, it's all about that.
But before we get into, I mean, obviously speaking and I think content as well, I mean, what do you think is specifically missing in marketing today?
Well, firstly, I have to say I'm not a marketing expert, but I help people apparently market themselves effectively with their voices. What's missing in marketing today? I don't know. I was thinking about this, and maybe there's an element of trust, I think, and that is off the back of AI. You know, nothing against AI. I love it. I absolutely do love AI. But I think people are just a little bit wary of what it is they're watching, because I think there's quite a lot of disinformation and lots of people trying to be somebody that they're not in order to impress. And I think we as consumers are getting a little bit wise to that. So I think there's an element of trust that's missing.
Do you think, because a lot of people talk about AI, they say that maybe we're all going to be out of jobs, or maybe it's going to replace. I mean, specifically AI has seemed to be targeting the creative sector as a whole, right? Maybe by proxy or maybe by accident. But would you say that is true? Are we all about to lose our jobs, and we're all, you know, the universal income argument is necessarily going to happen, or is it more actually in the middle ground?
I think we'll adapt, as we have with every other piece of technology that's come along. I think what is different with AI at the moment, as you say, it suddenly us creatives are thinking, oh, we didn't understand that somebody could possibly take away. I mean, we're all creative as human beings. Every single human being is creative. But if that's your job, if you're a writer or an artist or a singer, songwriter, whatever, there suddenly is something that could take away that element of creativity, your IP, your intellectual property, and I don't think that's actually happened before. So I think in terms of being creative, I think maybe there is something to worry about. But otherwise, you know, robots have been doing jobs for ages. When computers were invented, you know, we all thought that was going to be the end, that we'd never have a job again. But I think we adapt, and I think AI will be similar.
I think there's kind of two camps right now for me personally, right? From the people I speak to and the people I connect with on a regular basis, there's kind of the ones who are using it to become more efficient, and they're utilizing it, and you know, maybe they are using it for research, and they're using it to help them write, and you know, etc. And we can, I'm sure, go into a bit more use cases. But then there's also the other camp, which is like, no, I'm not going to touch it. And my worry with those people is I have a feeling they might, because they're not in using it and they don't understand it, and they're not even at least playing with it, their concern, well, my concern for them would be they might get left behind, right? And they might be in a position where actually maybe they're missing opportunities because they could be more efficient with AI, but also actually their idea of what is a job, so their idea of a camera operator, their idea of an editor, etc., might cease to be as valuable to a client or a market, an end consumer, because they haven't understood that AI can actually replace certain elements of that. I think, of course, we don't know, AI changes every day, etc. But I think as it stands right now, the time of broadcast, the time of recording, I don't think it will ever replace a human in the concept of strategy, strategic thinking, etc. From what we've seen, right? As an editor, yeah. As a support, as a junior, sure. Would it I mean, there's a lot of conversation in the video space about, am I ever going to be able to put the hours of material I have of me talking on camera into an AI, and then it will be able to basically give me this infinite feed of me, then it will look and sound and have the same mannerisms, etc. And actually, should we have that?
Well,
I guess is the question that comes from that. You know?
But that is the point, isn't it? That there is that element of trust. Is what you're watching actually in real time? Is that actually the human being that's thinking on the spot in that moment? I mean, those are the things that we won't know as consumers. That then you kind of end up feeling duped somehow. And I think the people that don't touch AI, exactly as you say, will get left behind. But it's an element of fear. It's an element of touching it and it all falling apart. You know, certainly my parents' generation took ages to get into the computer world because they suddenly thought, well, if they press a button, they'll lose everything. And I think it's similar with AI, because people aren't going in and just experimenting and exploring and seeing what it can do, that actually they're frightened of breaking it, so they don't try.
Do you think there's also kind of this is the way I've worked for years, this is the way I am, this is the way I've done it? You know, I've been hired as a camera op for years, I've been hired as an editor for years, so no, that couldn't, you know, I mean, is it a level of pride, I think, or level of like, oh no, this couldn't be replacing me, you know?
Well, yeah, I'm sure there is a level of that as well, but I think people are frightened of change. You know, and especially if there are people out there that have been in the same doing the same job day in, day out for years, and it's kept them safe and it's kept them in their comfort zone and, you know, family fed and all of that. If suddenly something is threatening that, then that's when people kind of there's a fear around it, and then they would rather fight it than actually understand it.
You work with, I would say, a lot of thought experts, a lot of people who have maybe experience or a story to tell, perhaps. I mean, why do you think so many people struggle to A, tell their story, or B, actually help that story connect to an audience, would you say?
Because people don't value their own stories. The number of people that say to me, but I don't have a story, who'd be interested in my story? But the part of my job that I absolutely love is going, okay, well, let's see. Let's start unpicking what it is that makes you, you. And once you start getting underneath what they think they should be, that you suddenly then find these amazing stories. And then one of the very first questions I always ask when I'm working with clients, no matter who they are, what experience they've had, the age, gender, whatever, culture, whatever, it's what were you playing when you were 9 years old? What were you doing when you were a child? What lit you up then? And usually I find that whatever that is that they were playing in the playground, whatever they, for me it was grabbing everybody, right, we're going to put on a play, let's, and I'd write it and direct it and star in it, obviously. And then we'd play it, perform it to the class at the end of the week. So that was what I was doing, and that I can see that progression in me from that moment. And I think everybody has an element of that, no matter what they're doing, even if it is a sort of a day in, day out kind of job that they've done forever. There's a reason that they get up in the morning. And usually, especially with thought leaders, thought experts, subject experts, they are expert in that area because there's something in there that lights them up. There's something in there that they're passionate about. And you can follow that story. But they don't value it until they speak it out loud to someone like me, that I can then go, now that's interesting, and I can see that I can then join the dots, and and then I start drawing out the stories, and so then when they get in front of an audience and start sharing their story, they can relate it back directly to what it is that they're doing, and why it's important to the people that they're speaking to.
Do you think? Because a lot of the conversation I have, especially with like accountants, lawyers, etc., right, quite dry businesses perhaps, they go, well, yeah, but my day-to-day and my story is really boring. Yeah, but what I do is actually really boring and really dry and really just, I look at spreadsheets, I look at law, I look at etc. Is their story boring, or is there elements maybe they're not seeing?
Do they feel that other people find their jobs boring, so therefore they're but I would say nobody works in a business like that for 20 years. Nobody spends all those years getting qualified to do something that they're bored with. And so I think that's a cover. I think they say to other people, "No, I have a boring job. You know,
no, don't talk about
listen
me
to me.
because
Yeah,
it's boring.
It's boring.
You know,
I just look at spreadsheets." But inside, there's going, "I look at spreadsheets. So, you know, I'm so excited. I look at spreadsheets. That's what lights me up." And so there's a reason for that. And I always love to get to, you know, what is that? What is it that makes you get up and do that every day? And there's always a story. Always a story.
Do you think we sometimes, does it come from that I don't want people to look at me like, I've never really personally struggled with this, but I know many people do, which is the like self-promotion, especially as a business owner or an entrepreneur. You know, we try and put ourselves out there a lot and say, well, that's what we should be doing in my view. But, you know, it's the reason why I get the opportunities that I get. It's the reason why, quote, I'm as successful as I am, etc. But like, is there a hurdle there? Do people just like, oh no, it's a very British thing, right? It's very, oh no, I couldn't possibly put myself out there.
Yeah.
Do you think that's why?
Yeah,
that's why we have a deflection of like, oh no, I just have a boring job and I look at spreadsheets. You know, is that because maybe it's deflection to say, well, that's why I'm not doing it?
Yeah, a lot of people don't like blowing their own trumpet, do they? I certainly don't. But there's something in people's people. You know, you can be an introvert, and there are obviously, you know, introverts and extroverts and people that are somewhere in between. But generally, the introverts are the people that don't necessarily socially want to sort of get out there and connect and be in loud spaces and all of that. But actually, they still have a story to tell, and they still have a reason for promoting their business and promoting what it is that they do. So I think it's not so much about them sort of getting out of their comfort zone, but just taking baby steps. What is it that they can do that will just take them a little bit further forward? And find a story or something that they can tell, even if they just start with a camera and just talking to a camera, just in little, you know, and talking to family and friends and just starting to explain what it is that they do to other people. I mean, I have so many people say to me, my sister, constantly, "Oh, I don't really know what you do." It's like, well, let me explain. And everybody has that opportunity to explain what they do to somebody else. Just get used to doing it, you know, and you will discover it's not until you start speaking your story out loud that you get feedback from other people. And that's really useful. Back when I started Power to Speak 4 years ago, I made the conscious decision to get feedback on what were my superpowers, what other people thought were the great things, that, you know, what was I really good at, but also what am I really bad at, where could I improve? And I thought, well, I'm going to bite the bullet. And so I asked, I think, 4 or 5 friends, 4 or 5 former clients, and 4 or 5 networking buddies, say people that I knew through networks. And so I had about 15 different versions come back to me. What do I do really well? What do I, you know, where can I improve? And I was amazed. And I don't think it is quite a brave and vulnerable thing to do, because you don't know what you're going to get back. But I wanted them to be as honest as possible. And actually, the good certainly outweighed the bad. And the bad I could improve on. I knew where that was that I could then improve. So I always recommend people do that. Because sharing your story is a vulnerable thing to do. And that's why people don't want to do it, because they're frightened of being laughed at or being told they're stupid or they're not good enough or whatever that, you know, whatever that imposter voice is saying to them. But actually, once you start speaking out loud and actually asking for feedback, you'd be surprised. And a lot of the words, you know, there was a theme of sort of different words that were being used by different people that I could then hold on to for social media and for my blogs. And it just built my confidence around sort of stepping into different, whether it was a networking event or, you know, meeting people or approaching potential clients. You know, I had then the confidence because I'd had that feedback.
It reminds me, and I forget where this story originated, so if it's a bit fluffy, I apologise, but I remember someone said to me, I think it was in a networking room or it was a business friend or etc., it doesn't matter, and they said, well, ask around people who your network is and ask, when you think of me or when you think of my brand or my business, what do you think of, right? So we'll do the exercise here really quickly. I mean, when you think of me and my brand and what I'm doing, what do you think of?
I always think of that hat. You always
it's gone.
The hat's gone. But no, I suppose that, and the waistcoat. So I mean, you had that kind of the personality that came through the way you dressed. Which, you know, you're still a very dapper dresser. I'm not saying that, but actually, when I think of your brand, that makes me think of a brand that's creative and curious, which I think is good.
You know, and I think the reason why I asked you is I didn't necessarily want to put words in your mouth, but I think that's a key example of like how I've positioned a lot of what I do and how I do it to imply what I am, right, and what I feel like, and hopefully it will then. If you did choose to work with us, you did choose to trust us to do some marketing or trust us to do some filmmaking or etc., then you would understand that it would be to a level, to a standard, etc. In the same way, if we flip the table, if I come to you, I'm going to think, okay, well, Jackie's going to go deeper into my story than maybe I would have done, because she isn't going to have the hookups that maybe someone would have, right? Speaking personally, or anyone listening, you know, they might have, oh, but I can't talk about that because maybe that's a bit too raw, or that's a bit too much, or maybe I'm oversharing. I mean, how do you ride that line? Because I think sometimes we should share certain things that have happened. My view on it quickly is like, if you've healed from it, happy days, use it as a story. If you're healing from it, no.
No, absolutely. No, and that's absolutely right. Those stories may well come out in a session with me, but I will always say to people, you don't have. That's not something that I'm going to say to you. Well, you need to tell people that. That absolutely not. No, if you're not ready to tell everything, then when you're telling your story, it's not about you. If you are sharing something that you've been through or you're going through, it's self-indulgent unless you're doing it for the people you're speaking to. If you're just wanting sympathy or wanting people to know what a terrible life you've had or whatever,
things
then
are really hard.
It's all about you then. And actually,
really business, things really hard.
And but what you need to, that's fine and relevant if it's relevant to your audience, because if it's not relevant to your audience, they'll switch off.
Well, you could tell the same story. So, well, this is how I overcame being, you know, I've discussed it in podcasts before. I've discussed it saying, well, 24 was really challenging and really difficult. Okay, but here's actually what I was doing wrong with marketing. Here's actually what I was doing wrong with networking. Here's exactly what I was doing wrong. And this is how I've done it better this year. And this is what funnily enough, this year is a lot better than 24, right? So I think it's within that context, right? But it was wrong of me not to, I guess, hint at your story a bit, right? You began in fashion. You then moved into acting. And then you help people, I guess, shape their voice, understand their voice. Would that be fair to say? Yeah. Did you always want to? Like, have you, I guess, the question that comes from that is, in your current career path, is it where you expected it to be when you were maybe acting or in fashion specifically? Is that like, you go, okay, well, this is the path I'm going to go on and this is where I'm going to end up? And if so, how did you sort of get to where you are now?
Yeah, does anybody actually end up where they think they're going to end up? When I, as I said, when I was 9 years old in the playground, I was writing, directing, acting, literally producing. I was doing all of that. And then when I got through my teenage years and went through grammar school and O-levels, as they were back then, and I went to my careers teacher and she said to me, what do you want to do? And I said, well, I want to be an actor. And she sort of head tilted to one side and went, I don't think so. She said, do you go to the theatre? And I was like, well, no, not very often. I lived in North London. I wasn't anywhere sort of near that sort of places, those sort of places. And I wasn't doing a lot of drama. I was doing sort of bits and pieces at school. And she said, no, you don't want to be an actor. She said, if you wanted to be an actor, you'd live, die and breathe the theatre. What else can you do? And I'd said, oh, well, I'm not bad at art. So I ended up, and I loved fashion, you know, I always loved dressing up. So I ended up going to fashion college because for better or for worse, the woman had just literally crushed all of my dreams in that one meeting. It was like, well, obviously I can't do it. That's me done. I can't do that. So I became a fashion designer, which was fun at college. Once I actually got into the business and I was I was in the sort of rag trade end, so I was literally churning out stuff for Topshop and Miss Selfridge and H&M and all of those sort of places, and just they would fly me out to Paris and to copy the stuff on the catwalk to then come back and reproduce for our high street. And I thought, this is no fun, this is not creative at all. And a friend of mine was working at the Royal Shakespeare Company in costume. So I kind of moved sideways into costume and I worked there. But obviously, I was at the Royal Shakespeare Company. So I sort of was literally looking through the curtain, watching the actors on the stage going, oh my God, that's where I need to be. So I went to drama school when I was 28, actually. Well, actually, no, I was closer to 30. So I went off to drama school then, came out and did the Fringe. I did Edinburgh Fringe and all of those things, London Fringe, did a couple of bits and pieces, went off to auditions, did some acting, but actually to subsidise that, I got into teaching. And so I was then teaching kids drama and doing Lambda exams and all of this stuff. So I never taught drama in a school, but I was acting coaching, basically. I was running little clubs and things like that. And I think I found I am a natural teacher. There's something in me that wants to actually put my hands under people and kind of guide them.
Guide and teach.
Yeah. And not so much in that kind of curriculum, this is what you need to learn and this is how you need to learn. But everything that I learnt at drama school, over the years, I've seen how fundamental the training is to everybody. Whether it's the breathing, the voice, when you're taking on a character, you need to find out their motivation. What's the intention of everything that they're doing? What's the story you're telling? Who's the audience? And everything now comes back to what I do now. So in lockdown, right up until lockdown, I was still running. I was working more with adults then. I was acting coaching with adults. Also going into schools with adult theatre companies and doing sort of work within schools. Lockdown happened, all that work finished. And I then thought, no, I don't want to go back to that. I want to do something different. And so I took a coaching course because I knew, as I say, there was something of the coach in me. And it was during that course I was in a breakout room and we had to explain. By then I was working with people, thinking, how do I work with people with their voices? Because I'd been in lots of Zoom calls with business owners. I think we met on one of those, in one of those sort of networking spaces, and everybody was like, "Oh no, we have to make video now. We have to put ourselves in front of a camera. We're on Zoom all the time. People want to know what my 60-second elevator pitch is." And I could see that there was a fear there. Yeah. And so when I did the coaching course, I knew by then that that's kind of where I was going. And the exercise within this room, there was only 3 of us in this breakout room, and we had to explain to each other what it was we did for work, or what we were planning on coaching. Mm-hmm. And so I explained what I did with people, and I said, okay, that's my minute. I've told you what I do. Now explain back to me, what did you get from that? What did you understand from that? And one woman said, you help people market themselves effectively. And I thought, I hadn't even considered that I was helping people actually market themselves. And the other woman said, you help people show up powerfully in the world. And I thought, I like that. And so power to speak. It was then all around, the fact that it is empowering when you give somebody that voice. And certainly in the 4 years that I've been doing it, it's just the transformation that I see in people when that kind of penny drops and they go, actually, I can just be me. Yeah. They take ownership of all of those stories and all of those experiences. And when they show up with that courage, then the confidence and the excitement of actually sharing that comes from there.
It jumped to mind while you were speaking, so I think I'll mention it, but I remember watching a YouTube video a while ago that said, like, during COVID, when there was a lot of money flowing around, working in the arts seemed to be like just the thing, right? There was a lot of filmmakers, there were a lot of marketers, a lot of speaking engagements, etc. But like, I think the thing that sometimes people misunderstand or misthink about sometimes is actually being in the arts, whatever your definition of that is a privilege, right? Working for yourself is a privilege. And I think for me, having the work-life balance is a privilege, right? Like, and I can go a bit deeper into like privilege, right? We live in this a part of the world where I don't have to worry about a bomb landing on my house. I have clean drinking water, etc., etc. I can go down that road as well, of course. But I think for me, it's really important to establish when you are in a privileged position to be able to upgrade your kit, to be able to invest in the business, to be able to first come at it from a point of view of saying, I am in a privileged position and I am grateful for the privileged position I'm in. I guess the question that comes from that, though, is in marketing, in when people speak, in when they come across, maybe they don't mean to do it, but do they sometimes come over, not maybe at the start or maybe in their own way, but maybe they don't come over with that level of understanding, that level of privilege first, or maybe they should someone lead with that level of understanding that level of privilege first, or being grateful for the opportunities that they have?
Oh, that is deep.
because I think sometimes I use the word entitled. I paused because I didn't know what word to use, but I think the best way to describe it is some people can be very entitled. I'm entitled to people watching this. I'm not entitled to anyone watching anything I do. I hope they do, and I hope they take value from it. But that's actually down to the quality and the value that I add, which is subjective upon the audience, not me. My job is to do the best I possibly can in the grateful opportunities I have to hopefully add value to someone else.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how many people creating content in a privileged environment really understand that that's the case. I don't know how many people are actually... I think maybe with what's going on in the world at the moment, people are now kind of thinking, well, actually, my
life isn't actually that
exactly.
bad,
I'd much rather be here than there, kind of thing. So yeah, maybe we are becoming more aware of that. I often get people say, if we're going through a talk or they're speaking to an audience, I mean, generally their audiences are potential clients, potential customers. That's the reason they get up and they speak to people. But they don't want to be seen as arrogant. But what I say is, it's more as long as you're confident, you're doing it. What you're speaking about is, like you were saying earlier, people don't like to blow their own trumpets. They don't like to sort of say, look at this. But actually, in some cases, you need to have that. I don't want to say arrogance. Arrogance isn't the right word.
I think it's belief.
But it is a belief, yeah. But it's arrogance with humility. Has this kind of it's the confidence to know that what you're sharing is of benefit, is of value. To know that the experiences that you've had and the accolades, awards, whatever it is that you're sharing, you're not showing off. You're actually saying, look, this makes me credible. This means,
and hey, I worked for it.
Yes, yeah. You can trust me. I have the discipline to get myself to the. I am running a 5-day. I have done for the last 2 or 3 years now, a 5-day acting course for stunt performers.
Okay.
So stunt trainees, people that want to get onto the British Stunt Register, and actually. On day one, they come in and they're very, very nervous, as they would be, because they don't want to be actors. They want to throw themselves off buildings and get into fights with superheroes. That's kind of why they want to do it. But they have to act. They're on set. They have to be able to act. So on day one, on the Monday, they come in and they're very, very nervous. They're like, oh, but these guys are athletes. Guys and girls, they've been through the Olympics. They've done, these are like proper gold medalists. Some of them in all sorts, gymnastics, horse riding, all of that stuff. But ask them to speak and tell you what they've done, they don't want to do it. So on the Monday morning, it's like, it's like, hold on a minute. On Friday, I'm going to get in a stunt coordinator to talk to you on a Friday afternoon. By Friday, you need to have your 60-second elevator pitch. If you got in a lift with Steven Spielberg, what are you going to tell him that's going to make him want to work with you? So through the week, so by the Wednesday, they have to do it again. By the Wednesday, they're now speaking their stories out loud. So we're now finding out that they are, gold medal. One guy had been training with Tom Daly for the last 7 years. Got to got to the Olympics, gold medal, parkour, European champions, all of this. And as soon as they speak that out loud, they get the reaction from the rest of the group going, wow, that's amazing. Didn't know that on Monday. Yeah. And so by Friday, they've now taken on all of this feedback, and they've seen people kind of go, lean in and listen. They want, the people want to know more. And so it's not arrogance. We always say to them, name drop. Don't name, if you've just worked on Tom Cruise's film, don't go into a pub and start mouthing off about how great you are and you've worked with Tom Cruise. That's not the right place to do it. But if you're on a lift with Steven Spielberg and you've just worked with Tom Cruise, that's going to impress him. Not like, oh, aren't you great? But actually, I can trust you, because if you've worked
I think they'll
with that,
see them as a colleague. Then it's that quick.
Yeah.
Can I see you as a colleague, or are you just a person?
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Yeah. But it also is that credibility. If you've worked on a certain amount of films, and it goes any business, if you can prove or if you can mention a name that somebody else knows, then they can ask that person how you are to work with. They know that you've turned up for that job on time, whatever, all of that reliability. So don't be frightened to blow your own trumpet, because it really does aid your credibility and your trust and all of those things that you need to build with your potential customers and clients.
You obviously work with people, I guess, in a more public setting, right? When they tell their stories, they're more, I imagine, correct me if I'm wrong, but I imagine they're mostly in front of rooms. They're maybe having it filmed, or they're doing a virtual equivalent, right? So they're speaking to a group of people. Is there crossover between like speaking in front of a room and delivery and creating content?
It's all content, isn't it? I mean, it whatever you write. I mean, this is the other thing with the process that I go through with my clients, is that it might be that they'll come to me because they've got a 15-minute talk that they're giving in a room somewhere, or on a conference stage or whatever, and it might be about personal branding. It might be about software design. Whatever it might be. But we'll still go through that process. I'll still ask them what they do when they were 9 years old, and every story that comes out is relevant. And even if it sort of gets thrown over the shoulder and like, we won't use that yet, they've owned it. Once it's they've said it out loud to me and I've written it down on a piece of paper, it's there in black and white. You've owned this story now. This is yours. And so by the end of the process, they might only have 15 minutes for that particular presentation, but they've done all of that work. That means that they can then create content from it. Yeah. So then they've got a blog, they've got a story to tell, they can get on video and make some videos, they can do a Zoom webinar or whatever. They now have all of that content. So there is a crossover. I think there's a way of using both.
Because the reason why I asked that question is because when I started doing public speaking, whether that was through a Zoom or as part of a conference or as part of like my own events, I was like, yeah, I'm going to ace this, right? Been on video 10 years, piss, right? Like, been on podcasting forever, etc., etc. Then I had this moment, I was like, shit, hold on, this is different, right? This is not the same. This is like real people, and they have real reactions, and they like, if a joke doesn't land, I will have the feedback instantly. And I think that's why I think sometimes there's this, like, I think they're more adjacent skills, but I think for me, I think you should develop both. Right? Because I think there's obviously byproducts of what happens across, but when does it go wrong? Do people focus too much on perfectionism, would you say? Because I'm speaking as a content person who helps people with content a lot. Everyone's like, I'm not going to do that. I'm only going to overthink it. Can't do that. I don't have the podcast. Don't have this because it's not perfect, right? I don't have the perfect live stream. I don't have the perfect camera setup. I don't have the perfect microphone. So should I still do it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, done is better than perfect, isn't it? And there's no such thing as perfect at all. But having said that, I am the world's worst. I should be making more video. And I do make video, but they're still all on my phone. So I'll do it and then look at it and go, oh, no, that didn't come out right, or my hair doesn't look right, or, it's a bad day, bad hair day, or whatever. And so a lot of those things still sit on my camera. So it's a very vulnerable thing, but I think you do need to just do it. As I said earlier, just a little bit at a time. Just, just get feedback. I used to hate seeing myself on screen. Most of the acting stuff I did was on stage, so I never saw myself on, it wasn't until Zoom, it wasn't until lockdown when we were all confronted with our own image on on a screen.
Oh my God, is that how I look like? Oh my God.
Exactly, is that what I sound like? All of those things. But over that year on and off of lockdown, I saw myself a lot on the screen, and you get used to yourself, and actually now, I don't look too bad. I can get away with that. But going back to what you were saying about how you started out in that sort of space of suddenly standing in front of an audience, having done video for so long, I'd been on stage as a character for so long that when I then had to stand in front of people as me, then that was like, when I used to introduce the kids shows or the adult shows or whatever, we'd put on a performance at the end of the term or whatever, I'd have to stand up and introduce everybody, and I'd got that. My heart would be going, I'd be the sweaty palms, it's like, I don't know what to say, I'd have to read it all. But over the years, and especially now, when I started Power to Speak, I thought, now I'm going to have to walk the walk. I'm going to have to talk the talk. So I have now pushed myself to do as many podcasts as I can, and get onto stage if I can, put together talks for myself, just so that I can say to people, look, I've been there, I've done it. Yeah. And so it just takes practice. It just means that you see, so many people I think end up procrastinating over what it is they're going to say, because they don't think they're going to be good enough. They think they're going to be judged. They're going to bore people with their story, and so they don't practice. They're worried about actually saying it out loud, or they put off for so long what they're going to write is that they'll do it all the day before with their visuals and all of that stuff, and then suddenly wonder why on the day it goes down a bomb, because they just haven't given themselves enough time to really work out what it is that they're saying.
I think, for me personally, anyway, I think the only reason, there's a couple of things. One is focus on that 1%, right? For me, I would rather have imperfect action that then leads to a 1%, rather than I'm actually comfortable, I'm actually good, because then I'm not moving forward, then I'm not doing something unique, I'm not positioning, or even if you just look like marketing positioning, I'm not then marketing myself or positioning myself as the go-to expert of what's missing. That's why the podcast is called What's Missing in Marketing Today, because I want to talk about what's missing, not what everyone knows, right? And I think for me, it probably will be the same 5 chunks throughout the next series, but it will be the nuance of each guest's input or my input on the day, etc., that will be the reason why someone will potentially then go, okay, we should what we got. But I think the reason why I think some people stop is, I guess the way you think about it, and this would be in your position as well, they want to do it perfectly and they want to be consistent, because maybe they hear, for me, you had to be consistent for it to work. But I would rather someone started, got some feedback, stopped, then carried on, then rinse and repeat, rather than they just don't do it. And the way I would maybe rewire having stuff on someone's phone, because I'm sure you're not the only person, right? And I'm sure there's lots and lots of people. For me, this is going to sound really weird, but I don't even think about the concept of posting it, because by the time I thought about the concept of posting it, I could have already posted it and I could be moving on to the next thing. And I use market data to tell me what's good and what's bad. So something I'm doing right now, because I've got a hub strategy with the podcast, is I'll put all the podcast clips out before the episode is actually live to test which of the clips is actually the best in regards to an audience reaction, and then the best 1 or 2 will go on the main account. Because of the nature of having 2 accounts, you can sort of test bed it. So I'll give you a quick example. At the time of filming, Sarah's episode came out at the start of this week, and a couple of the clips did really well. So there was 2 outlier clips. When I put it on the main account, it got 4 times what it did on the other account. Now, the other account's new, and it's deliberately designed in such a way where it's just for podcast clips. It's also a test bed, etc. But the thing I found really interesting is, when I did that, I think it was 500 on the test account, and then it got 2,000 on the main account, right? But it was because I didn't need to question whether the creative or the clip was any good, because I already knew, because I knew it had already overperformed. So it was okay, cool. So now I'm going to serve it to my audience as kind of a test bed already. But also I experiment a huge amount. So I think the reasons why I'm quote a good marketer is because I experiment. Because when I get something that works, I run with it, but then simultaneously I'll experiment with another 4 things. I guess the question in your space is, if someone's listening to this and maybe they have a talk coming out and they have maybe an instinct during their talk performance. So they have their prep, because they have that preparation, they know that they should be preparing, but they have an idea, right? They have, maybe the audience, this would be really valuable, this idea would be really valuable, but I haven't prepped it. Should they use it?
No. I'm thinking you've done that, haven't you?
I have.
and it
so I'm partly asking selfishly, because I have done that.
Yeah. And lots of people have. It really depends on your audience and what you need your outcome to be. Because what happens in that moment is that if, for example, you've been given 15 minutes and you're on a whole raft of other speakers, you've got 15 minutes, you've honed your talk, you've prepped it, you've practiced it, you're there, you're doing it, and then suddenly something pops into your head, you speak it out loud, and then you've got to find your way back to where you were to finish in that 15 minutes. Because time is really important. Yeah. And people don't seem to understand that actually, either they'll think, right, I've got 15 minutes, I need to cram in as much as I possibly can in that 15. I need to tell everybody everything. Now, give yourself space. Is make sure that if you've got 15 minutes, you've only got maybe 12 minutes worth of content, so that you can really speak in a measured way. If you then come out of that because something else has popped into your head, then you've kind of messed up all of the work that you've done, really. Because what it also does is it takes you out of the moment. And the whole point of putting together a talk that is structured is the whole thing is a story, from beginning to end. It's not necessarily a series of stories, but if you've prepped correctly, you should have the hook at the beginning. It's that whole journey that you take them on. If you suddenly come out of that, it would be it would be like if you were watching a film and then suddenly the lead actor stopped and turned to the camera and sort of said, actually, I was just thinking about this. Sorry, where were we? Let's go. But it kind of takes the audience out of that journey that you're taking them on. It can work, and if you are a seasoned professional, then maybe. But actually, if it's not something you're used to, then don't do it. Because what you want at the end of that 15 minutes is people asking you questions. You don't want to fit everything into that 15 minutes. You need to put in enough teasers, and you need to be interesting and entertaining enough that actually they want to come up to you afterwards and find out more. So you don't need to put everything in there anyway.
I agree. I think it's the context, right? Like anything, it's context, right? I think for me, every time I've done it, it's been, okay, I had a plan to do, let's say, camera confidence, for example, right? And then I find that the audience I actually have in front of me isn't actually that fussed about camera confidence, or maybe they're already quite confident. Okay, cool. So let me go back into the stuff I already really know and go, right, okay, would they actually more care about the stuff that's now working on social media, right? So I think in my stage where I'm at, I can do that because I have a set of stuff that I know really, really well. And I don't really need to prep that much because I have it passively in my head. So I know what's going on with Instagram. I know what's going on LinkedIn. Algorithmically, I know what's going on. So if I'm ever asked a question randomly out of the blue, what's currently hot on social media right now? Okay, well, short form is normally the answer that most people would give. I would say actually live streaming is probably actually the thing that's hot right now. And the reason is it's counter AI, right? So bridging back to the start of our conversation about AI, it's actually anti-AI, because for AI to be live, it's nearly impossible as of today, right? I'm not saying it's not going to be, it might become but from my understanding of the technology, from what I've played with, it's nearly impossible for a live stream with people on it to be AI'd, from what I know. And that's one of the reasons why I think it's the unique thing to do, because also it takes a lot of confidence, it takes a lot of planning, it takes a lot of prep, but also it could be the reason why you're found, because it's a different algorithm than the video, than the shorts, than the reels, etc. But do people come to you confidently when they look to speak? Or if they don't, how would you recommend they become confident? Is it just simply that prep, you just do it over and over and over
Yeah,
again?
you not well. I mean, just coming back quickly onto your point about you in that space. Like me, if you are running a sort of an interactive workshop presentation type of thing, then yeah, read the room. Always read the room. The number of times I've been into a class with with everything, a workshop with everything noted out. This is like 5 minutes for this, 5 minutes for that. To throw it out the window every time, because you are interactive and you're feeding back. You're getting that feedback. So then yes, and we have that knowledge. We can answer those questions. If you're in a Q&A, then obviously you're talking off the top of your head. You're improvising. Absolutely, and that's fine in those situations. Absolutely, but if you have a structure, if you are a keynote or part of a speaking presentation, you've got a certain amount of minutes. You want to make an impression. Stick to what you've planned.
Is that style, though? Do you think people like? Because I really love improv.
Oh yeah, no, improv is a big.
I personally prefer to do improv. If I ever can, I'll do improv.
I will always say, memorize to improvise, and improv is one. I'm an actor. It's one of the. It's one of my favourite things, and the number of business people that I get improving in one of my sessions, because I run a monthly speaker club, and it's a big part of that, and people are uncomfortable with it, and I understand that, but actually it is a big part of just getting people to understand that it's not about reading a script, it's not about learning a script, it's about telling stories. It's about, if you've got data even to put in there, nobody's going to remember your data, but they will remember how you made them feel with that story. That Maya Angelou quote, which is fabulous. So improv is great, and if you have been doing speaking as long as you obviously have, then maybe yes, but that's because all of that is memorized. Yeah. It's second nature to you, and so people don't come to me confident. No, they don't ever come to me confident. That's the whole point. And I think even the most confident, outwardly confident people, when they get into a room and we start sort of digging down, it's like they everybody has those voices in their head that tell them they're not good enough, nobody's going to listen to them. So it is all about, I like to say that I get people comfortable and confident with what they're about to say, and that comes from really it's a self-awareness. Confidence comes from within, and in fact the word confidence comes from the Latin confidere, con being with, fidere being trust. So confidence actually means with trust, and that trust has to come from you.
I was going to say, it's that. So that'd be trusting. I trust in my ability to be able to do the thing, whatever the thing may be. In this case, it's speaking, but it could be driving, it could be backflipping, it could be etc.
So it's a self-awareness. It's an inner confidence, because you are self-aware of your own being, your own stories. Once you've taken ownership of everything, all of those experiences, then it's easy to share them with other people. Because you've dealt with them yourself.
Fab. For those who've enjoyed this conversation, who maybe want to see what you're doing and see some of your content, see some of your older content perhaps, where's best for people to reach out to you?
Well, saying that, because as we had a conversation earlier, I podcast myself for a good few years. So I have a YouTube channel, which is Power to Speak, on YouTube, and there's all my older conversations that I've had with lots of wonderful people, such as yourself. And I did a speaking about speaking live for a while, so they're all on there. They were the half-hour live streams. So yeah, I'd love people to go back and have a look. They can find those also on Podbean and Apple and wherever they want to find them. Otherwise, the website, powertospeak.co.uk, all my stuff is on there. You can sign up to my newsletter, which goes out every couple of weeks, with lots of tips, techniques and stories of my life. And otherwise I'm on LinkedIn. Come and find me on LinkedIn. It's kind of where I live.
Fab. If you were going to speak to yourself 10 years ago, and if you were going to give advice to that person, what advice would you give them?
Oh God, what was I doing 10 years ago?
Somewhere in the middle of acting in fashion, I'm sure.
Well, no, that was a bit longer ago than that, but thank you for that, Carlton. No, I don't think. I think 10 years ago I was working I was working in arts development, so I was running workshops. I was teaching drama. So what would I have said to myself? You can do this. You can actually become your own boss. You can build a business around helping other people. And I do. That sounds really cheesy, but actually, what I do, I love what I do, and it's because I actually can see people taking that next step. And I think I don't think I ever envisaged myself 10 years ago with that ability. And maybe that goes back to that breakout room and just having somebody say to me, you get people to show up powerfully in the world. And I would never have known that 10 years ago, but that's not advice I would give to myself, but I'm very glad it's happened.
Fab. Thank you so much for coming on.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
And if you did enjoy this episode and would like to see more like it, make sure to be subscribed to the channel. YouTube thinks you enjoyed this episode, so why not check that out? And I'll see you very, very soon. The only reason why it's consistent is because I'm being consistent with the output. I'm constantly looking at, okay, how can I up the quality? How can I do something different?
I often just encourage people to use what they've got and start showing up and start posting video content with that strategy in mind and continue to, test and change and see what works.
What do you think is missing in marketing today?
I think there's a lot of distractions from different things that come up. So I think sticking to a strategy and being consistent in that regard, rather than jumping on this latest craze and hype and all that kind of thing, is definitely a trend I see happening.
I'm focused on a very few set of pillars to get work now, right? From a marketing point of view. Paid ads, content creation, and testing my creative to then using paid ads. That's basically roughly what I'm doing. Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new episode of This Week in Marketing Today. And what is missing in marketing today, more specifically, today we're talking to Andy. He is someone who does a lot of video strategy. He's a filmmaker and also, of course, an agency owner. Andy, thank you so much for coming onto the show. Thank you so much for joining me today. And before we start off, before we get into your story a little bit, I mean, what do you think is missing in marketing today?
I think there's a lot of distractions from different things that come up. So I think sticking to a strategy and being consistent in that regard, rather than jumping on this latest craze and hype and all that kind of thing, is definitely a trend I see happening. There's obviously lots of good people doing things there as well online, but I think there's still that hype that's been going on for a long time online in the online marketing space, where it's like the latest craze, AI or whatever else. And lots of businesses obviously popping up recently with AI and stuff. And it's, some of it's free, obviously, some AI, but there's you see more and more people now like trying to monetize it and stuff and create their own AI, products and services and things. And so I think that can often distract marketers and actually do them a disservice rather than actually enabling them, because they actually might be, instead of being empowered to use that and have a strategy attached to it, they might not actually have the strategy side planned out enough. And I often just encourage people to use what they've got and start showing up and start posting video content with that strategy in mind and continue to, test and change and see what works, find out more about your audience, do that market research, and just test what you think people will want and see. And then obviously also ask questions and start conversations. Is like, what do you want? And those kind of things, that's the fundamentals of marketing. So I think if we just come back to the fundamentals of marketing, then that's just obviously a great place to start. It's the foundation, and then those other things can come into it and be useful. But I think a lot of time it's just people jumping straight into the.
Yeah. Do you think? I mean, I guess my next question would kind of come along. I guess like, should we trend track? Because I think some people, within context and within like bandwidth, like my view on it very quickly is like, if you can do it whilst doing the stuff I'm sure that we'll touch on in respect to like the traditional marketing pillars, I think you should look for opportunities to get yourself out there a little bit more, and you should always try and be more visible, etc. But I mean, like, just building off your initial kind of answer, I mean, do you think people, they jump to trends maybe because it's easier?
I think it's exciting and it's obviously shiny, and it's like it does get you more of your attention, and a lot of people talk about attention and like, oh, you have to do short form now. You just have to grab people's attention, and it's like people don't watch for more than like 30 seconds or things like this, and it's people not understanding that if you understand the person that you're talking to, you can get them to consume long form content. And I think there's just different things like that are going around, and it's been going on for years. Obviously, like people talking about their perspectives of what they see working, and it's like, yeah, that does work, but it don't mean that you have to always do short form. And it's like other audiences will want to watch that long form content, especially when they're like really interested in that one topic. So I think sometimes those different things that come into it, they're like different advice from different people. It just distracts you and gets you off the path of actually doing the most fundamental stuff, really. And it's not necessarily, to me it's not about traditional versus modern advertising or anything like that, because everything's kind of combined now anyway. So yeah, outdoor advertising is digital, radio is digital, and all this stuff. And like these are the things that I've learned from Mark Ritson. So it's like I'm kind of just really talking back what he talks about here, but I just really resonated with the stuff that I learned from him. And I did his mini MBA back in 2021. And that's what helped me to understand marketing and understand the importance of strategy. And also it's like it goes from diagnosis to strategy to tactics. But then, you know, some of these content he talks about how it's just oftentimes jumping straight into tactics and things. So yeah.
I think the tactics side, right, is like this new shiny. It's like that. Oh, we're gonna do video. We're gonna do live stream. We're gonna do etc. I'm sure, like, because we're both video creators and etc. I'm sure we'll get on to like the reasons behind why video, but and then maybe even why you should do live, etc. But like, I think for me, the reason why some people don't do like the strategic stuff is, I hate to say it, but it's like it's the boring stuff, right? It's the stuff at the top, which sometimes will actually mean you don't do the live stream, don't do the video. It's the reasons actually sometimes about why you won't do something rather than why you would do something, right? Because I think it's very easy for me to say, or you to say, who are quote seasoned professionals, to say, oh, well, you should do video, oh, you should do live streaming, oh, you should do this, you should do that, etc., right? Because we can naturally go towards that. We can naturally do it quite quickly because we have a skill set in it. But if you're looking at it from a very basic level, I guess the question that comes from that is like, well, firstly, how would someone get started, like from a strategic point of view, like why you market, like in a really nutshell, really basic way, like why does someone, and what does that actually mean, like for maybe someone who's maybe on the fence and like, okay, well, what does marketing actually mean, like at a basic level from your perspective?
Yeah, well, the thing about marketing, it's such a broad category, so it's there's many different things inside that. But the thing that most people think about is the communication side. And when it comes to video marketing, for example, it is the communication side that is kind of the main thing. But there's obviously things around still behind that, because even if it is video marketing you're doing, it's like before that there still needs to be the market strategy underneath it. That's like just marketing in general. So there's different parts of marketing. One part of it is pricing. You got to figure out what's the correct price for my target audience. What's the most relevant, and based on like testing and saying your prices to people, and then also like market research of asking questions about, is it just price or is there something else going on? And that's kind of sales as well, but it's like sales and marketing kind of, you know, go back and forth from each other really. But then the price and the objection handling and different things like that, that's stuff that's fundamental marketing again, but going back to that, which then once you understand that and you're doing your pitches or you're doing your call to action and your video content, then you've done that work. You might say it might be more boring work, but it's actually the most impactful and powerful work. So if you can recontextualize it in your mind rather than it being boring, think about how it's impactful, because we all want our businesses to thrive. So then if you're passionate about building a business, remember that is a thing that you do actually enjoy, because you'll get something out of it, and you want to be in the process of building a company and growing it. So like if you just remember yourself that you're growing and building that company, I think that's the passion and the excitement that'll remind you that it's not actually a boring task I'm doing, because there's context to it and motivation to do it. So the task itself don't matter if it's boring so much if you know that what you're doing it for. I think that especially helps for people like me, myself, neurodivergent and stuff. So when we've got a meaning behind things, it helps us to motivate us to do tasks. And because I've got ADHD, task initiation is another struggle for me oftentimes.
Yeah, I think for me personally, I've found it, like in the past anyway, like very, I guess in some ways frustrating when there isn't, and the reason why I bring it up is because I think there is a strong correlation, and this might be a commonality where there's not necessarily I do this live stream, I do this video, I do this marketing effort, whatever it may be, right? I do this pamphlet, I do this print ad, etc. And then I instantly get a return, right? So the phone rings instantaneously saying, oh, hey, Andy, I love that video you did, etc. I mean, for me, like, if you're doing something now, in 3 months to 6 months, you might see a return, right? And the key there, and the reason why I say might, is because it depends on, as we've already alluded to, the strategy, how you're doing it, what you're doing it, etc. But what would you say are like I guess just focusing a little bit on video then, why should, I guess there's kind of a two-pronged question here, like number one, like why should, in your view, someone do video as a whole, right? Why, as a medium to create content, put themselves out there? But then number two, what would be the reasons behind A, why they shouldn't do it, or B, what are the hurdles they might run into when it comes to their fears, their worries, their concerns in respect to actually like doing this thing that we call a video, right? Because I think so many people don't do it because they're worried about it or because they're concerned about it. I mean, from your perspective, just to reiterate the question, why should someone do video? And then secondly, like what kind of are the fears and the worries that they might run into?
I think because something stood out to before what you said, I think I could tie it into what you said before, because obviously what you talk about before is ROI. So any marketing thing we're doing, obviously ROI is often a motivator to do marketing, but then that's usually a short-term thing, return on investment. But then it's like something like a sales activation, or where you do a discount, or you just got like a campaign that's like short-term and you're trying to like get people to buy that particular product. And then there's also a long term, which is the brand building. So there's those two sort of objectives, like categories of like, we've got objectives in building that brand and long term value, and then we've got the short term of like just getting this product sold. If we've got loads of a particular product to sell, for example, it's like a physical thing that we want to get that sold, then we can obviously, one strategy is to do discount, but that's kind of like the last option you should really consider, because you want to think about what's relevant to the audience. Like we were saying before with pricing, if you set the pricing originally, then you'll know that it's the right price and you can just keep it at that price and keep just pushing it. And then this brand building side is more emotional and more what it feels like of the brand and what you stand for, values and all that stuff. And that needs to be a message that's communicated over time, and a story that people understand who you are and what it feels like to experience that brand, on either in the marketing or in the product itself. So I think those things are important, whatever marketing you're doing. But then if you were using video, there's some of the benefits are that if you're a person like talking on camera like we're doing, it's like it can humanize the content rather than just text on a screen. Personality can obviously come through text as well, but it's like, I feel like it feels obviously more real. It's like a simulation almost of like real life. So I think that's one of the benefits of video content, and aligning that with the marketing stuff, with either focus on sales or sales activation or brand building.
Yeah.
Usually a combination of the two is the best approach. And then just to tie.
I mean, I agree. I mean, I think for me, whenever you look at maybe doing like a short-term campaign, as you like alluded to as well, like the video strategy or the ads or like the specific creative, so the thing you're going to be showing that audience, is going to be completely different in how it's designed, in my view at least, of like how we would create it if the objective is actually short-term sales. Like we're recording this and it's going out live at the start of October, and you know, a lot of people are thinking about Christmas, right? Like now, to be honest, I'm pretty much booked for Christmas, right? In respect to the campaigns I'm doing and the stuff I'm doing, etc. And the reason why that's kind of happened is because I did a lot of the Christmas marketing beforehand, right? So to give the audience some more context, I mean, for me, like I start talking about Christmas, and there's kind of this joke in marketing. I'm sure you've heard of it as well, and others would have heard of it, where like you're starting to talk about Christmas towards the middle of the summer, because by the time you've done the prep and etc., and like maybe the actual production isn't until October, November, but all of the planning and everything else that goes into it will be towards that summer transition. But I think for me, like the point that I really wanted to, I guess, echo but also add to is, what is your objective? Are you in a position where for whatever reason you're trying to develop cash flow quickly, you don't have a strong pipeline, etc., then actually maybe marketing isn't the solution. And that for that specific case, I think for me, in that case, it should be more cold outreach. It should be reaching out to your, creating an ideal offer, creating a glance time offer, that kind of thing, and more looking at that, because that will have a shorter return window in respect to the amount of cash that can be generated and collected by a business for work done. So let's say, for example, I'm in a cash flow crunch, and I'll go, okay, so I'm going to do a video, promotional video deal, for example, for X price. Cool. And then I'm going to go to like 150 people within my network and say, hey, would you like this thing? Right. And if it's kind of more a binary yes or no. But for me, the role, and this is why I think sometimes people get things wrong when it comes to marketing, is because like they don't see them as separate tasks, right? You've got to do marketing to get people to the point of sale. And I think for me, like, the overarching perspective when it comes to video itself is it humanizes, as you say, of course, but it also allows people to get to know you and build that parasocial relationship faster than like us. Like there's kind of two, obviously there's two ways, and it's about the depth of connection, right? So you meet the person, you have meetings with the person, you go to networking, etc., which will lead into my next question, or you consume their content and you build that parasocial relationship. But a way of building a parasocial relationship is by having one-to-many, e.g. a video, e.g. piece of marketing that can help nurture, can help build trust, know, like, and trust through your audience to allow you to then, so I'm going to spend time with you talking today, but actually this is going to sit online and it's going to potentially be a multiple set of touch points or multiple sets of clients. And then that's not even before you then start pulling out the, the smaller chunks, etc. But for people who are maybe listening to this who are like, okay, cool, I'm going to start doing video. How should we start? Should we just jump in? Should we just record a quick video on our phone and post it? Like, what do you think?
It all starts with diagnosis, basically. So, like I mentioned before, so you can diagnose where you're at, where the business is at, like what are the challenges you're facing currently and all that kind of stuff, and like get a bit of a map. You can also then think about what you want to get to, and then map that out, and have, use different tools. So like project management tools or things can be useful, like diagrams and different things like that. And once you've had that, then you can sort of think about like what could be the quickest thing we could do if we wanted to do that. Like if we wanted to, we want to get like good at creating videos, so maybe we could like do something really simple that moves in the right direction, but it's not so specific at the moment to actually get into that vision, but it's us practicing the skill of it. You could do something like that, for example, and you could just keep it really, really simple of like, let's just get on a video and just say, hey, we're thinking about doing more video content, and just like, we want to hear from you what your struggles are right now, like challenges and things, like let us know in the comments, or like give us your experiences of what it's like been like in the past with other content we've done, or other interactions we've had or whatever, and just see how people react. Because I know that sometimes some people actually get like a really good response from that, and other people don't get anything. So it's worth testing things like that and seeing where your strengths are and stuff. Because sometimes people have got a massive network and they've just never created content, or maybe a few written posts every now and again, but they're not really put video content out or other content like that. And then just one thing like that can often get a lot of different people commenting and things, enough so you can share it around and things. So that's one way of getting started. And then going back to your vision and your diagnosis of like, where are our challenges and where are our strengths, and like how do we go and lean into the strengths and sort of make up for the challenges that we're facing at the moment.
Do you think, I mean, my next question was going to be around consistency, but like for me, when someone's looking at what they're doing, the key to whether someone's going to be successful for me is that element of consistency, right? Like, so I'll give you a very quick example. One of the reasons why I would argue that the podcast, or like what I'm doing with the YouTube channel, what I'm doing with the business, etc., like the only reason why it's consistent, or the only reason why it's consistently working, is because I'm being consistent with the output. I'm constantly looking at, okay, how can I up the quality? How can I do something different? How can I, how do I attract someone in that first 4 seconds or 5 seconds or 10 seconds, depending on where you look at your hooks, etc., depending on what platform we're on, etc. But from your perspective, I mean, is it just about having those consistent reminders going out and having that consistent content to show up for your ideal audience, or is there actually more to being consistent? And then if so, how would you recommend, from your experience, people actually are consistent when it comes to video or when it comes to marketing as a whole?
One thing I was thinking about when you were talking about something else earlier was like about, you mentioned about like getting your personality across, and I think that's a big benefit of video. And if you've been to like a networking event, which I've been going to quite a lot recently, and like connecting with people, connect with somebody and then they see your content after they've met you in real life, I think it's a powerful combination. And it's and just having that going out there, even if it's nothing to do with your business, I think it's still a powerful tool to use so people get used to you and feel comfortable with you. It's like building that trust. But it's I think, even though I've talked about strategy and things like that, I've also recently been thinking less about it as well. And I think partly it might be to do with being neurodivergent, because I always like seem to find it natural to break rules and to test new things that people don't expect. So like for me, I've been more like less strict about strategy and less strict about certain ways I show up to sort of say I do video content and all that, because I know that just showing up and being myself will like I say, will build trust, and people will go into my page and they'll see my other content I've done about video content anyways, and they'll see, like, read my headline, read my bio, whatever, or on my website, whatever, and then they'll find out more about me naturally. So it's like having that faith a little bit that I don't always have to be showing up like a maniac talking about video content all the time. It's like I can just like be myself, and I can talk about the things I care about, which more of the stuff I'm planning on doing more content around is accessibility, inclusion, and leadership. So like these topics are the ones that I'm interested in and I'm passionate about. So then me talking about that is just an extension of my personality, and it all motivates me to create more content. And then there's also going to be those moments when I go back to the expected thing that I talk about, which is about video again. But then because I always use a lot of video content anyways, and I'm filming myself, people will see the video content. So they'll see the quality of the content that I'm filming. And that's already showcasing my skills at the same time as me showing my personality. And I think for me as a video person, that's one thing I often remind myself about. So I don't need to stress myself out to think I need to be giving these video tips like everyone else does, or I need to do this, or like showing up in a certain way and like strategically positioning myself in a certain way. Like I'm still working on that, and that comes with time, I think, a little bit to refine things. But it's like I don't have to be too obsessed with that. And like I say, I like to break the rules and just test new things.
I think, the things I'll just pull out of that I completely agree with. I think sometimes when we look to either do video, we look to do content, it has to be in this model of like loads of people online, Gary Vaynerchuk, etc. Like people who I follow a lot, like they're constantly talk about add value, right? But I get where they're coming from, and yes, you should, right? Is the answer, but the caveat is, actually, if you're looking for long-term sustainability and long-term growth, and it's kind of a cliche now, but people do buy from people, right? So when I'm looking for a supplier, when I'm looking for whatever it may be, I'm looking for a position where I can get to know the person behind the brand, right? Yes, I need to know that you're a good, like in your case or my case, yes, I need to know you're a good videographer. Yes, I need to understand that you're good at X, Y, Z. Sure. So personally, yes, you should have some of that content out there. Yes, you should be sharing your knowledge. Yes, you should be sharing. But I think for me, it comes back to, and this is something I touched on last week with Chris, it's just about bandwidth, right? We discussed at the beginning a little bit about trend jacking, and this is where I think you can really have that kind of creative spark and kind of that creative element. But we did mention at the beginning about, like, everyone wants to talk about AI, everyone's looking to use AI. I mean, are you personally using AI? If so, like, how? But also, should we? Like, why do you think it's such a big talking point online at the moment?
Yeah, like initially I was thinking to myself, I don't use it much, and now I'm thinking I do, because it's integrated now into a lot of things we use. So I think everyone uses it now to some extent, without a lot of time, without realizing. Like AI is obviously built into search engines now. It's built into video editing software like DaVinci Resolve that I use. So it's like I do use it, but I don't really use it in much of an intentional way of like using one specific tool and like in that kind of way. But yeah, it's become a part of my workflow. Like definitely some useful features in DaVinci Resolve, like background removal of noise and things like that.
Do you think it can go too far? Do you think people can use it too much?
A tool that's used for this, for like I say, go back to the strategy and because I think you mentioned earlier, like sometimes it's about what you don't do in your strategy, and you just think of like, as long as I'm clear of like what I'm not doing, it'll become clearer what I will do, because it's like I have less options and the choice overload is reduced, and you become more clear, you have more clarity, and you're like, I'm not going to do that or that or that or that. Yeah. And especially if you're thinking like as a default perspective, not to jump on hypes and just think about your strategy, then you're going to be like more grounded and be like, what's going to be best for the strategy? Yeah. And then you make that decision. And then if it is one of the hype things, you can go, okay, I can use that and test that out as part of it. But it's not like a crutch.
Mm. I think you have to experiment in marketing. Like that's the first thing I would say, and then the second thing though would be everything I put through that I'm thinking of doing, spending money on a trip, whatever it is, a piece of gear, so on, right? Or even nowadays, to be honest, looking at some client jobs and looking at some projects that I'm like maybe asked to consult on, or asked to help with, or asked to produce, or whatever. And I think, is this gonna make my boat go faster? Is this money worth the time, energy, resources? A. B. Is the client the right fit? Right? A, B, or C. Like, how is their attitude? Like, how do they work? What is the value exchange good in respect to either how much you're making or potentially the benefits that client could potentially work with you, etc. Like, but also, do you like them as people or person, depending on how you're working as well? Because I think sometimes something that I definitely struggled with in the early days was doing a load of things, like all the things that we say we should be doing as business owners, right? I need to be super, super visible. Okay, so that means I'm going to go to 100 networking meetings. I'm going to go and do 15 one-to-ones a week. I'm also going to do content. I'm also going to do this. I'm also going to, put some banner ads out. I'm also going to do paid ads. I'm also going to do this. I'm also going to like put letters through or leaflets through people's doors, etc. But the issue is, actually what ends up happening in my experience is you end up doing nearly all of those things badly. Instead, what you should do is you should say, okay, well, firstly, how do I want to spend my time? What's a good use of me as a founder, me as a leader, etc., spending my time? Okay, so for me personally, me being in content, I will never be able to outsource. Everything else about the content I can outsource. How it's edited, how it's SEO'd, when it's posted, all those things I can outsource. Me personally being in the content, talking to you today, I cannot outsource. I never will be able to outsource that unless we get to a position where, of course, AI can generate my content for me. But again, I would argue those who already have an established brand will be the ones who win from that, because actually it's me AIing myself, if that makes any sense, but it would only be used in a context to allow me to accelerate what I'm doing. So it would still have my nuance, it would still have me, but that only matters because of the years of work I put into building brand, right? But I guess the question that comes from that is there an opportunity with AI to potentially, like, I guess, infinitely scale? Or is it something which you're looking at as, okay, I can look for efficiencies, but actually, because I'm seeing kind of two camps. One is, yeah, let's use it, let's optimize it, and then let's, use it to go out in volume and use it, etc. But also people are going, actually, no, we're not going to use it, and we're going to stand and say, I was on a very marketing websites, an old marketing person who I used to know a long time ago, their website today, and they have an AI policy. I didn't go into it, but I assume what that says is either this is how we use AI, or we don't use AI at all, right? Looking forward into 26, 27, 28, do you think that more companies are going to do that?
It's about adaptability, really. Like we're saying with marketing, you do have to see what's going on and adapt. And whenever something makes sense, like I say, if it fits with your strategy, you think that could work to help us. That's a good thing, as long as you're not scrambling around and don't know what you're doing in the first place. Like with the overall strategy, you're all right to test and adapt. And I'm trying to think, what was the other topics that AI and
it's specifically, I think, for me, like, about, do you need to be doing everything, right? Like I gave that story of, I was doing loads and loads of things, and then I was doing them really badly. So for me, I'm focused on a very few set of pillars to get work now, right? From a marketing point of view, paid ads, content creation, and testing my creative to then using paid ads. That's basically roughly what I'm doing. I'm dabbling in a bit of blog writing, etc., etc. Like that's one of my unique kind of like testing things, and then I'm building out the YouTube channel potentially as another revenue stream, but also as another marketing source. So that's personally what I'm doing. Do you see people going down that route and just doing a small set of things very, very well, or do we think does one think that we need to be a bit more diversified as a whole when it comes to our marketing?
I think it's more the first version, but also thinking about with your company, Brunton Media, it's your name, but at the same time, I think your content could be still not featuring you because it's a business. Yeah, and that's the way I look at my content. Is in the future, I want to get other people involved and it be a team effort. And I do enjoy doing it, but I don't feel like it has to be always me on camera. And as I go forward, I want to, do more collaborations with different people. I'm going to be like putting more events together and things like that. That's definitely a part of my journey going forwards in the vision of what I've been putting together. And different communities I want to target and create those movements together in a way that gives back, and then also to where to get my name out there and promote myself. I think it's a good thing when you can find ways to do both those things together. You're having a positive impact and you feel satisfied by the interactions with people, networking and being creative together and things, collaborating. But then you're also obviously putting your name out in the brand building side of things. And that's what I'm thinking about, is like things like podcast episodes, but also like creative sketches, like comedy sketches is something I want to do more of. And I'm going to be working more actors and things like that. And it kind of goes into the filmmaking path, which is something I've always found tricky to actually execute on, because you kind of need like a bit of a team generally to make that work. Especially obviously you're working with actors or whatever to really bring a story together. And it's something I want to experiment more with, and at the same time like be building my brand and stuff like that. So yeah, excited to do that.
I think for me, this is something that I've heard a lot commonalities through episodes and etc. before, which is, I guess, the founder weakness, which is clients get to know, like, and trust you, right? So they get to know Colton rather than they get to know Bronte Media, right? Now, I was having a conversation with a client yesterday, and he was talking about the image perception of a Gmail account, right? Now, this is the first conversation I've ever had with a client where it's been actually like had a conversation or etc. with me about kind of, is there a level of perception? But for me, I can see it as when it's like Colton is the company, the Bronte Media, right? That's the main face. When you're starting out or when you're building it as a family business, then you should lean into your personal I guess nuances or who you are as a person, right? Because the likelihood is that when someone rings you, they're going to still ring you. When they connect with you on shoot, etc., or like when they hire you, they're going to work with you, right? The interesting step will be what potentially I do or you do or one does when they step beyond that, right? So first employee, second employee, third employee, etc., and getting to a position where, yes, Colton is the quote managing director or the person who is the top of the company, but actually it's how you, I guess, manage that risk from a, like, if they're speaking about on behalf of Bronte Media in videos, for example, like how would one, because I know there would be a side of my head from like a comms manager point of view, which would be like, can I trust this person to represent the company, right? And I guess, would it be as powerful as me saying it in a video, like just building off your point, or is there a risk for that? So I guess the question that kind of, is that something you're thinking about? Is that like a risk that you can see other companies potentially run into? And if so, how do we maybe eliminate that risk or maybe bring that risk lower? Would you say?
So the risk, what's the risk again? The risk.
So I guess the risk, I guess, like in crux is me as a founder. I have to be in the content. I have to be on the shoot. I have to be on the sales call, right?
Which then can be, and also as a founder, I was just thinking when you're talking, as a founder, you create the kind of blueprint of the company and brand and everything because of your personality. So all your values become the company values, which then, and you're the leader. So then what you stand for and what you care about is how you create a culture. And then that's something that I've become more interested in, the idea of creating cultures and become more passionate about. I wanted to step into that and be a leader and stuff. And like in my past, I never saw myself as a leader. And over time, I've seen like what leadership really is and understood it more. And now I see how I already am a leader, because we all are a leader in some way. In like a leader of yourself is one part of it. A leader in your family, because you influence everybody, whoever you interact with, friends and family. Like you are leading situations, or sometimes avoiding leadership decisions, and you can always, and you know that you can look out for the opportunities and to step into that. So I think if you have that blueprint of your business and brand and stuff, and the values, it just ends up coming across in your content if you speak. But then if you clearly communicate with the people that you work with in the business, and they're already in the business and understand the culture and everything, then when you point a camera at them, hopefully it's going to come through. And if not, you can.
I think it's a new skill set. That's something that I've found as I've learned, like I've got to work with new people, and whether it's freelancers or whether it's internal staff, etc. And this is also true when you work with clients as well, right? Like you'll become, to an extension, especially if you're handling their marketing, handling their socials, etc. You'll become an extension, and you need to at minimum understand their tone of voice, how they come across, what their maybe prestige is, what their understanding, like how they want to be perceived in the world or in the market. And I think, for me, that's maybe where that deep work, like building off what we discussed earlier, like that strategic side, where sometimes people get stuff wrong, right? We don't go into depth enough into understanding who's my ideal profile, who's my ideal customer, but also what market, quote, sectors are we looking to target, are we looking to talk to? But for maybe, those who are maybe watching this and listening and saying, well, okay, I'm a small business, right? And I don't have like 100K or £1,000 or £10,000 or whatever it may be, right? They don't have that nominal, what they would perceive as a large figure or a large budget to get ahead. I mean, how would you recommend they either start or, quote, get ahead without necessarily just throwing money at it?
Yeah, there's always something you can do, like I mentioned before, with that idea of starting with, you've got a strategy and you've got a bit of a plan and a map and everything, but then you just find like a simple thing out of that and think, is there something in there that we could move towards the vision, or something that's, I don't know, just anything really that you think in a way we could just start, and it can just be simplified and not overthink it, just to be like, let's just make a video about, even just a video about making a video, because it's the actual process that matters, not the actual results so much, because that'll happen eventually over time. And I think a lot of people too obsessed with the idea of being professional and stuff, and it's like sometimes people's content feels like AI, even if it's not AI, because it's trying to be overly professional all the time, because AI thinks in a structured way of like, very specific structured way of like, this is the way it has to be. So then it's like, it seems like people have that as well, like locked into it, these ideas rationally, rather than something beyond that that could be more emotional or could be more authentic and intuition going on and things like that. We step out of the fear and we just take action, and we just see how it goes, and showing up in a way that's not that you're not scared, and you're just empowered to take action. People will resonate with that, and they'll respect you for it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think I just what I was thinking while you were talking. I mean, I think for me, it's about what do you want to optimize for, right? Are you trying to optimize for the algorithm, right? So getting that click-through rate, getting that high watch time, etc. Or are you actually trying to, quote, optimize for the human, right? For the connection, for the person who you're likely to connect with, even if it's one or two or three. And I think sometimes we don't feel great, right? We don't start the podcast, we don't do the video, because the nature of it is going to be, when we start, it's only going to be 5 views, it's only going to be 3 views, it's only going to be, my mum and my friend and Andy who likes my content, right? But actually, in reality, if I kept going for 2 years, I kept going for 3 years, number one, I'm going to get better every single time, I would hope, through time, but also is going to slowly build momentum, right? Those 3s will become 5, those 5s will become 10s, those 10s will become 100, then thousands, and so on, right? If you're consistent, in my view, right? And I think it's consistent in how much you're posting and what you're posting, but also like how you come across. And this is why being authentic to yourself is really important. I'm aware of times, I think let's wrap up soon. But for those people who have really enjoyed this conversation, who really want to connect with you, where's best for them to do that?
So LinkedIn, it's the place where I'm the most active. So yeah, just connected with me on LinkedIn.
Fair. And if you were going to talk to yourself 10 years ago, what if you were going to give advice to that person? What advice would you give them?
Well, I think the biggest advice would be to get diagnosed for ADHD, because I didn't know that back then. That I had ADHD, so that's the biggest impact that's been on my life, is to understand my ADHD. Yeah, and then in terms of business and things like that, I think learning about the fundamentals of marketing earlier on would have been a big help. And then also like about the time things you were talking about, like put your energy into things that are specific about what your strengths are, putting time into that, and then finding like support systems around other things to get help with. Like I'm working with the VA now, so like if I'd have started working with the VA earlier on, I know I would have been able to accelerate growth, eat quicker, and become more effective with my time and energy. And I also don't think of time, and I don't think of it as time anymore. I think of it as just energy. So I just think like, what energy do I have in this moment, this present moment, and use that based on what I want to get, what I want to achieve and stuff like that, and what are the priorities and different things like that. So I'm like sometimes I'm just thinking of like, even like when I'm out and I'm at a networking event, I'm thinking, should I take longer and get a bus? Or should I just get a taxi and get back? And recently I've just been getting taxis because I'm thinking energetically, I'm thinking, let me just get the taxi and get back into stuff. And I've still got the momentum to finish work I'm doing or whatever, rather than saving money and do it and getting the bus or whatever. It's like different things like that. Like time is on one hand, and then the other is energy. And I've been sort of like noticing the difference when I'm making decisions based on what feels good in the energy.
Well,
and that's also like my personality too.
Yeah, it's just as a final thought. I mean, for those who've got this far, I mean, thank you obviously for listening. But like something that really stood out to me from what you were saying, that also agrees with like someone else who I really respect business wise. He said, well, you need to specifically understand it's about fit efficiency, right? But also about how you set your mindset up when it comes to like what you're going to do. So there's kind of like two modes, the way I see it in business. A, we're trying to cut costs, we're trying to limit our risk, right? We're trying to bring down that overall cost. Or B, we're trying to push forward. How can we make more sales? How can we bring in more revenue? And I think once you're in that growth stage, now, this isn't to say don't have cash discipline. This isn't to say don't have a cash cushion, don't do good money management, etc. But I think it's a different shift in your mind, and that kind of builds off like what you were talking about, the bus versus taxi thing. For me, the taxi thing is obviously a more efficient thing when it comes to time, but also it's about flow state, right? If you've got, say, this really great networking meeting, or you come off this live and you're like, actually, hey, this was a really cool takeaway, etc. Like, then you should potentially put yourself in a position where you can like get back to the studio, get back home, so you can then film that video while that energy is there, rather than I'm gonna have a downtime, chill, go on the bike. So, but also you might want that decompression, and I think they're the two differences. But
come and relax straight away, and it's relaxing to have a taxi. It's more convenient. I get in it, go straight there. It's less complications going on or risks of things going wrong or whatever. And then I can actually decide to rest or work when I get back. So I like having that because it's flexible, and it's like for me to figure out how to work flexibly. That's been a big part this year for me, knowing that I'm neurodivergent and realizing I need more time to process things and I need more space and flexibility and that kind of stuff. So that's like a massive learning this year, which I would have told myself 10 years ago. Definitely those kind of things.
Fab. Anything else you want to mention before we part ways, Andy?
I guess going back to just reiterating the part about energy versus time, and like thinking about what the energy and how it feels like, and following that can be a powerful place to sort of leap into, rather than us thinking about time all the time. Because sometimes I'll be pressuring myself through the day, thinking like wanting to do things all the way through the day, like because I'm thinking of it based on time, like I should be working from this time to that time and this time to that time, and it's like. But then I don't need to think of it that way. That's just a structural way I think. I can actually change that and flip it on its head and be like, what energy do I have in this moment? And then flip into that. And then, do I need to rest? maybe rest, and then when I come back into things, I've got more energy again now. So then each task I'm doing I can be more effective at doing it. And yeah, and then having other support systems around me, I can ask people to do things for me that I don't really want to spend my time doing, or I have resistance. Like some things that are like reading documents or things where I've got to think like that stuff, and it's very serious stuff. Whatever. Some people are a lot better than me at doing that, and for me, I'll just get overwhelmed, and I'm like, I want to avoid it, and it's hard for me to actually face it. And they can do it really quickly, and it always surprises me because I'm used to doing it myself, and how much of a pain it is for me to do. When I see them doing it, I'm like, whoa. And they finished it and sent it back to me, and I'm like, that was crazy. So yeah.
Magic. Well, thank you so much, ladies and gents. I hope you took value from this episode. If you did, well, be subscribed. YouTube thinks you enjoy this video right here, so why not click on that, and I'll see you very, very soon. Take care.
I've got my video goggles on as well, and I'm completely biased towards video because it is the most impactful content on social media. Full stop. End of.
Key question for you. What do you think is missing in marketing today?
What's missing in marketing today is emotion, authenticity, and consistency.
If you were going to talk to Chris 10 years ago and you were going to give advice, what advice would you give him?
The more that you are unashamedly you on social media, the more impact you will have in terms of reach, in terms of engagement, in terms of sales, everything.
Hello, my friends. I hope you're well. I hope you had a good day, video night, wherever you are. Today, we're back with a brand new What's Missing in Marketing episode. Today, I'm going to be talking to Chris. I imagine all things about social media and all of those wonderful places to put our content. But first, Chris, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for the time, and thank you so much for coming on, of course. But key question for you: what do you think is missing in marketing today?
Thanks for the invite. Really appreciate you hosting me today. What's missing in marketing today is emotion, particularly emotion, authenticity, oomph, and consistency.
When you say oomph, what do you mean? Because I think sometimes some people will take that as energy, right? Some people will take that as how we show up. Other people will take that as, I guess, like the amount or volume or energy. Like that's why, if you don't mind just unpacking that briefly, I think it'd be really helpful for the viewers.
Yeah, absolutely. No problem at all, Carlton. I think by oomph, I do mean energy. I mean true commitment to the cause. I think for far too long on social, people have seen it as a tick box and not this kind of ongoing personal or business brand commitment. And if you are truly giving it your full oomph, your full energy, your full commitment, you will get so much more out of it. I'm so aware of the fact that might be perceived as fluffy, but I think, in fact, I don't think I know that people can see right through cold, corporate, boring, emotionless content. And so it's so important, and it's critical actually now that the content that you're sharing, you give it your all, you give it your full oomph. So that's what I mean.
Magic. I mean, you're very seasoned. You know, you've been on social media for over a decade, starting out as a side hustle, creating your own agency. What was the turning point that you thought, actually, hold on, this could actually legitimately be the career of my dreams, so to speak?
I became addicted. I became obsessed with the platforms, the algorithm, the opportunity, particularly because really with social media, you can honestly go anywhere and get into any audience and reach any person anywhere. Like how incredibly remarkable is that? And I think when I first started on social, I was gaining traction really quickly, and I was connecting with people in places that I could never dream of. And of course, most people that tune into this podcast will understand the 6 degrees of separation, right? And I think that process is sped up so much more because of the power of social. And so I am just obsessed by it, and I'm excited by it. And I just truly believe that anyone can create impact for themselves or their business through organic social media. And the opportunity of that is bigger and better than any opportunity in the history of the internet, in my humble opinion.
Do you think people don't do it because they're worried about what if someone sees me? What if Gary, Sally, my mum, my friends from high school, etc., etc. Like, is that why people don't do it?
Definitely, Carlton. I think a huge amount of work needs to be done in terms of self-discovery and your why and your own self-psychology and having a coach. So many people come to me, Carlton, they say, yes, Chris, let's do social media. Let's get going. I want to do this. I want to go there. I want to achieve this. I want to achieve that for myself or my business. And on paper, that sounds amazing. But often comes the stumbling block of getting themselves out there, seeing themselves on camera, being okay with how they sound, understanding how to, have some confidence in your conviction, and being okay with people judging you. And that's something that is really, really tough for so many people. And I actually think is a great place to start this conversation with Carlton, because before you get into all of the technical, geeky social media strategy, tech platform, algorithm stuff, content creation, how are you showing up? How confident in your conviction are you? Are you okay with people judging you? Are you not okay with people judging you? Are you way too tuned into the vanity metrics? Oh, this post only got 2 likes, therefore I'm never going to do it ever again. So there's a lot of mental work that has to go into it, Carlton. And also, again, that's not a tick box. It's not a one and done. It's a continuous thing. And the unsexy truth about social, and certainly becoming successful on social media, whether that be for your business or your personal brand, you are going to get people that criticize you. You are going to get people that disagree with you. You are going to get people that leave you snidey comments. But with that growth comes huge opportunity, both financial and just general impact in whichever way you perceive that to be for yourself or your business.
No, I mean, I completely agree. And I mean, I think, but I'm also aware when saying that, though, that we come from a place of privilege because of the years we've been doing it for. If someone's listening to this and they're maybe concerned about, okay, I've got my first hate comment, what do I do?
First of all, pause. I think so many people just jump into it, Carlton. They'll get a bad comment and they'll react emotionally immediately. Hold the line, folks. Calm down, breathe. First step. Second step is linked to that is make sure it's okay to just sleep on it. If someone leaves you a comment like that, just sleep on it, come back to it the next day. Okay, this is all quite starter pack stuff. But where I think people then make the mistake is when they go back to that comment, they will react perhaps in a passive aggressive way, but perhaps they will hard disagree with that person. But the thing that's always worked for me, both personally and professionally, given what I do in the media world as well, is that I always respond with empathy, with kindness. And I understand that the reason why that person is leaving a comment on your business page, on your personal page, they're going through some stuff right now. Okay. So coming at it from a genuine place of empathy and killing them with kindness. And from a business side of things, it's an opportunity for you to show off your exceptional customer service skills by going back to that angry, frustrated customer or someone within your network or your audience with genuine kindness and empathy and care. And it can only help your brand, and understanding that actually, if you respond to that comment, it's going to help your post perform better and stay in the feed for longer anyway, right? So there's a whole lot of stuff on that, and I could go deeper into that, Carlton, but that's what I'd say to begin with is sleep on it. Kill that person with kindness, right? And don't make any harsh, strong statements and react emotionally. Just create some space, have some digital downtime.
I also I completely agree, but just to add to that for those who are listening, I think for me it's about like whether you're willing to give that power back to them. I forget the initial quote, but it was something along the lines of, when someone drops a comment on your post, on your video, wherever it is, if you respond to them, you're giving that power back. So if you can see it as kind of a power exchange, when they comment, they're giving you that power to see how you react to it, etc. And if sometimes you don't need to comment. back. Sometimes you don't need to necessarily engage in that conversation if you don't feel it will necessarily be, I guess, mutually beneficial for the conversation, or like you're not. Like, there's a balance, I think, between building community and building real relationships with people, and then also having people who are just there to maybe stoke the fire, maybe get a little bit controversial, etc. You know, they're there for maybe rage bait, right? But you've had a lot of experience with, you know, managing other accounts and working with other accounts, etc. And, you know, in my notes here, I've got, you know, you've managed over 250 accounts, which is across multiple industries, which is a big thing to say, right? Is there like a specific lesson or a specific like thing that you've noticed in that process that's like, this really works? Or is it very specifically industry based? Is it very specific timing based, would you say?
In terms of content, in terms of responding to criticism, what do you mean?
In terms of, I guess the question comes is like what because then it's like maybe someone's listening to this and go, well, why is everyone on social media, right? Like, we want it to work for our business, okay? But some people have said to me, you need a niche, right? You need to niche down and do just content about X, okay? But at the moment, and this is a video I have up and coming, I'm going to talk about a hub strategy very quickly. You have a core Instagram, same is true in every platform, but core YouTube channel, core Instagram that you put your flagship content onto. Then you have spear or supporting accounts. So I have one for this podcast, I have one for my aerial work, etc. And they all then get invited as collaborators whenever there's a main post principle. But for me, like, you can niche, but because we're an interest-based graph now rather than social-based graph, in 95% of the case, I think LinkedIn's the only exception. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'd be interested in your thoughts on it. But like, for me, in most cases, we're interest-based, especially on short-form, infinitely scrolling feeds. In that respect, actually, followers become irrelevant. So actually spinning up these other brands, spinning up these other accounts, you could actually get some decent numbers. And even if it's just awareness traction to push to your main account, where you can then have more value-led content or, quote, conversion content, etc. And that's quite techy. But I think for me, that's like the key, I think, to understanding what content, like what this piece of content, what a piece of content serves. So I guess to like reframe it into a question, in your experience across all of those accounts and across all of your industry, do you find there is commonalities when it comes to strategic content pillars?
The unsexy answer and the truthful answer, and I would be waving a big red flag if someone said that there would be something that works for all 250 plus accounts, right? I think that's a little bit disingenuous. In fact, it's massively disingenuous. And the reason why, Carlton, is on social media, there are thousands of variables, thousands. And we're talking like the algorithm, we're talking about the type of content, the headline used, the question, the value, the audience, the timing, the media. I could go on and on and on and on and on and on and on, right? And so I think what I always like to do with our clients is, to begin with, you have to understand who you're talking to, the audience, right? There's no point getting going and serving up content that's not going to convert because you don't understand who your audience are, right? So that's the first step. Who are your audience? Who are your people? And then the second thing, and maybe the thing that could apply to the majority of those, is having this kind of mindset and oversight and umbrella, if you like, of serving and not selling. I think that's really important. Of course, there's times in content where you would add in a call to action or, you know, send someone somewhere to do something. We have to do that to make money, right? But having that mindset of serving, not selling, across a board of whether it's a business account, a personal account, small, medium, large organizations, that's something that I would say works for the majority of those accounts. Of course, execution of perfection, consistently turning up, not getting bogged down in this kind of perfectionism mindset. I think people have this misconception with social, Carlton, that the perfect social media post exists. And I'm holding my head because it happens all the time. And someone's like, oh, well, that wasn't that good, or that didn't work.
Yeah, but my feed looks beautiful, Chris.
And we're now away from that, right? And I think, you know, and I'm so happy, Carlton, that you have the understanding around, you know, interest-based content and followers being almost not applicable now. Like, they look good, they make you look more credible, but ultimately, if you are leaving a consistent digital footprint, I'll call it, across a variety of platforms where your audience are hanging out, using keywords within your copy that people can hang on to and find you via, that is where the impact comes with social. I think across the board, some other things in terms of actual, you've mentioned, I think they're content pillars, Carlton. I always like to add in storytelling. Tell a story, because people can connect with that. Brands don't do that enough. Make sure that at some stage you are telling someone to do something. If not, they will not do anything. Okay, so that's important to add in. Social proof is always good. So adding in, again, like what's worked, why has it worked, someone else talking about how good you are rather than you. I call it weeing everywhere, which is quite creative. We do this, we're the best of that, we are number one, weeing everywhere. People are weeing everywhere all the time. Stop weeing everywhere, okay? And make it more your, and really address the reader. So that was quite rambly, Carlton, but I hope that answers that question. It's quite hard to give you a specific answer, but hopefully that.
No, absolutely, it definitely does. I mean, I'm going to be quite biased, right? Because I've done video for like coming on 15 years and commercially for like 8 and 9, but I have noticed a trend across like either people wanting to do it or the platforms wanting you to create video, right? And I think, is that just the natural, like, it's the closest thing we have to me meeting you, me watching a video with you, building that parasocial relationship? Or from your perspective, I mean, is there like other reasons or other things why someone should consider video as a format, and or why they maybe shouldn't?
Yeah, I think, I've got my video goggles on as well, Carlton. I'm completely biased towards video because it is the most impactful content on social media. Full stop. End of. We could finish this podcast on that note, right? If there's one thing that people do today, film a video, even if it's a selfie shot, iPhone style, that's fine. Do that over a static. You'll see more engagement, reach more people, have more impact. I come from a commercial sales background. Really, I've always done social, but I that's kind of like where I've really made a dent. And when you show up on camera, Carlton, it is so good for demonstrating expertise. It accelerates relevancy, relatability, trust, because it feels real. And in this AI bot, cold corporate fake world that we seem to be drifting into, it is more important and more impactful than ever before to jump on video. So this isn't just me saying do video because it gets you more engagement, it helps you reach more people. It's, well, actually, even if you only had a LinkedIn network of 4 people and you showed up on video, it would definitely be more impactful than just normal static stuff, right? Because of a sales piece versus an algorithm piece, if you like. So for sure, I'm a huge advocate of video of all shapes and sizes. I think there's a place for long form, definitely. I certainly think there's a place for short form. I think overall, though, Carlton, people are hugely overthinking it. They're getting bogged down in the tech, and they're not working with someone like yourself in terms of the tech setup, so they can just get going and talk about the stuff that they're good at and that they know about. And I just want people to get into this mindset of execution over perfection, and relatability, being real, even if you're walking down the street. And I know it's brave and it makes you look a bit silly, but even if you're walking down the street and you're just sharing a few words about your day with your camera and you're posting that as your content, that's a good enough start. It really.
Yeah, no, I'd completely agree. And very quick story. I've been a professional videographer for, as I say, like nearly 10 years. I do a couple of phone videos every now and again, and I'm almost willing to bet, I haven't checked yesterday's one, but nearly every single phone video, I think, it's really bad for me to say, but I think it over-indexes in respect to views for, like, on Instagram especially, but even on LinkedIn and other places as well. Like, I've noticed there is a algorithmic boost for phone content if it's executed well, right? Granted, right? And in the one that I'm specifically thinking about, I did tell a very cohesive story. I did give a very specific setup and then a very good resolution, but that was because I'm in the process of creating good content consistently and doing those reps. So whether I'm filming it on a camera, and the reason why I mention it here is because I think some people, they look at like what I'm doing with like the trailers and it looks good and it sounds good and I've got professional mics all the time and then I'm flying a drone and they're doing all this stuff, but it's like I don't have that, so I can't do it, right? I don't have the microphone. I don't, but you do have a phone, right? And I think if you just, it's more of a psychology thing. That's why I love to talk about the psychology behind video, because for me, it's the main barrier for someone not wanting to or not being willing to put themselves out there, because actually you find about some insecurities, and it's actually a really strong self-belief and self-esteem and self-growth perspective yourself doing video, which is a kind of a byproduct of actually all the business benefits that we've already kind of alluded to. But I think for me, I mean, if you were going to, and I know when I come on your show, I went into depth on like the psychology, but from your perspective with your experience, I mean, what, outside of doing it, what would you say to someone who's like either maybe looking to start doing their first post, tipping their toe in, or they maybe want to start on video? Like, what would you say to those people?
Talk about something that you're genuinely passionate about. Don't overscript. Don't write everything down. Be okay with buts, and maybes. You will stumble, you will stutter, you will there will be a moment where you accidentally say something you shouldn't, and keep it in because it's real and people want real. Again, back to my previous point, AI, robot, cold corporate world that we're drifting into. People are craving real more than ever before. And this is why influencers do incredibly well, because it's so real. It's so genuinely authentic most of the time. And so I think if I was to say to someone to start out, like of course, you know, press record in your office, whether it be, you know, in the workplace or at home or whatever, and just keep the camera on and record your day, and maybe record some of your meetings from an alternative angle, and see if there's a snippet from that you can take out. Maybe you're not looking at the camera. That's okay, because doing something is better than nothing. And I'm like so far on the other side of the fence with this. Like, some marketers are like, oh no, you know, it's got to be absolute quality, da. But the problem with that is it's too slow. There's a lack of speed. And just like a balanced diet, Carlton, like I'm a big advocate of doing professional stuff as we are right now. But then also for speed, if you are walking down the street, if you are, you know, out and about somewhere, if you've just walked out of a networking event, whatever, and you've got that moment, that spark, that energy, that inspiration to get on camera, don't wait, get going. I just think so many people are overthinking it, Carlton, which is quite basic starter pack advice, but they absolutely are. I'll tell you a quick story on this. One of my consultancy clients, I was going through this process with her. We were running through various static. We'd established our top line strategy. We had images, we had graphics, we had design, we had some polished video. And I was saying, hey, look, Cassandra, I think we should really shift more towards this kind of real, relatable portrait, selfie shot style content. And she sent me a couple of videos. One was her at home, and one was her at the beach. And the one of her at the beach, you could barely hear her, to be honest with you. Like, you could hear what she was saying, obviously, but it was quite hard to hear. However, when she shared that one, you use that word over-indexed, it was so real. The wind was in the background. You could hear the waves. And most people, they wouldn't have used it. They would have gone, it's too difficult to hear me, I won't share that. Whereas actually I would say, if there's a car in the background beeping, if there's an animal, if there's a bird tweeting, if someone walks in, you know, like it's like the classic BBC Reader where the kid walks in, right? Like, use that, you know. I just think so many people are overthinking everything, and it's I mean, maybe it's a wider societal, deeper issue, right, around our own self-image. I think it's getting worse because of social. That's maybe like the dark side of it. But if you can just be okay with who you are and unashamedly sharing who you are with the world, then you will reach so many more people and be able to spread your message and create more impact.
Something that I understood a handful of years ago when I did a video talking about marketing funnels was actually the job of a marketing funnel is to basically repel or exclude a certain sector of people, right? The wrong certain people. Because I think when we look at marketing, we go, I'm trying to attract the right people, right? But we don't always look at the other side of it, which is that repel adoption side. But something which I've found really interesting as I've grown and I've developed is like I'm talking to more business owners who are getting busier and busier with the operations of a business and etc. etc. And that's probably one of the reasons why they, to be honest, they bring me in, because they want the professional content, they want the feel, they want the sound, but they don't want to have to worry about what lens are we shooting on, what light are we using, what microphone are we, so on, right? But for some business owners who say they don't have time for social media, they don't have time for content creation, what would you say to them?
I would say, like anything, it's whether you truly want to commit to it or not. I would say that it's more attainable than ever before to work with a genuine specialist that isn't going to charge you, you know, through the roof like a large generalist agency that doesn't specialize in. And you, as long as you go through an appropriate in-depth onboarding consultancy strategy agreement process, if you like, and you're able to define exactly what you want to achieve, where you want to go, how you want to do it, your tone of voice, then you could outsource it. But I also truly believe, Carlton, with the tools and technology that are at our disposal today, I've got a lot of concerns around AI, right? But then also I am an advocate of using AI in terms of ideation, in terms of building out content pillars, headlines. There's so many things that we can get from it. So it's easier than ever before to get consistent on social, whether you do it yourself through tools, through techniques, learn techniques, or you outsource it. You know, you don't, I think there is this kind of there's this real thought with most people that it's like this huge unattainable expense to work with a specialist on your social now, but that's certainly not the case in my humble opinion anyway. So again, not maybe a one and done answer there, but an honest answer, which is that you can absolutely commit to it, whether it's yourself or whether it's through a.
I think for me, my answer would be like leverage, right? Like it's what are you leveraging? How are you leveraging your time, assets, resources, etc.? Like you could, using like what I did for a long time, hire someone to follow you around with a video camera and document rather than create in a Gary Vaynerchuk style, and or actually, like as you've already mentioned to it earlier, record what you're saying in a meeting. And this does one of two things. A, it gives you infinite content opportunities, especially if you're going to use things like ops clips to do the editing for you, because you're only doing it for short form. But also, it actually means you're going to show up better for that person in the meeting, because you're not going to spend time talking about how's the weather, how is the dog, etc. You're going to go, okay, how tangibly can I add value to you, right? How can I tangibly add value in that hour? Because A, you're creating content from it, so you want to add kind of generalized information, you want to create the most valuable content you can, but also I've found personally people take more value from the meeting because you are kind of in that performance mode, I guess you could say, right? But this does kind of link in, I guess, and it'd be wrong of me not to ask you around, you know, you've been very fortunate to speak on stages, you've been fortunate to, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but like run your own radio show on the BBC and co-host it and etc. I mean, like, for people who are maybe listening to this and that's maybe like an avenue of their business, so maybe they have a speaking opportunity or they have been invited on the radio, but they're not sure, well, like, what's it going to do for my business? And like, why should I? And like, do you see that as important for you personally?
Brought that up, Carlton, because it links with your response to my last answer, right? Which is that if you're going to do public speaking, or you have a media appearance, or you're guest writing, or you're doing something like what we're doing now, okay, the reason why I'm committing to this is, of course, not just to share my expertise and my experience and help serve, not sell, really just help people reach new audiences. It's getting content as well. And you've mentioned Gary Vaynerchuk, huge advocate, very grateful to have met him a couple of times now, a really real massive inspiration for me. And one of the things that he talks about is content pyramids. And many people just, and it again links back to your having the time bit, Carlton, they don't realize that us doing this, what is it now, half an hour, 45 minutes, we'll do maybe an hour today together. This will give me content for weeks. I could pull out of it a long form video. I could pull out of it multiple blogs. I could pull out of it, I mean, with your help, especially Carlton, so many short form video snippets, right? That I could run evergreen on my personal or business account for maybe the rest of this year, for goodness sake, right? And it's a massive frustration of mine, actually, Carlton, as well, because when people get these opportunities, public speaking, media, podcast, etc., they don't maximize the opportunity and they don't use it to their advantage. So they do it, they reshare it, and that's it. And it just kind of dies or fizzles out. And they don't realize that actually, by doing this today, I'm getting loads of content that I can use over and over and over again. And that is an incredibly useful trick that so many business people are well, not just business people, all people are missing out on the opportunity from. And of course, by me doing this appearance with you, it's going to highlight me as the expert, the person of expertise. Whereas if I'm doing this on my channel and it's just me and it's on, here you go, me, we, all of this again, people don't quite believe it. But the fact that I'm doing this on your show can actually create so much more trust, so much more respect, and really build you as the key person of influence. I think a book that I'd highly recommend to, and I'm sure loads of your community already know it, Carlton, but Key Person of Influence by Daniel Priestley is a brilliant book to read, to really understand and simplify personal brand. And it gets you in this thought process and concept and strategy of, using these opportunities to build you as a key person of influence so people trust you more. And if they trust you more, they buy more of your products and services. It's a simple mathematical equation, if you like. And so again, that's why I would hugely recommend that when you do these appearances, you really, really milk them for as much as you possibly can.
And also, I think, I think sometimes people see like filming a talk at the front of a room or filming a podcast as like just a cost. And until you break that framework down and you look at the visibility that you're potentially going to get, and I think at the moment we relaunched the podcast account, I think it's now like 24 or 22,000 or so within like 2 weeks or so, just under 2 weeks in regards to like monthly views. Now, yes, we're using a strategy which involves a level of volume to create that, right? Each reel is maybe only getting 300 or so views at the time of filming, sure, but the point is, how many people, even if we take 1%, okay, that's close to 2,000 people that potentially could convert in my business within the next 3 months, right? And that's just on Instagram alone. You then add the potential revenue opportunities that come from having a monetized YouTube channel and etc., and like building side revenue, especially if you're in what I would call a up down business, so like you're very project by project based. You could build yourself an opportunity, and I'm personally doing this with the brands I'm building and in the content I'm creating, where you could have infinite marketing content because you're going to put it out on all your social media, linking out to your YouTube, etc. But also, if you strategically think about it enough, and you can build a strong niche for that YouTube clarity, which is what YouTube specifically cares about in all the research, all the people I've spoken to right now, and that's why I have a different channel for the podcast rather than Brightner Media, etc., is because algorithmically YouTube wants to have clarity over who to serve those videos to, right? But the key there is once it gets to the point where the YouTube channels are big enough, they will become their own revenue stream. And it might be £100 a month or etc. Sure. But that what does that do to your business? That changes your baseline revenue. So if you are project by project based, that means you can potentially pay for another SD card, or you can pay for another microphone, or you can pay for a bit of lighting, or you can pay for a bit of consulting, etc. Or just hold on to the £100, right? And it's about, I think for me, how you think about that from a longer term. But do you think people sometimes underestimate like the other opportunities that could come from like either that or the lurkers that could come on social media from creating content, Chris, do you think?
Yeah, for sure. I was going to say, though, something that you've brought up there, which is a huge gap for the majority of people. Unbelievably, they are not using and making the most of the second biggest search engine in the world, which is YouTube. And YouTube Shorts right now are so hot. They are absolutely flying. They are getting so much organic reach. And so even if you were to set up your own personal YouTube account under your name, right? And you just share all of these little videos that you do from various appearances, public speaking gigs, talks, meetings, whatever, wherever, however, getting your name on YouTube and giving these AI tools, hey, by the way, something to grab onto, because then you're the expert. Boom. And that is a massive gap for so many people. So again, link back to your previous question, Carlton. We're doing this in a funny order today. That will hugely help people. So definitely jump on YouTube and really, really capitalize on that opportunity by using that video content. And the great thing is with YouTube is by tweaking, tailoring, optimizing, making something, amending something, is that it can go viral like that. Okay. So with LinkedIn, with Facebook, with Instagram, if you edit something, if you edit a social post, it will penalize you, right? YouTube is phenomenal because by simply adding a new thumbnail, changing the headline, adding more to the description, all of a sudden your video can blow up and it could completely change your business forever. And that's not pie in the sky, blue sky thinking stuff, right? That's very real and it's happening for so many people. And so again, another takeaway for people listening to this is please jump on YouTube. Please start publishing to YouTube.
Yeah. And I mean, we've talked a lot about like the commercial benefit of doing content, the commercial benefit of like why I should be looking at marketing, how I should be consistently marketing, but you've done some incredible work through your Big C initiative about, specifically raising, I believe this is correct, do correct me if it's wrong, raising up to about £40,000 for the charity involvements and etc. I mean, how specifically is that kind of, I guess, purposely shaped your work, or like how did that kind of come about? Like, because I think that's really rare in the business landscape, but also in the social media landscape as a whole. I don't think we sometimes think, hey, I could actually do something really good and really meaningful here.
Love that, Carlton. And we're talking here about business and doing all this, but hey, actually, what charities are you passionate about? What do you want to change in society? What legacy do you want to leave? You can use social as a tool to support with that. I'm so proud to say that we've now got up to over 50,000. I think we're almost knocking on the door of 51,000, right? For a cancer charity that supported my mum before she sadly passed away in 2007. And my mission is I want to get to 100 grand before I retire, right? And I will get there. But the takeaway and the learning from that is all of that money was raised because of the power of social media, specifically the power of building a engaged community. And we jumped on YouTube lives. We were talking to our subscribers. We did a 24-hour watch along, which was phenomenal. And we raised, I think it was like annoyingly, it wasn't 24,000. It was 23,000 in 24 hours. And that was on YouTube, one platform. So again, like, if it's not enough to already jump on social media for your business, what about the stuff that you're passionate about? What about the charities that you want to help and support? It's definitely the right thing to do.
Do you think AI is going to change this?
Yeah, I do. I think AI has already changed a lot of social media. And I think that it's one of those things that you can either lean into, you can sink or swim. And I think that many people are already swimming with it, but then also some people are unintentionally sinking because they're using AI. They are they're really rubbish with their prompts, Carlton, and they're just kind of spewing up stuff and throwing it out there. And the algorithm is understanding and picking up, that's AI content. And there's certain things that you see and you're like, you've swallowed a thesaurus overnight. You're using the rocket emoji on every single post. You're using multiple line breaks in weird orders. It doesn't feel like you anymore. So I think AI has changed it, but not just for the good, but for the worse as well. And honestly, not even just saying this because I'm on your podcast. It's why video. I mean, I didn't think video could be any more I didn't think it could be any more valuable. AI coming in has made video work even more valuable for you and your business. Because of course, AI tools are developing all the time, right? And it's going to get scary really quickly at what it can do, even in video. But right now, there's this opportunity where doing video as you, for real, there's going to be this nice soft squidgy stage where you can get so much impact now before these tools and technologies catches up with it and are able to dupe you to a quality where you can't tell the difference. I don't think that's going to be long, by the way, and I'm quite scared by that, to be honest. For the world, not for me or my business, everyone. But you know, for the next year and a half, 2 years, I think there's a real moment where you can jump on video, make loads of money, create loads of impact, help support causes that you care about. So yeah, I think AI has made things really good in terms of getting people going, ideation. But I actually also think it's really showing people up, and it's making jumping on video even better for showing off your expertise, your knowledge, your wisdom, your skills, because that's something that AI can't do.
Yeah. How shouldn't we be using AI?
How shouldn't we be using it? Putting a can I'm not going to try not to swear just in case you're monetizing this. By putting a rubbish prompt into ChatGPT, copying and pasting any old nonsense, right? If you put rubbish in to ChatGPT, you will get rubbish out of it. And people aren't even proofing, Carlton. It's so scary how lazy humans are. It's like so scary. They're literally putting a rubbish prompt in, getting a rubbish answer response out of it, copying it, whacking it in LinkedIn and sending it.
Yeah, that'll do.
Fact checking it. And some of the stuff I've seen, it's like the worst thing to do for your personal brand. It can literally destroy your personal brand in an instant because the facts are wrong. The stats are wrong. They're not right. And it's because partly of the prompt, but also what AI is currently still latching onto. So as I say, I'm not an AI denier by any stretch of the imagination, but I think that's where people are getting it massively wrong. They are not understanding how it works, and they are shortcutting it. They're thinking it's accurate, and it's not. It's actually, you know, you spoke earlier, Carlton, about, you know, a video / social attracting or detracting for your personal or business brand. And my goodness gracious me, is it detracting from some people's businesses right now?
Algorithms change constantly, right? There's constantly a new thing. There's a new trend. There's a new, like, Reels have just launched, Stories have just launched, Snap Spotlight has just launched, etc. Right? Like, it's a full-time job on its own, right? That I'm sure we both spend quite a lot of our time because of the nature of our business. But to the person who's maybe not in the space every day, what advice could you give them as we go into 2026 and say, okay, well, this format, this trend, this idea, this concept, this thing is underrepresented and is the quote opportunity right now on social?
Well, I think what's always going to be safe, you know, is educational content, serving, not selling, especially when the content that you're creating is non-time sensitive. That consistency is going to be more impactful and work over and above trends. I'm really cautious with trends. Trends are fantastic at creating virality and going big, getting loads of vanity metrics. I'm not sure jumping on trends is something that a business should be leaning into too much, because actually I think it detracts away almost from your commercial objectives. Heck, I saw a competitor the other day post something on their social, which was so detracting away from what good customer service, client service looks like. And I was like, oh dear. And it's because they jumped on a trend that like other people are doing, but you don't have to jump on every trend. So I think video works. I think doing lives works and will work very, very well. If someone is able to do content where they are getting connected, exposed, and accelerated into another network of people that they want to reach, is also good. So Instagram collaborations, live broadcasts like this, very, very good thing to do. But Carlton, I do fear that question will almost strike fear into people, and they will go, oh no, I'm overthinking it again. I can't do the right thing. So again, I just want to go back to basics: execution over perfection, give value. I'm creating now as we speak 52 videos and I'm going to do one per week for the rest of next year. Like, I'm practicing what I preach on that. And I'm not worried about the trend at the time, because I want to leave a digital footprint. I want to leave little magnets, branches for my audience to hang on to with keywords of service areas that I want to sell more of. That's what I'm all about, right? Leaving this footprint that people can grab onto. So trends are great. You don't have to jump on all trends. And in terms of like what's safe for 2026 and what is going to work still in 2026 is short form video content. Make it real, make it authentic, whether you do it professionally with someone as good as yourself, Carlton, or whether you selfie shoot it. But again, balanced diet point. Do both. Why not do both? Work with you, Carlton, or another video provider. Won't be as good, obviously, to batch create loads of video content, evergreen, non-time sensitive. So you're talking at least once per week, and build it and build it and build it. And that's how you can grow your account.
No, I completely agree. And I want to build off just before we wrap up the trend thing, because I agree, but I also kind of disagree. And it's kind of a bandwidth question, right? So I'm going to caveat my answer with, if you have the bandwidth to do this and you have the systems in process to be creating all the polished stuff, all the value add, everything that me and Chris have been discussing for the last hour or so, then yes, do that first. That's always going to serve you. That's always going to be a good idea. However, if you want explosive growth from an awareness point of view, and you have the bandwidth to jump on a trend fast before it becomes saturated, then you can commoditize a load of attention that will then lead into your value-led content. And that's where it really comes down to, in my opinion, a yes and thing rather than a yes or thing, right? We've alluded to Gary a lot, and I will link some resources down below for those who are interested, but this is one of the things that Gary talks about a lot. It's yes and you should talk about your hobbies. Yes, and you should talk about, I think he had a video that got silly views, millions and millions, and it was him talking about a fruit, right? What ROI is that? Well, actually, probably quite high, because what happens is people, if you look at everything you do as a part of a marketing funnel, you need to ask what piece of your content is going to do. You can trend jack and get a strong piece of awareness content. No, it won't convert. No, it's not going to miraculously mean you get hundreds of millions of pounds in your bank because you've converted it. But what it will do is it could give you a boost in followers, and or a boosted initial interaction. And if you have your leading to a book that's actually on Chris's bookcase behind him, where Gary talks about your profile hygiene, right? If you have your website, you have your email, you have your phone number easy accessible on those profiles, when you get something that gets 1 million, when you get something that gets 100k, there's going to be a percentage. Again, if you take 1%, you're going to be in a position where you're going to get some more work. You're going to get even 1 or 2 more people who potentially will become clients. So that's kind of my, counter argument to trend jack, and that's why I caveat it with the bandwidth thing. But Chris, for those people who, because I'm aware you've got to go very shortly, but for those people who want to connect with you, who want to see more content, who want to see some of this video you've already alluded to, where's best for people to reach out to you? And do you agree with what, that strategy as a whole?
Well, I was going to say, I just looked at the time and I went, oh, that's a shame, because I've got so much more to give. And for people that have kind of liked the cut of my jib today, I'm serving up a ton of value over on my Reeve social media YouTube channel. I'm doing live broadcasts, one of which is with this guy. Incredible value in terms of video psychology, which is the most important thing before you get going. We'll leave that alone for now. Connect with me on LinkedIn, Chris Reeve. I'm showing up there really consistently and just providing free value for people to use and jump on. And yeah, just back to your previous point, to, I guess, sort of somewhat finish on, Carlton, in a funny old order again, is we could have done an hour-long Gary V love-in, couldn't we, right? But this attention thing, right? I think that's something else to tap into, is without attention, nothing else happens. And so I would just say, preach to your previous answer, Carlton, bang on the money. I'm saying yes, and I'm not saying only do proactive, non-time sensitive evergreen content. This is my tap, by the way, that I'm turning. But I'm also saying turn on the reactive tap, which is the trend tap, the reactive tap. Just don't do only one or the other. Do both, but it has to be attainable with you and your business, Carlton, which is where I think we're totally in the agreement of. I'm just so fearful that some trends that people are jumping on detract and they turn off your ideal customer profile rather than turn on. But I'm in total agreement with you. Do proactive, non-time-sensitive, evergreen video content. Do trend content as well. And hey, in that book, Attention by Gary Vee, his latest one, it's full of geeky social video, psychology of social content that can work incredibly well for you and your business. Carlton, I just want to say thanks for your time today, but also I want to take the time to say on behalf of your network and the audience and the community that you're building on your podcast, thank you, because this is really rare that someone is taking the time out of their day to genuinely share so much just purely because they're passionate and that they want to help. And I really wish that there were more experts in their field that committed the amount of time that you do to actually just helping people. So thank you, sir.
No, that's so kind of you. And thank you so much for the time. If you were going to talk to Chris 10 years ago, right, and you were going to give advice, what advice would you give him?
Be more you. You cannot be anyone else. Stop trying to be someone else online. Stop copying your competitors. Stop just doing what the other people in the industry are doing, because actually, if they go yin and you go yang, if they go black and you go white, that is really, really impactful. And the more that you are unashamedly you on social media, the more impact you will have in terms of reach, in terms of engagement, in terms of sales, everything. It all comes back to the more you that you are, the more impact you will have on social media.
Thank you so much for the time, Chris. And if you did enjoy this episode of What's Missing in Marketing Today, make sure to be subscribed and all that lovely YouTube stuff and etc. as well. But thank you so much for coming back and joining me. I'll see you very, very soon.